Lots of talk about innovation. We're over it. Time to do something. What's next? Let's build this team, launch this place, find this fix, and electrify this entire community. This is Cincinnati. And guess what?
Next lives here.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to Valorant here at EGF. My name is Warren Juggle God Hammond. To my right, your left, no, backwards, to your right, my left is Captain Atsoka. How are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing great, but I gotta ask you, why did you don't know your left from your rights, dude? You're
No, I don't. I just gotta like put it out there as a blanket statement, like left one way, right the other. It's like a clock is right. A dead clock is right twice a day, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm working off that principle.
But no, I'm feeling great, honestly, and I'm happy to be here with you as always. Not only the juggle guy that we all know, but also the guy of the drip. Let's keep it $150. That the Tetris jacket always just brings a smile to my face. And I gotta tell you, like, it makes me want to step up my own drip game because, again, I'm just hoodies and snapbacks. You know, it's not very creative. There's not a lot of drip, but it gets the job done.
It gets the job done, right? And drip doesn't have to mean like sophisticated or classy, which like I'm not saying that's what I am by any means, right? But a suit and tie, it can give off that impression, drip is all about what you wear, how you wear it, right? Really more how you wear it. Honestly, I think. And by the way, loving those glasses, actually. Are those like some blue filter glasses or something? Or
That's exactly what they are. And there was a point in time where I actually didn't wear them because I thought it was like, too much. But, we stare at these screens for a long time between work, school, casting esports. You're staring at the screen for a long time. Speaking of staring at these screens for a long time, I think these two teams are going to be staring at their screens for a hot minute when we get into our first matchup between the University of Cincinnati and the University of Delaware.
I can't wait to get this game underway. Certainly going to be an exciting afternoon. Because we got games right now. We got plenty happening this afternoon. 6 or 8 matches. I forget exactly how many it is, but regardless, taking a look at the standings. So University of Delaware, they're at 9th place right now. I believe we actually saw them. I believe I cast them last week as well, and they were not a part of this statistic. They were not a part of the standings. They had not pushed into the top 10. So good to see them here today. University of Cincinnati, though, looking to see if they can punch up into that arena.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? The fact that they have managed to actually make that slight improvement, like you said, like last week, they weren't in the top 10. Now they're number 9. It goes to show how far these slight changes can make an actual big difference, especially when you're talking about the standings. So let's get ready to see what we got in store for us for the rest of the day. Between the University of Cincinnati and the University of Delaware, we're going to be taking a look at these rosters and these lineups. We got some ranks, and then we have some not. But regardless, I can guarantee you they're all a higher rank than I.
Yeah, same here. Absolutely. I can't wait to see what these teams are going to be bringing today. And let's talk a bit about the maps, because this is one of the more exciting things, honestly, is just the fact that we get to see Lotus right off the bat here today. So I can't wait to see this. And I just want to make a comment as well. I love the fact that like Lotus has actually, in the last couple of casts I've had, it's been picked, right? Even though it's a 3-point map like Haven, which is just hated almost, universally by the community. I know, right? Shocking, right? That fracture, who knew, right? But I just think it's a testament to the devs, the map designers, game designers, whoever, that they were able to pull this off, right? It seems like they learned from their experience with Haven, and it's a much more popular map, and it will be Cincinnati's pick as well.
Now, you see, I will agree with you on one point and disagree with you on another. One, I love Haven. Haven's great. Again, it's the only map with a 3-point plant until Lotus. But I will agree in saying that I think Lotus is the new Haven. I'll be as bold as to say that. But I do love the map picks because it's where we get the spiciest takes. But we're going to have to cool it down because you got to keep in mind, Delaware happened to pick my absolute favorite map, Icebox. You can at me. You could say Captain is capping. I don't care. Icebox, my favorite Valorant map, hands down. And you know what? Decider on Ascent, not bad as either. But let's get ready to go into this game number 1 between these two teams. And already, I got to tell you, these compositions, I'm looking at them a little sideways, mostly not from Cincinnati. I'm looking over there at Delaware. I see the chamber pick, and I'm sitting here like, why?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting pick, and actually, it harkens back to last week as well. There were actually some chamber picks then, and I was a little shocked by it, right? Just given how he has been handled, shall we say, by the devs recently. It's and that's something you typically see. On the other hand, I do like seeing the breach, right, from University of Cincinnati, especially when we're talking about one of these 3 plant site maps, because when you're on the attack, right? Let's talk about that, right? When you're on the attack and you've got a breach, you know that the defense is going to be spread thin, right? And breach is such an overwhelming presence on the field that I think it sets you up for success in a really big way.
Absolutely, because there's a lot of corners, there's a lot of walls, and breach is perfect for that type of entry fragging, to say the least. And they bring a lot to the table when you're working with a map like Lotus. And you know what? My biases aside, the fact that they pretty much nerfed Chamber completely out of the meta, which is fine, great. But, I think Chamber might be a little bit more viable on Lotus. Like, I'm checking myself right now because there are a lot of walls, because there are a lot of angles and, shortcuts. I think Chamber might be viable in the sense that, they can use their rendezvous to, again, just go behind walls, go behind the sight lines, and, be able to TP away pretty quickly. But let's see how it works in practice as we are well and underway here in game 1.
It's going to be default to start things out. Just poking and prodding a little bit around these first few corners. Going to be a stun coming out. Lelk have to back off momentarily. Seaside looking like the most likely location for a hit here, but there's going to be a raise on the side. At least they were taken out very quickly.
Yep, not too bad for University of Cincinnati. They are off to a great start, and honestly, I do like this. I like the approach coming from the University of Delaware, but unfortunately, the head clicks were just landing for Cincinnati, and now you can see the University of Delaware with a nautical. They're beginning to use that. They're beginning to rotate, actually, and try and find another avenue.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a trade. Very quickly, Headhunter coming into play. It's going to be a nice blind coming out from Omen as well, taking it down to just Nautical left with the spike, a hope and a prayer. Not going to be enough this time around as Cincinnati takes the first round.
Oh, that they do, and it was just, gun game. It's the pistol round, I mean, you're either going to win it. There's not so many avenues you could go. But from here on out, that's where things start to change. And of course, anybody that's played Valorant, has watched Valorant, will know that whoever wins the pistol round, more often than not, will win round 2, and then that's when you get to the bonus round. That's when you get to round 3. So you can already see it's looking a little bit one-sided in terms of the weaponry. You got Spectres all abound coming from the University of Cincinnati and a Phantom, and it makes my heart so filled with joy to see not a single stinger on the map.
I know, right? And in addition, the screen is rosy for me at the moment. Hopefully we'll get it back. Yeah, it appears we have a pretty standard practice, right? You can see University of Delaware, since they lost that pistol round, they're grouping up all as a unit, hoping to just overwhelm and win with a numbers advantage. But the rotation coming out very quickly, very efficiently as well for Delaware. We're even seeing the rotate off of Seaside. It's actually going to be a B hit, which is a little bit unusual. But again, everybody rotating over to A from Delaware, assuming that's going to be the side hit, leaves B a little bit more open, and they get a nice quick plant.
And you know that's actually not a bad call at all, because B is a little bit unorthodox. You know, it's not the best site plant just because it can be retaken so easily, but at the same time, the University of Delaware are fully aware that they're not going to be able to come out on top of this map. They clearly have the disadvantage, but they're going to get a little bit extra monies, a little bit of that extra credit just from getting the spike planted. So I think it was a pretty good idea just to get a quick spike planted in order just to get that little extra boost.
Yeah, I think that was a great plan, right? Because they are going to be coming into this round with a little bit of an advantage economically. So as we take a look at the buy phase, it'll be interesting to see how this is going to be handled here by Delaware, right? Because they did lose one of their Phantoms, right? Waldy going down, so Vulcan forced to get one instead this time around.
And you know what? This is still actually a pretty close buy, all things considered, because you could do a lot with the Spectre. You know, you can definitely go toe-to-toe with a lot of these rifles, but that will remain to be seen as we are well and underway in round number 3 of the bonus round. This is where we are going to see the tone really be set for the rest of this map.
And this looks to be a huge gamble on Delaware's part, stacking up on C site, because the hit coming in on A, and Cincinnati once again has decided to squat up. They're going to hit this as a full 5. They're taking it relatively slow, though, so that's given University of Delaware time and opportunity to rotate and get into position. But already we have nautical planting, and everybody, rather from Delaware, rotating in order to get some nice defensive map coverage here.
Yeah, and you can see already Vulcan sending out the drone, and you know, this isn't necessarily a bad play either. They weren't necessarily going to go full dive for the defense. Instead, they're playing for retake. Now, this is the difficult part. You see a Dummy already trying to work their way in, does get a good blind, and gets 2 picks in the process.
Yeah, fantastic play from Dummy. Of course, that's exactly what you're hoping to see from the breach, but University of Cincinnati going to be able to score a couple of kills. Just a 2v2 left. Now just going to be the breach left here for Cincinnati. Doesn't find the kill. Last player standing will be Lil Bro Kev.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, regardless of how it turned out, that was still a fantastic route from both sides. Delaware gets a win on the board, but Cincinnati, even with the limited amount of arsenal they had the Spectres, and, you know, we even saw one Ghost in there, you know, best of luck to you. But they managed to get all the eliminations down to just 1 remaining, which is going to cost them a lot in the economy. So now they have to repurchase all of those weapons that they bought in round 3. So if you look now, it is looking literally stacked even as we get ready to head into round 4.
Yeah, it's just going to be Delaware with 1 fewer full shield, right? Because they had to spend that extra money, they're going into this with a little bit less defense on their side. We're going to see more of a default this time around as well. Delaware just going to kind of poke and prod a little bit here, see if they can find opportune moment. Regrouping, though, back in spawn for now. They haven't really determined exactly where they want to go yet. They're putting more pressure on A site. Fortunately for Cincinnati, that's where most of them are. Waldy going in with a showstopper. Going to be a trade, but in the meantime, another pick comes in, so it's a 3v3 here.
We take those. There's nothing wrong with that, you know. As long as you get a solid trade, it was not for naught. But with that being said, you know, it was brought up a little earlier that, you know, we saw Cincinnati really stacking on that C site, and with rightfully so. Because, again, this might be an instance where Captain is capping, but I honestly think that C, once the spike is planted on C, is one of the hardest retakes, if not the hardest retake in Valorant. So that's why you want to be so protective over C, because if you plant it in the right spot, there's literally only one avenue to take, and it's through the mount to get the head clicks. And it's the only way you're going to get that retake. So I don't blame them on trying to guard C as much as they have been.
Right, it does make sense, and it's certainly, you know, it's all about where you're putting your emphasis. We got 10 seconds left to go here for a plant, so gonna come in at the last moment. University of Delaware able to secure the site with 1 pick, and now we've got a rotate coming through mid and CT, but I love this flank as well coming in from Chamber.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to make something out of it. And you can see already trying to use the smokes to get rid of that mound site, to get rid of the potential head clicks. Not a bad idea at all. They're trying to get the flank here. They do get 1 head click, but it's not enough to confirm. And now they will be dealt with immediately. But watch out for Aether.
Yeah, Aether, that flank was key, right? It was not on Cincinnati's radar, and especially given the fact that we saw Vulcan use the recon bolt, right? onto, I believe it was, Lowbro Kevin, if I'm not mistaken. All of their focus was there towards the front, right? So that just left them free. It left Ether free to engage on them without any suspicion at all as to where they were.
And you know what? I kind of feel played right now because, I was talking about the chamber, like, being nerfed out of existence, this, that, and the third, and look at them. Top fragging right now, right? for the side of Delaware, Like, I feel like, I got a little bit of my own foot in my mouth here.
Well, it happens, right? We're good at our job, but we're not perfect, And besides, players, they do unexpected things, which is, frankly, what they need to be doing. It is a tie ball game now. University of Delaware, though, up 1 player in this engagement.
Yep, that they are. And you can see, once again, they're looking at B. B's looking very good, but I think B, honestly, is a better look for a rotation than it is for a plant, but they're going to decide to go for the quick plant again and see if it works out. Meanwhile, Nautical and Aether, once again, on the board, getting back-to-back eliminations.
This is huge. Just 2 players remaining now for University of Cincinnati. Not going to be taken out, but it's going to give them a little bit of information on where they are. Lelk takes that, runs with it, and makes a difference. Looking like potentially a perfect round coming out from Delaware. It's just going to be down to Zanito on the KJ. Doesn't get it done. Taken out by their doppelganger.
Yeah, and then KJ is my new favorite Sentinel. I think KJ is now the meta Sentinel, after all the recent changes being made in the recent season. So, I love seeing a KJ pop off. And, I think it's also really interesting that we're seeing the side of the University of Delaware, who currently have a 1-round lead, stacking double Sentinel with a Chamber and KJ composition. To me, that is really interesting. And honestly, I haven't seen it, but it's working. And, I like that sense of change.
And it's also working on attack. I think that's an important thing to say too, right? Because you're typically expecting both of these agents to be a little bit more impactful on a defensive round. In addition, Delaware right now sitting on 5 ultimates, and crucially as well, they haven't lost a round since their bonus. We do have the ult coming out now from KJ for Delaware. That's going to clear away the defenders, but take it out very quickly as well.
Yeah, not only that, but you have the Cosmic Divide, I think, ready and available from the Astral, and now Showstopper coming out as well, and it's just going to be an all-out ult dump as Lowbro Kev is able to land the Showstopper, but they stay alive this time around.
Plant is going to come in. Ooh, Waldy just barely escapes getting stunned right there. Nautical not quite so lucky.
Right there. And this is the part that makes C so difficult to retake, is when you have the perfect smoke lined up and you literally have just a narrow sight line that lines up for head clicks nearly all the time, and already the trades are being made showing why this site is so hard to retake. And now the University of Delaware will take yet another win, 2 times now from planting on the C site.
And one of the things I think is, well, that I want to point out there is just how Delaware fanned out defensively on site, right? Everybody had their back against the wall and behind cover, right? I think that just further cements the idea that C is so defensible after a plant. And University of Delaware played that to a T. It was expensive, though, Captain Ahsoka.
Oh, it definitely was. And you see, the thing about C is that it's a double-edged sword. It's not that it's broken by any means. It's hard to plant the spike on C, and it's hard to defuse the spike on C. That's why in the early game we saw Cincinnati guarding it so well, because it is so easy to defend. Meanwhile, we are well and underway here in round number 7, and we see the spike heading towards A this time.
Yeah, and a big stack on B as well by Cincinnati, and I really like that. It gives them more flexibility in where they want to go. I think they recognize that Delaware, it was very possible they could be heading to either site. Now the rotation coming out onto A, still Killjoy on C. Ready getting to the party a little bit late here for Cincinnati. That's going to give Goyangi good enough positioning to take out Waldy when they get in position.
Absolutely nasty. University of Delaware going a little bit brazy on the head clicks, and now are looking down the barrel of yet another flawless.
Ooh, gonna be cut short by Sanito. Excellent play there. In fact, they've gotten 2 now. Almost got the reverse in the end, but Lil Brokev does eventually deal the final blow and dealt some much needed damage, honestly, to University of Delaware's economy, which is still in a very good position. That's not to say it's bad. They just did a little damage.
Oh, that they did. And, you know, you're looking at the economy right now, and oh my goodness, it is looking a wee bit one-sided in the favor of Delaware. And on the other side, for the University of Cincinnati, their economy is looking much like my hairline, and it has completely receded.
Yours and mine both, my friend. This though is going to be the best chance the University of Cincinnati is going to have in a little while, though, to come back in this, right? They're making a huge investment in this round. They have 2 ultimates. University of Delaware only has 2 as well. So this needs to be a pretty big round here from Cincinnati. Otherwise, things are going to go from bad to really bad.
Yes, it will go from bad to worse. But with the University of Delaware right now, I like what they're bringing. They're all going with the Phantom. More often than not, we see a full buy with the Vandals, you know, a nice little Vandal scandal. But right now, the University of Delaware, they're about to have a Phantom tantrum. They are going into this next round absolutely kitted. And when you're playing with a map like this that doesn't have many long sight lanes, it's a lot of tight corners, and it's a lot of fast-paced play. You want a weapon that has a little bit higher rate of fire. And the Phantom does bring that little extra oomph over the Vandal, where the Vandal, I think, is a little bit better for longer sight lanes.
And this makes me think that we're probably going to see an approach onto A site coming out from Delaware as well, because that's at least the approach. I feel like you're going to be in a little more tighter quarters. Maybe when you get to C, it's going to be a little tighter, but honestly, it's not too different either way. It's actually going to be a push straight up mid to start things out here for Delaware.
And you know what? I like what they're doing. They're playing the long game here. They're taking their time. They're making sure that they don't give too much information away early. And I like that they're kind of positioned around B, because you know the focus is going to be around the A and C sites. Although you can see Cincinnati, they're 2 stacked onto B right now.
Yeah, and this wall actually gives them an opportunity to plant on B without being seen. So I think this was a really intelligent wall, because it might indicate at first look that you're hitting an A site, you're hitting a C site, but no. This makes B much more tenable, and it's been proved out so far by the way that Delaware is handling this. They're in a very good position. Lelk trying to get a little bit done here. Vulcan going to be able to take down Go Yangi. So 2v3 as we push onto site. He's going to have to make a move, though, quickly, is Sincerely. You're down to just 1 player.
Yep, that they are. Sincerely yours, Lelk. It was nice knowing you. That's going to be the end of round number 8. As you can see, the University of Delaware, once again, able to maintain their lead, maintain their economy, and now are going to be taking the lead in a 4-round split.
And Ether showing off again that, you know, even if an agent is out of the meta, even if they're weak, if you're good at that agent, you can have tremendous impact. And, you know, again, that was a must-win situation for Cincinnati, and they did not win.
No, they did not. And you know what? That's why a lot of the times in Valorant, they say comfort picks over everything. And that's 100% fact. Right now, it's without a doubt Aether is popping off with Chamber right now. And with that being said, you can see Waldy now trying to make it work with the Stinger. I wish you the best of luck as they get ready to turn this corner.
Oh, Nautical going to be able to potentially blind. He's behind the wall there. They're going to stick to their guns. Altron comes out, sent back immediately. Everybody just playing this very patiently once again from Delaware. And that seems to be their style, right? They're going to play this patiently. They're going to play for information most of the time. And it's working out very well to their benefit. You know, this is a very by the books kind of team.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the type of playstyle you really have to bring when you're going with the double Sentinel comp, is, you know, you have to wait for the picks. That's your big opening. As soon as you get that first pick, it's literally all gas, no brakes. And already they find themselves on the C site, and they have already done the hard part, the plant going down, and now they get the luxury of having to defend C, but Sincerely is able to get a little revenge on Lelk.
Give me 1-for-1 trade, though. Gayangi evens things out quickly. We do have... well, coming out from Killjoy. Aether, though, sending a couple back to the Ether. Nobody gets detained. Nautical finds a pick. Sincerely, once again, last player standing. They need to at least try and do a little bit of damage here economically. Nautical bring a little util through the smoke. Doesn't find it. They're going to fake, I think, the defuse here. Yep, gonna pull off quite a bit of util. Everybody pushing in now. If they can just get a couple of picks here, they get one. That is not bad, Captain Etsoka. It's not a round win, but given economically how far down they were, I think you have to feel good about what happened there if you're Cincinnati.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you really weren't going into that fight with a full arsenal to begin with. So the fact you were able to walk away with a couple of eliminations, there's nothing bad about it at all. And you can see Sincerely definitely trying their hardest. You know, they're top fragging for their team as a controller. And not only that, but they also have 4 assists on the board as well. So they're definitely working well with their team. Now, this is where I think things are going to get interesting, because now we have an operator on the field for the side of Cincinnati, and it's in the hands of a Raze.
Yeah, and this Raze going to be holding down this C site long hallway. Gonna be forced to satchel out of way, though. The first shot did not go off the way they had hoped, but the University of Delaware knows it's coming. Here comes the Rolling Thunder as well. That's going to take a few people off. Waldy, though, does not get hit, so usually gets one kill, but now there's an operator on the ground. So whoever comes away with this round win going to be very happy about it. It's just going to be Ether now, running for their lives.
Yeah, Aether, again, the last player standing on the side of the University of Delaware. But, you know, they can afford to lose this round. They are not hurting economically or any way for that matter here in game number 1 on Lotus. But meanwhile, they do point out the Recon and the Shock Dart, able to deal with it very nicely.
2 seconds left here. It's a tall uphill task here for Ether. They're going to peek around this corner and find Vulcan. Ooh, the wallbang doesn't quite do it, so University of Cincinnati, they stem the bleeding, at least for the moment, Captain Etsoka.
Yep, that they do. And not only that, but their economy looking so much better now, and they were able to retain the op. And, you know, that to me is so important.
That's
just
big.
Because it is big, because it's such a big purchase, but also because it does help you defend a lot of these sites. Granted that they are short and they have those tighter corners, it also makes it that much harder to get out of the site of the op. But with that being said, I think the University of Delaware in that last round, they called it perfectly. They full stacked on C. That's where the spike went, and they shut it down instantly.
And even in the face of the Rolling Thunder, right, coming out as well. So that is a big value. We're going to see Hunter's Fury actually coming out here for Vulcan. That's going to be 1 ultimate down, but they do pick off Nautical, which is a big pick considering that's your main initiation tool for if you're Delaware.
Oh, absolutely. And you can already see the University of Delaware are down 1, so immediately the advantage goes the way of Cincinnati, but Waldy already missing on that first op shot, but out comes the showstopper.
Oh, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. The operator still in the hands of Cincinnati, crucially. Well, looking for an opportunity here. Sincerely does go down, so Delaware now has evened the playing field. We're going to have another B site plant here. Sun comes out, Go Yangi, going to be hit by it. Able to shake it off, though, before anybody has a chance to do anything. And love these stars coming out as well from Go Yangi. That was a great pick, too, from Delaware. Beautiful positioning. Will it take one out? Cincinnati. Now just down to 1 player. Lockdown being used. Couple of seconds left to go. Vulcan does get out of it successfully, but now it's going to have to be a sprint back to the point, try and take out 2 players and get the defuse. The tall order ahead of them. They're going to go ahead and fake the defuse. There comes the pull from Astra, recognizing they're not going to be able to do anything, so it's time to get out of dodge and just save for next round.
And you know what? That's a smart play, to be completely honest. You know, there really wasn't a good way for that to end. They have the op in hand, and they're able to get a little bit of a trophy elimination on the back end as well. So, you know, there really wasn't a good way for that to end for Cincinnati, you know, towards the end of that spike. So, again, I completely understand it. But with that being said, you know, saving the op, I get it. You know, I just think it would be more suitable in the hands of either a Jet or a Chamber.
It certainly would, but it's interesting that they do keep putting it back on Waldy. But you know what? If that's your sniper, that's your sniper, right? And you play around that. It certainly might not be ideal if we're looking at, you know, min-maxing maybe from a meta perspective, things like that, but it is getting the job done.
Very true. Let's see if they can continue to get the job done as we head into round number 12. And you can already see they're playing towards Mound, which is what you have to do when you're taking C-Site. You have got to try and find at least 1 head click, 1 early pick, so that way you can entry frag your way into C.
The minute and 15 left to go, though, so a rotation could certainly be in order here from Delaware. But they have to keep in mind that Omen does have from the shadows as well. So if they do, yep, we are seeing the rotation coming over to A site. Cosmic Divide, putting it through C, I think was a great distraction as well.
Oh, it most certainly was, and that was actually a pretty interesting smoke coming from Astra because I don't think they deliberately did, but yeah, it blocked the sight line of that operator.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true too. So heads up play from that perspective as well. Plant will come in, plenty of time left to go. Ether is going to be stunned, but they're able to use their rendezvous to get out of dodge quickly. And now everybody from University of Cincinnati actually stacking up on CT. So his utility could take out many members of this squad, but it's going to be Dummy who comes in with a big pair of kills. This is a huge start here for Cincinnati. It's going to be made a little bit harder. Aether finding 2 picks certainly makes it that much more so. 2v2 right now. Cincinnati has an opportunity. They just have to get rid of this Astra, who's proving a little difficult. Might not be enough time to defuse. Doesn't matter because Goyangi clutches it out in the end.
Yep, that they do, and it came all the way down to the Astra, and I gotta tell you, I definitely do love the Astra pick, and you know the fit too. Let's keep it a buck. Astra be dripping.
My favorite ghost, right?
Yeah,
I think Astra's ghost, best ghost in the game, right? That thing is beautiful.
Oh, absolutely.
Love that guy. Astra's one of my first mains too. I'm a controller main. Love seeing the Astra. It was a shame. I felt like when she fell out of meta, but seeing her back is really nice. And this is such a perfect spot for it as well, right? Either Haven or Lotus is a great opportunity to get your Astra in the mix.
And you notice how, like, when you're for our controller mains, you know, all roads eventually lead back to Astra whenever there's a new update, whenever there's a nerf, whenever there's a buff, whenever there's a new map, Lotus, for example, then Astra all of a sudden becomes meta again. So I think they are just the most balanced, well-rounded controller. Again, Captain very well could be Captain, but we are well and underway once again going into round number 13.
Right, which do need to mention, this is a side swap. So now we've got Cincinnati on the attack, but Delaware starting things off pretty strong here. Gonna be a trade, though. Breach is doing a lot of good work. Cincinnati, again, with a little bit of an advantage in the kill feed and as well positionally, right? A site is wide open right now, so it's going to be a sprint to it to get the plant down.
And you know, because Lotus is still relatively new and we're trying to go off of win percentage, we're still trying to determine whether or not this map is offensive friendly or defensive friendly. Right now, the case being made for offensive because the University of Delaware had such a great time, and now the University of Cincinnati are able to get a plant down as well. But we're not going to know until we see more matches played out and we know what the win percentages are for each side.
That's fair, and I think just by its nature, there's, you know, wow, beautiful play by Cincinnati. Again, coming out with the pistol round win, right? Which we saw on the first half. But yeah, anytime you come to one of these maps that has 3 plant sites, I feel like it's just by that nature going to be attacker friendly, right? At least at first look, because you are going to be spread so much more thin on defense.
Oh, absolutely. And that's naturally what you are going to think. But fun fact, Haven, on the win percentage, has a higher win percentage on the defensive side, and it's like 51-49. That's
really?
That's how close it is. But it is favored defensively on that percentage.
That's interesting. Yeah. I think... it might have been. Is that a more recent development, Captain, or is that kind of historically how it's been?
I'll keep it $150. That's what I was broken down to the last time we had an intense match on Haven, because I was saying the same thing. I was like, 3 plant site, it's got to be offensively sided, but statistically on the win percentage, and I'm assuming this is just going off of the competitive cycle that it was defender friendly on a basis of like 2%. But you know what? This one was offensive friendly so far with that huge tear coming from Vulcan.
And that puts them right up next to their ultimate as well, which can be very, very impactful, especially on attack, right? Because you're going to have the opportunity to just defend the spike, right? Defend the plant. As long as you get it down for a Vulcan somewhere safe and secure, let them throw a Hunter Sphere at it, you can almost guarantee a round win.
Yeah, and thanks to the high IQ analytical mind of Juke, our producer, they actually made a pretty fair point that they said the reason being is because when you have these 3 site plants, it's more often than not better to play for retake. However, on Lotus, anything that we have learned, it is even more difficult to retake than, say, a map like Haven. So I don't think it's going to have to require the same meta thought to try and play for retake, because retake on this map is really difficult.
Yeah, especially C, right? We've talked about it before, and that's where the site looks like it's going to come here from Cincinnati. They're certainly thinking about it at the moment, but Delaware, wary of this, does have a couple of benders, but they're rotating off right now. Killjoy slowly backing away, but still keeping some presence just in case. Waldy getting ready to push around the corner. They're going to satchel onto point right now, get a little extra positioning. Going to make sure that the Killjoy can't really do anything about it. The smoke as well going to give them a great opportunity to plant as Delaware is forced to rotate through CT to get to the point.
And you notice when they plant the spike on C, it's always in that same spot because it leaves them perfect for a lineup from Mound, or really from anywhere, but it's mostly from Mound, where they can get that head click, and just putting it there on that upper platform in the corner, it really makes retake that much more difficult, as, like you said, and I love the pun, Delaware have to be wary going for this retake.
University of Cincinnati taking out a couple of players. Just gonna be Wilbrook have left. They do not last long. Dummy, last player standing. And Cincinnati seems to have new life breathed into them as they've gotten to attack here. But honestly, this is kind of where I was expecting them to show up in a little bit bigger way. Just given that the composition they're running.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, like we were saying, I was expecting Delaware to do more on defense because they're running the double set, no composition.
Actually, yeah.
You know, so that's initially what I was thinking. But, you know, I mean, right now, defensively, University of Delaware are having a little bit of trouble with Cincinnati.
They are, right? That should have been the round that they won, and they did not. So now they're in a very difficult position economically again. So it's going to be a tough defense. They're all actually stacking together on B site. Doesn't seem to matter, though, as Cincinnati is just having their way with them, staring down the barrel of a perfect round. They knew exactly where Yagi was, and flawless coming out from Cincinnati. That is huge. They are now within striking distance. It's just 2 points away.
Yeah, and that was, you know, more or less a save round coming from the side of Delaware. They knew that, and, you know, Cincinnati
they knew it was coming.
Yeah, and Cincinnati knew it as well. That's why they went full send, gungs ho, you know, going all expendables mode on Delaware. But, you know, now Delaware, they do have purchasing power, they do have weaponry, and now take a look at this. They're taking their time out because they know that this map it has to be winnable. You have to this map, or you're going to be looking at a tie game.
Yeah, this is going to be definitely a do or die moment here for Delaware. They need to win this round, right? Because now we're looking at a very similar thing to what we saw on the first half, where University of Delaware just had such an overwhelming advantage economically that it was hard for Cincinnati to really try and catch up. Again, looking at pretty much the same thing here now from Cincinnati's perspective on attack.
And you know what's really standing out to me is that when you look at the elimination count, you're looking at Aether, who has 18 top fragging. Meanwhile, you see on the other side for Cincinnati, it's a little more spread around. You know, you got a couple of players there in the double digits, and then even at the last, that KJ is only one away from hitting double digits. Meanwhile, you're looking at their assist, and Sincerely has 11 assists on the board. To me, that speaks volumes about their teamwork and how well they play their role. And honestly, seeing all those assists on the board to me is one of the most important values when you're looking at controllers and how effectively they play that role.
Yeah, that's such a huge part of it, right? Because it's not necessarily about the kills in this game. I mean, it's certainly a huge part of it, but especially when you're looking at a Sentinel, you're looking at a controller. A lot of times, it's just that value, that utility value that you get.
Absolutely. And now remember, we were talking about the operator. It would look a lot better in the hands of a chamber pick. Well, you know what? It does. It looks better in the hands of Aether, who is able to come out and get one right off the rip.
A beautiful shot coming out from Aether to give them a little bit of advantage. It is going to be now the lockdown coming out from Killjoy. Delaware holding on for the moment, trying to see if they can back away, maybe get a pick. Last few seconds. Oh, KJ gonna make it out? No, they do not. But that might pull a little bit of attention. In fact, here's something interesting. Now that we're seeing the rotation come out, Delaware probably wary to this, right? They would have expected the spike to go down on C had they been pushing there. So I like the fact that we're seeing Yoyagi now rotate over towards A.
Yeah, and there's only one player there. It's Lil Bro Kev, who's going to have to hold this off by themselves.
Wow.
And they're not able to do so, but Go Yangi able to pick up a two-piece over there towards B.
Cincinnati just down to Waldy. They will be able to pick up the spike. Looking to get the plant on. Going to be able to get that sweet, sweet plant money. In fact, they're able to get a pick through that stun. Do eventually go down, so Delaware will pick up a 10th round, but had to fight pretty hard for it.
And, you know, like we said, that was a must-win round for them. Had they not win, they were definitely going to get equalized, and we would be looking at a 9-9 scoreline eventually, but that was a fantastic round. And even though Cincinnati did put up one heck of a fight, they still got the plant money. They still got a couple eliminations, literally a pair. They got 2. And, you know, so they're not any worse for wear right now. But what we're seeing is Delaware just having another breath of fresh air to where now they have 3 insurance rounds over Cincinnati.
And that's good as well, because Cincinnati is really going toe-to-toe with them right now. We're looking at the ult economy, looking at the economy in general. And I would even say that this is a very, very important round for Delaware to win as well. Maybe not must, but if they can take this round, the economy of Cincinnati is going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, that it will. And already you can see Aether already plotting. Look at this absolute demon setting up the line sights over there towards A, like begging for someone to just peek out once. But meanwhile, take a look at this. This is going to be a slow push over towards mid, towards B.
Boombot going to give an idea of where Dummy is. They go down, taken out now by Lil Bro Kev. Beautiful play there. University of Delaware running away with this one at the moment. 5v2. We got the showstopper online. Kev looking to put a stop to this quick. Not going to happen, though.
Hey, that's all right, Kev. That still looked really cool. Just throwing it out there. Hey, you might not have got the pick, but it was only like a pixel off. I mean, they almost got a body shot with the showstopper. But regardless, that looked awesome. You know, that was cinematic in a way. And now you can see Aether trying to get the pick. Ooh. And look at the shoulder play. Wow. You don't play peekaboo with the operator.
No, you don't. You got a wide swing, if anything, right? Either with a headhunter tries to make something happen, taken down, but University of Delaware... this puts them in a fantastic position now, right? Because a lot of economic damage done to Cincinnati. They're still going to be able to full buy here, but that's not going to be the case next round. This is really even the playing field in this half. And 4 insurance points on the board now for Delaware. That's big.
Yeah, and you know what? I love that operator skin that Aether has. You know, just taking a moment to appreciate the skins, because we all know skins get wins, duh. But, you know, I love the skin on the operator just because it's giving me some, you know, World at War vibes. But let me translate for my younger people in the audience. That would be, I guess, Vanguard vibes.
Yeah, speaking of younger people, you mentioned the Expendables earlier. I feel like I would fall into the category of the expendable caster, right? Like I have hit that age mark, so... yeah, definitely a little kinship there with them. But 3 ultimates still for either team. And again, Delaware kind of in the driver's seat, pushing towards A at the moment.
And you know what? They're going towards tree, which is honestly like the best approach when you're trying to take A. Much like Ascent, you know, when you're going for the A site, you go tree. It's just what you do. So it's giving me a little bit of deja vu of Ascent here, you know, between, you know, taking tree and then, of course, taking the spike plant. And you know what? They were able to do it. Textbook right there coming from the University of Cincinnati.
Yeah, even despite going down 1, I like their chances in this round. Oh, big rolling thumper coming through. That's going to be a quick push on a point here from Cincinnati. Mowing down everybody in their wake.
Also, did anybody else find it a little poetic that the ending elimination animation was a tree? You know, just, you know, we went tree. We planted tree. We got all the eliminations. And look at this beautiful tree. It's poetic.
It is. It is. Ether right now leading the lobby in kills by a substantial margin. But again, I like the point that you made earlier about how the kills are kind of spread out in a big way here for Cincinnati. They're going to have 3 ultimates online this time. Ether, though, with the tour de force, going to make things difficult, to say the least. Aldrun, pick out where they were. Unfortunate for them, forced to use one of their shots with the tour de force just to take that out. Not necessarily what you want to have to do here.
Well, now they know that they're not going to play around with A. You know, we already seen that with Cincinnati. You know, their Omen tried to play around with A, and then boom, drop, got hit by the op. Feels bad. So now they're going to try B yet again. But B did not work out too well for them either. Honestly, at some point, I would expect them to literally go all gas, no brakes, full send onto the C site. But they're going to take their time here, as it looks though they are going to try and slow push C. Slow rotation now for Cincinnati.
And for a moment, Delaware looked as though they were going to stack up on C as well. But now they seem to have stopped in their tracks, waiting to get some information and just kind of huddling towards mid, giving themselves an opportunity to move to any of these sites here. Dummy, but considering, yep, here comes the rolling thumber. It's going to clear C, but it is already cleared, so no picks to come. Love this util that is being used by the Astrid, slowing down the push onto site and therefore the plant. So despite having that rolling thunder, it's negated by 2 abilities.
Yep, that it is. And that's pretty much just like an ult trade around with like some utility, but regardless, they did manage to get the spike off, and that was the hard part. The only problem is now is that they lost 2 players in the process, so they're gonna have to try and even the numbers, as Sincerely is able to get at least 1 elimination, as Dummy barely avoids the line of fire and comes through with a massive 2-piece.
Yeah, and it was good too because they were not getting off of site. But I like the fact that they decide, oh, playing with fire right there. There is that Hunter's Fury to give Cincinnati another round, and again within 2.
And you know what? This just brings me to do another little PSA announcement. You know, for anybody out there grinding rank, trying to get out of their current rank and find a little bit, you know, of a higher, more flashy looking title. Ping the spike. Just ping it all the time. Ping the spike all the time, and then let Sova ult. That's
Yep.
There you go. You're instant rank up if you just do that play.
Yeah, exactly. It's information. Information so important in this game. And speaking of information, Ether has been spotted out. The entire team now of Cincinnati is staring them down. They are able to get the rendezvous to get out of dodge, but pay for it with a lot of their health cap. And so this is going to be a big C-site brawl here. Beautiful blind, while able to take advantage of it. Get the pick on site, making it a little bit easier. It does have their ultimate as well. KJ2 for Cincinnati. This might be an opportune time to use it. You are up by 1. Make it 2, though. So saving it for the next round could be the play here.
It really could be. But at the same time, you know, 3v5 isn't the worst scenario.
Ooh.
But 5v2, yeah, it's not that great. But at the same time, you have a Marshall. What are you really saving?
Yeah, exactly. You might as well go for it, which Lil Brokev does. Gonna pay for it. There is gonna be 1 trade. But now Cincinnati, they are within 1 point, Captain Etzog. I mean, this looks so one-sided in the first half of this match.
It honestly did. And you know what? It's really making the argument that Lotus is an offensive-sided map, because the University of Delaware, they popped off on offense. They were going on a tear. You even said it looked one-sided, and now Cincinnati are within 1 of equalizing after going down in the first half dramatically. So, you know what? The offensive side of the spike just might be the wave here on Lotus.
It might be, and since I think you can even add a little bit more substance to that too, because again, we thought that Delaware had a more defensive-sided composition, University of Cincinnati a more attacker-sided composition. Well, the attacker seems to be getting more benefit, right, than the defense. So by stacking your cards in attack's favor, you seem to be doing a little bit better. Killjoy gonna be able to get a pick onto Waldy, but gonna be able to clear sight as well. And I like the fact that they're taking this kind of slow. That pulled several players of Delaware off the point as well, got them to start potentially even rotating to A, thinking maybe this was going to be an, oh yeah, look, they're not planting yet. I like this play a lot. The mind games from Cincinnati, honestly, are top tier.
Oh, that they are. But I'm pretty sure Aether knows what's up. Again, they're going to bait out a shot. Now looking to turn the corner. They do get blinded, and that was a great play coming from Sinito in order to put Aether down.
It's going to be a tray, though, so Cincinnati still working from behind. But this is a nice rotation going on to B site. They're able to get a pick along the way. Are going to be planting B as well. Definitely a tough defensible position here.
Yep, and now it's going to be all about the retake. And you know what? B, as far as retake, is actually the easiest out of all these sites.
Yeah.
B is definitely the one you want to have to try and play retake on. So now it's really just them against the clock. As you can see, one big turn coming from Lelk, already able to get one elimination. Sanito now stuck in a hard place as well. They turn and they get two, but still nautical. Oh my word, that was an insane retake.
And now we move to match point. Delaware just has to win one here. Cincinnati has done a phenomenal job of bringing this back. We're going to see final timeout coming in as well from Cincinnati. They know their backs are against the wall. There is no room for error over the course of these next 4 rounds. They have to win 4 at this point.
And you know, really, one thing that they do have in their favor is that right now Delaware is a broke-a-did. They really don't have a lot to work with in terms of economy. You got 3 rifles, which is great, but look, you got 2 quarter shields. So already you're going to have the advantage as far as equipment goes, but I think we have just learned that you're going to have to stick A or you're going to have to stick B. I mean, I'm sorry, not B, C, because B is just, it's too susceptible to the retake. When you look at it, it's literally, it has an opening on all sides, some from underneath, some from up top, and then 2 from the side. So again, there's just too much vulnerability when you're planting on B. If anything, you use B to rotate. So right now, the University of Cincinnati, they have to full stack and they have to full send one site. They have got to get the spike planted on a site that is a little bit harder to retake.
Yeah, and B on Lotus, honestly, I think is even more difficult to hold as an attacker post-plant than be on Haven, right? Because like you said, there's 4 ways that you can push onto site here on B. Only 3 on Haven, which again, it's almost universally avoided.
And you don't think that one extra pathway would make that big of a difference, but it really does.
Yeah. I mean, that's a whole other sideline that somebody's responsible for, right? So somebody's most likely working double duty, and you can't be looking everywhere all the time.
No, absolutely not. And you see this time coming from University of Cincinnati. This is no fake. That's why KJ's backing off. They're used to wait, hang on. They're throwing out util. This has got to be a fake. They always fake. No, not this time. They are putting all their cards on the table. And look at Sincerely watching the flank.
I love this. Yeah, beautiful. That's gonna do so much good here for Cincinnati, because not only have you taken out one player, but that player happens to be Ether, the top frag for Delaware.
Yeah, huge picks there. And not to mention, you got Lelk answering right back with a pick of their own. Time continuing to tick away. And look at everyone from Cincinnati. They're on mound. Every single one of them.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder is going to come through. Doomy is able to take down one. It's 3v1. Because of some huge picks coming in from Cincinnati. Primed now to put this within 1. They take one more. It's going to be a tie. It all comes down to this, Captain Atsoka. Can Cincinnati clutch this out? Can they overcome the nerves? Can they stay calm and tie this up?
I'll keep it a $150 with you. I think it's all but guaranteed. Like I said, going into that round, Delaware was broke. Now that they actually invested in that last round, tried to buy up, tried to get the Vandals, tried to get the quarter shields, they're going to have even less than that this time around. And you can see that. They're coming in with Spectres as opposed to having Vandals or Phantoms. You know, it's not unwinnable by any means. It's still very winnable, still very dangerous situation for Cincinnati. But now, the side of Cincinnati, they have a better chance than what they did last round.
And they are stacking up. They are squatting up. They're going to try and take this again by numbers. They know they have the gun advantage, right? And so they're doubling down on that by making sure that, again, they can overwhelm with numbers. We're going to see a rotation back through spawn. Sincerely taking a wide angle here. Baldy peeks the corner. Look at the wrong way. Luck able to take them out. They're going to back off now. Cincinnati not going to be unnerved by this. Waiting to still make decisions, make good plays here, Captain.
And that was a huge play. I'll be honest, I got nervous for KJ there because you are not the player. That is not the agent you want to send up into the back lines, into enemy lines. Meanwhile, you do have Dummy who sends themselves as the spearhead of the offense to get at least one trade. But unfortunately for Cincinnati, they're still down 1.
Crucially, Sincerely does have the spike right here. They have from the shadows. So even though there's only 30 seconds left, they're making a play for A site. They can rotate very quickly to see if they desire to. Everybody from Delaware now aware. It's going to be an A site push. Here comes, oh, beautiful lockdown coming out. Spike has been planted. But crucially, Sova does have the Hunter's Fury again. You got to go for the fake. Oh, here it comes now. It's going to be a trade. It's just going to be Sova. The defuse is coming in. You have to try and push out. It's halfway done. That's going to be it. Delaware, in the end, clutches it out. Cincinnati, oh so close. But they're going to have to wait for Icebox to see if they can tie this series at 1 apiece.
And you know what? I absolutely loved it. And you know it was a good game because even Cincinnati is throwing up the GGs in the chat. That was an actually good game. Much respect all around. Aether top fragging. Even though their team did not come out with the win, they were still able to get the most eliminations and do a lot of work there. And, of course, have the highest average combat score. But regardless, it was the overall... I think it really came down to map knowledge. Not saying that Cincinnati didn't have the map knowledge. It was just that little bit of an extra oomph coming from the side of Delaware. But with that being said, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we are going to get into map number 2 between the University of Cincinnati and Delaware. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back from the break, everybody. If you are just joining us, hotly contested map on Lotus ends up going the way of Delaware in the end. That was Cincinnati's map pick, so we are headed to Delaware's here on Icebox. And if you are just joining us, my name is Warren Jungle God Hammond here on the mic with Captain at Soka.
Oh, absolutely. And map number 1 was a doozy. If you could see in your top left corner there, it did go the way of Delaware 11-13, nearly going into extra rounds. It was coming down to the wire there. But now we are heading into Delaware's pick, which is Icebox, which both teams should be very familiar with at this point. So I think we're going to see, once again, another close matchup, depending on what university has up their sleeve. Because keep in mind, they picked this map for a reason.
They did, and right now they are showing just about as typical a composition as you could expect on Icebox, and that's not to say it's bad, right? Typical is not bad when we are talking Valorant. So I like what I see coming out from them, maybe just a little bit more than Cincinnati at the moment.
Well, you see, it is interesting because, honestly, I wouldn't go and I'm bad, so keep that in mind. But
well, me too.
When I'm looking in retrospective to a lot of other compositions coming to this matchup, I see double initiator a lot, and that seems to work. It's not too often that I see double sentinel, which Delaware, I'm pretty sure, also brought to Lotus, and it worked for them.
Yeah.
I didn't think they would bring that to Icebox. However, if you're looking on the side of Cincinnati, they're going double duelist, which is the OG meta. I'm talking like way back in the gap. That's the OG meta. I think it has been somewhat phased out, and it has been replaced with the double initiator meta, but for a time, double sentinel was also the meta as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, as I don't think neither of these compositions fall very much in line with the meta today.
No, they don't, and that's that's honestly why I avoided saying meta, or why I said typical instead of meta, right? Because to me, it's like I see a few of kind of like the key pieces of the puzzle there for Delaware, right? You have the Viper, you've got the Sage; those two go hand in hand. Even Jet, I feel like, is a very good pick here. Silva as well. It's more so the KJ that I think is a little bit of a question mark here for me from Lelk. But like you said, KJ right now, one of the strongest sentinels in the game.
Absolutely, and now we're getting things started off here. And you know what we're seeing from Cincinnati a lot, what we saw on Lotus already, and it's going to be that slow push. You do have at least one watching flank, one watching mid, and a slow creep over towards A.
Like this flank as well from Jet on B site. Curiously, we also have Viper just kind of hanging out in spawn. It's a push with just 3 players coming out from Delaware, at least initially. Everybody from Cincinnati also playing this very patient on defense. I like the fact that we're seeing Viper on B still, even though I feel like the utility could be used on A little bit more effectively. I like the fact they've got someone back there. I just question whether or not Viper is the right choice.
Yeah, right now I'm liking the speedy retake because we already saw Jet get one elimination over there towards B, and now another. Look at Aether going whole Wild West mode with the Sheriff, straight quick on the draw to get that elimination, and now Delaware full send onto B site.
Yeah, and I mean, through the smoke as well that Viper had put out, so just a beautiful heads-up play. There will be a trade, so we're down to 4v3, but like you said, Spike is down, that Sage wall is there, that makes it so difficult, and now with the Viper wall coming up as well, this is going to be pretty tough here, but defying the odds, Dummy is able to get 1 pick. Ether popping off, who has 4. Do they get the ace? Not quite. Nautical takes last one in the end, but hey, the round win. That's the most important thing.
Bro, you gotta let them ace. What are you doing, Nautical? They had it. Hey, okay, look, they were one shot. It's true, Aether was one shot, but we were so close. And it's really bad because I'm a caster, but I'm also a fan. So it's not too often we get to see the ace in such a high competitive scene. We're talking about college Valorant. This is pretty top tier. So you don't get to see too many aces. So whenever the chance is there, I see so many 4s. So many 4 stacks, like 4 eliminations, but you hardly ever get to see the ace. We were so close, but regardless, still plenty of game left to go. Who knows? We might see one.
Now we're going to push it pretty aggro onto A side, but look at this. I love that Cincinnati, they gambled this time and they gambled right. They put 4 on A. A couple of them going to go away, though. Turning right back around as soon as that wall goes up from a Viper, though. Ooh, a couple of shots coming in. Not a whole lot of damage, though. It'll actually literally none. Gonna be a Couple of picks, very rapid succession here from Delaware. Stage 12 goes up, closing things off. Lucky gets a pick. There's going to be Sanito left from Cincinnati, but no kills to be found. That is a flawless round.
That rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? Sanito from Cincinnati.
It does.
I love it. It's very nice. It goes very well. Meanwhile, you're heading.
It would be a sin not to get a little play on words there with Cincinnati.
Oh, absolutely. Now we're heading in to round number 3. It's the bye round, and it is looking pretty good for Cincinnati here. As you can see, they are going to come out with the full bye. Only 1 quarter shield, too. Meanwhile, you're looking on the side of Delaware, and it's all subs here. We got 4 Spectres and 1 Stinger.
They're going to be looking to play the short game. Taking it very quietly, very measured. Everybody mostly at mid. Now we're going to have rotation through towards B site. Everybody kind of funneling through this. This is an interesting wall coming out from Go Yagi. They will go down. Lilbrook F does trade out. Delaware still up by 1, but NBC takes a lot of damage. They have to retreat behind Orange. Oh, beautiful shock dart from Nautical. Give them a 1-player advantage. Spike is down, but he recovered with relative ease.
I mean, come on. Nautical's elimination wasn't that impressive. It was on an NPC. I mean, come on now. Like, what are you talking about? But no, in all seriousness, no, it was absolutely phenomenal. And now Nautical playing over towards yellow and the spike being planted on B. You can see they are trying to hold on to this position here over towards yellow. And this Valorant timing is so close. Finally, they do get picked out.
Evening things up now with Cincinnati. They're going to be able to take one down. Just Ether left, but they're forced to be reckoned with. But reckon Cincinnati will.
Absolutely. And honestly, I still can't get over that shot in the beginning where Ether was able to use the Sheriff to get the drop on another player in mid that had a Vandal. To me, that was still very nutty. But, and again, you know, we talked about this a lot on Lotus as well, is, you know, it's really not too expected of the bonus round to go the way of the score leader, being that they were down in the economy. They were down in the weapons. You know, they were bringing Spectres, they were bringing Stingers, and they didn't have a lot to work with. But the point is that they managed to pick up 3 eliminations, which isn't only going to give them a little bit of a boost in economy, but at the same time, you're forcing Cincinnati to rebuy for 3 players. So it's kind of balancing things out as we head into round 4.
We're going to see the Guardian come out as well, which I don't think we have seen yet this match. So certainly an interesting pick, kind of a niche pick in most cases, but happy to see it, right? Love the variability and love seeing you know, how some of these players make situations like that work. Nautical going down, though, immediately. Cincinnati certainly looking a little bit better, a little maybe more warmed up. Nice shot there from Lout to take out Vulcan, though. So it is a 3v3. Spike will be picked up, so Keva able to retrieve it. Only 1 player on A here for the defense for Cincinnati. Spike going to be planted. Beautiful shots bringing in the Guardian, doing exactly what it needs to do. It's going to be a 4-piece for Dummy.
Oh, absolutely, and that's why we love the Guardian. And you know, I was actually going to make the comment is like, you know who I think would be really good with the Guardian? Dummy coming through with the head clicks, and that's the thing about the Guardian. It is a 1-tap to the dome piece. You know, if you can land your shots, and even when it's not, it's literally like, what, a 2 to the chest? It is a phenomenal weapon. It really is a weapon you have to take your time. And even in a dire strait where there was like, what, like 4, maybe 3v1 there on the spike, they still had enough time to place their shots, and they didn't miss a single one. And that's why the Guardian really popped off in that last round. And now, you know what? Because of that, they can buy up. Now we can buy up. Look at the purchasing power now coming from the side of Cincinnati.
And look at this, Nautical taking a page out of Dummy's book, going for a Guardian of their own. Love to see it. But yeah, Cincinnati certainly turned things around here very swiftly. So this game, at least so far, I think going a little bit better for them. We were at a 2-2 situation in the first one. It's Cincinnati that actually had to work from behind here to catch up.
Yep, that they did. And now you can see Ether once again going towards the mid. They love playing mid, and they love getting that head click. They were able to do it before. This time, Dummy, not so dumb. They know that they're going to find some opposition here, so they're trying to keep their heads below the peaking line there to make sure their head does not get completely blown off.
Delaware taking this very, very carefully as well, and that was something that stuck out to me when we were watching them on Lotus, and I think it's just being borne out even more that this is a team that makes very measured, patient decisions based on information, right? Which is what you want to do. It's just acceptable to see them do it to such an extent and do it so well. Love the Cloudburst coming out to get out of the way. Like, should be able to get planted here. Sagefall is going to go up. University of Delaware still with a little bit of an advantage here in the kill feed. Can they turn this into a round win is the question. Waldy now with the Empress. Take a tiny little bit of damage there from the shock dart, but not a whole lot. Vulcan being obscured now, not finding any value because of this wall. Waldy, though, even things out. Finds another pick. That's huge. They're going to need more than that, though, to get the job done. Just one player remaining now. It will be Vulcan. The little bit of miscommunication there on the lineup. Doesn't quite get it where it needs to be. Can they get the defuse? Not in time this time. Viper holds on for Delaware.
That they do, but hey, Cincinnati still has the op. You know, they were able to save something out of it. And then not only that, but at the end of the day, Delaware, you know, they got the win, but it costed them a lot. It was an expensive. It was an expensive dub, to say the least. They should still have enough to get a full buy. You know, you're looking at Nautical right now. They do have enough for the full buy, but some others you can see are having a little bit more difficulty this time around. Lelk once again has to come through with the Guardian, which we love the Guardian. We've seen it work before, and I think we might see it work again, as now you can see Delaware are going to take that 1-round lead over Cincinnati as we get ready to head into round number 6.
Look at this very aggressive push coming out here from Viper on B site. Both her and Killjoy actually rotating practically behind the team. This could end up being a pretty big boon for them if they can spot the spike that hasn't been picked up yet, but nope, looks like it will find its way into Killjoy's hands. Rotation coming out now. Delaware opting instead to explore options on B site, maybe going through mid. So could eventually decide to go to A, though.
Yeah, and right now they were able to pick out at least one player, and now because KJ has Kitchen on lockdown, they know that the push is underway. Going through Kitchen, they're looking the wrong way, and they're able to drop down and get an elimination. Little bro Kev, though, is able to come up with 2. Now looking to get the res, and will. A fantastic trade there coming from Little bro Kev to not only get the 2 eliminations, but to get their teammate back up and in the fight as well.
Nautical finds another, making things even worse here for Cincinnati. Vulcan gonna have to come up huge with this Blaze Storm if they hope to make it out. Turn around a corner, too many people looking at them. They are able to get 1, but you need to do more than that. So it all falls to Waldy. And I mean, just look at the positioning here from Delaware. They have got just about everything covered, and they're just continuing to throw out util. Make sure that Waldy really doesn't have too many options. And in fact, we're gonna see them start to back up. Most likely just looking for an exit pick here. Everybody knows where they are. They're gonna drop rifle and pick the operator back up. Want to make sure it's in their hands at the end of this round.
Yeah, and now you're going to have to worry about someone coming through Kitchen, because they're going to try and get that last pick, and that missed shot there is going to be awfully dangerous, as now you can see Low trying to get in on the action, and will put them down. Well, I don't think they wanted it, to be completely honest. I don't think Cincinnati even wanted the op.
No, it looked like they didn't. They had the opportunity to pick it up, but they didn't go for it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Delaware. It was Delaware at the end that could have got the op. Yeah, Lelk had the read, and you know what? They just let it sit. It was like, no, we don't need it. We're on the offensive side of the spike, and I get it. When you're on the offensive side of the spike, you really don't have to play too many long sight lines, especially here on Icebox. So yeah, you know, the op probably wouldn't have done you many favors, except for getting it out of the hands of Cincinnati.
Right, and they were first to buy. They're gonna still have one this round. They did buy up to it, but again, they had to buy. They had to spend the money, which is definitely not what the position they wanted to be in. Crucially here, again, Nautical has the Hunter's Fury, so that plus the fact that you have a Viper on your team means that you've got so much coverage post-plant, right? This is going to be very hard for Cincinnati if the plant comes in. It's going to be a 4v4 now, though. Vulcan able to find a pick, make it 2. Go Yagi, there's part of your insurance at the end of the round gone now. Needs to make sure that they stay up. Going to be a 3v3 now. NPC. Looking from the high ground for something. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Oh, what a drop, but it's not going to land. And Delaware finds round number 5.
Yeah, that they do. And you know what? It was a good try. Got to give Cincinnati credit on what they were able to accomplish, you know, because, again, they were going into, like, a save round, and, you know, they had the Sheriffs, and then, you know, we got to see Vulcan get a little bit of a frenzy going, you know, being able to at least get one elimination there. And, you know, it was pretty much what we expected, you know, just to, you know, get through the round, get the save round over with, and buy up, as now we are heading into round number 8. And Cincinnati looking a little bit better this time around.
They are. You know, that was honestly a pretty good round for them considering where they were economically. So, you know, they did a little damage to Delaware. Made it a little bit harder for them to kind of keep that economic advantage. This is going to be one of the first B-side hits we have seen enforced. There have been a couple, but they typically come off of a rotation. So this is very direct from them this time. Cincinnati up by 1 here. They got the Viper's Pit committed. That should make the plant a whole lot easier here for Cincinnati. Rookhev looking for it at the moment.
Oh, and what a shot! Vulcan absolutely dirty, as they should be able to come through with this round successful. But look at it. Look at Aether. Look at the trigger discipline. Look at the cheeky plays being made. Still, the spike continuing to tick away, but eventually it will be the side of Cincinnati that will come through with their 3rd round win here on Icebox.
Who was that with that trigger discipline? Was that NPC?
That was Aether.
That was Aether. Yeah, okay. That's we've come to expect things like that from Aether. I loved that play. Did not get them the round win, but it just truly spectacular.
And you know what? I hate using this word, but that was the rattiest spot I think they could have found. Like, literally, that was so despicable. Like, if had I been on the receiving end of that, I'd have been so mad. But you gotta give it to Aether, though, for finding that spot and then having the discipline to just wait for the opportunity to strike.
You really do. Now, I'm going to take a small issue with what you just said, Captain Atsoga. Because ratty and despicable. I have pet rats, and those rats are anything but despicable, but I digress. They're adorable little creatures. Wonderful little pocket puppies. But right now, Cincinnati with a 1-player advantage here, looking to climb back. They're not down too far, right? We've seen Cincinnati come back in really big ways before. And they don't even have that much ground to recover. And again, this is them on defense, which is where they struggled when we saw them on Lotus. So I like their chances here. But again, Delaware, patient, such patient play. Gonna be rewarded now with an evening of the kill feed. I like Lauk here as well in mid, right? There's gonna be some rotation comes in. Go Yangi with a big pick. Even Delaware an advantage, gonna be cut down though by NPC. Brookhaven through, trying to clear sight. There's somebody right on the other side of the wall. Waldy, gonna be an interesting duel right here. It's a double peek. More serendipity than anything. Going to give them control, though, pretty substantially over this point. Oh, a little Brookhev. To be the crossfire, nicely done. Cincinnati again. Time to retake this. You just have to wait out Nautical. But the peak is going to be good. The peak is solid from them. Now it's just down to Jet. Oh, look at this. They missed them. They were to their right. They completely missed them. Nautical now. I mean to back off. Beautiful dart. Ooh, that's going to do a little bit of damage. Forcing them off the spike. Nautical played that exceptionally well to give University of Delaware a 3-point advantage.
I'll be honest, I didn't think it was going to work. I didn't. I'm watching the play unfold in front of me, and I was like, I don't know. This doesn't look good. It looks kind of sketch. Looks a little sus, but Nautical managed to pull it out. And, you know, that was a fantastic shock dart just to kind of open things up a little bit. And then they didn't have to land all their shots to follow it up and confirm. They just had to land like maybe one or two. So, again, that was a fantastic way to end out that last round and now put Cincinnati even that much closer, or rather further away from equalizing. As you can see now, the spread is 6-3.
Recon Bolt, not really getting that much information. Loud, though. You go ahead and use the lockdown. Look at this. I think Reyna was flirting with the idea of maybe hanging out in that corner unexpectedly, but Delaware would have known to check that very, very quickly. Well, it's going to come up. University of Cincinnati kind of taking their time to rotate here around. Spike just now getting planted. This flank from Killjoy from Cincinnati be impactful as well, but we do have Goyangi falling back to catch them off guard. They'll want to make this 7. Gonna be harder now with one player down. Got good coverage on the point. We're gonna see the defuse try to come in, forced off of the spike after the spray comes through. Reyna down to just a sliver of health. Ether getting the job done. One stray bullet, one errant shot. Gonna take out Waldy. They do get the overheal, so they're back up to full now. Lowbro Cav quicker on the trigger. Round number 7 awarded to Delaware.
Yeah, and rightfully so. That was a well-deserved play because keep in mind, they wasted no time getting onto the A site. They literally blitzkrieged their way onto the site, was able to plant the spike the same way. They didn't even change anything up. They laid down the ice wall, they planted the spike, and then they denied the retake. And they were able to play control and get a lot of those head clicks. And then, of course, Aether, got to give credit where credit is due. Again, top fragging with the Jet, being able to go absolutely bananas. They came away with a 3-piece that time around, and then insta-clicked a headshot on Vulcan after, you know, the updraft, and was able to just knock that one down immediately, follow it up with an elimination on dummy. And I'm sorry, Aether right now is just going absolutely gunny for the side of Delaware.
They are, and I mean, this is what we grown to expect from this player, honestly. You know, it's clear. It's so interesting to see kind of these two different strategies play out, right? Or these two different approaches play out to the game, because as you alluded to earlier, is Cincinnati much more of a kind of a whole team effort, but at the moment might be lagging just a little bit in that department. Whereas again, Ether, just kind of enabling Ether seems to be a big part of the game plan of Delaware.
Yeah, and you know, this is why I often say, you know, as much as Reyna is great, Reyna to me is a really good duelist. I just think that Jet is a little bit more advantageous, especially on maps like Icebox. There's a lot of obstacles, and having that upward mobility from players like Jet, and even Raze for that matter, being able to get up and over obstacles
actually
just makes them that much more dangerous.
Beautiful shot coming out from Kev. They turn away at the wrong moment, taking Aaron Bullet to be chased down. NPC does find the kill. Forced to back away though. Nice knife from Vulcan. Delaware with a 1-player advantage. Quick rotation over to B right now. They want to try and, I think, get this down before there's an opportunity for the rest for Cincinnati to rotate here. And it's interesting because it's not on their radar at all where they're coming. Everybody from Delaware thinks this is going to be an approach from CT.
Well, you can see right now Cincinnati are having to come through here with a little bit less than favorable scenario, and already Delaware are playing very well at keeping a little bit of range and a little bit of distance between them and the spike. And look where they planted it, right out in the open. So as soon as they get that audio cue, there are so many avenues to come and get them off the spike. Meanwhile, Vulcan comes through with a huge spike to put it into Goyangi.
Yeah, that's going to be util to prevent the spike from being diffused. Going to have to go back on it. Not enough time. Playing the time bank is Delaware. And now, actually, we are looking at an almost identical situation to what we saw on Lotus.
Okay, now you're going to have to refresh my memory just a wee bit. Did we go into the half on Lotus on a 9-3 curse?
You know, we did, and we didn't even say anything about it.
I didn't even notice it because it happens so often now.
Right? Actually, that is fair.
Because I was even mentioning it earlier.
Happened. Yeah.
I was like, wait, was it a 9-3? But no,
It
sure
was a
enough,
9-3.
it was. And you know what? It looks like we might have that happen again if Delaware managed to come out on top. But keep in mind, this is also a full buy round for Cincinnati.
Cincinnati will have a little bit more util as well, given that they've got the Viper's Pit. I don't think we've actually seen it come out defensively yet. So definitely holding on to it for a while here. Hunter's Fury going to come out early, going to see if they can chase down one of the targets from that Aldrone. But unfortunately for them, that's going to be a big whiff. And I feel like that could have been better served when you know the spike was being planted. NPC, though, takes that one. So Cincinnati with a little bit of an advantage. To make it even more, Loburkev does trade back. Rez is in, though. So we are back at a 4v4. NPC going for a spray and pray. The prayers are answered. They take a one-player advantage now.
Oh, yeah, and you know what? That was an interesting trade, to say the least. Meanwhile, Aether, once again, will be gunned down by Waldy. Good heads-up play, too, because, again, they were coming through with the Blade Storm, and, you know, they are very dangerous. You had to knock them down very quickly. As you can see, is now a 3v2 advantage in the favor of Cincinnati.
Yeah, we got Goyangi in this very ratty spot once again. They do really enjoy that one, it appears.
I enjoy it too, to keep it completely honest with you. That one is so much fun because I hardly ever suspected. And now you can see Nautical is full and aware of where the opposition is, but Vulcan has the op and they are running out of time.
Wow.
The last elimination of the half from Vulcan, getting a 2-piece with the op, and there will be no 9-3 curse. We go into the second half at an 8-4 split.
I love the fact that we didn't catch the 9-3 curse in the first game, and then the second game where it could have happened, it didn't. Like, this match is just, it's toying with us, Captain Atsoka.
We dropped the ball on that. That's our fault. That's what happened. You know, we didn't catch it on Lotus. We caught it on Icebox, but it didn't happen. So you know what?
Yeah.
That was a little bit of some caster cursing on our part right there, Juggle.
Exactly.
We owe an apology. Yeah.
Self-inflicted caster curse right there.
It hurt itself in its confusion.
Yeah, exactly. But to be honest, though, I mean, you know, it was just by a hair that University of Delaware was able to win that last game. So if that Cincinnati is actually up one here, this may end up being pretty significant.
Well, let's see. Oh my, Aether again. I'm telling you, just the absolute wild jet of the West with the Sheriff. They are continually being able to find the head clicks on just the quick of the draw. It's truly impressive. Aether, again, being the top frag for Delaware and in the lobby in general.
This duel here between Goyangi and Killjoy in mid could be interesting. I like the juke here, right? They faked the rotation over to B site. That's going to allow time as well for this Sage Wall to dissipate. So it is going to be a much easier push when it does come down. So this is an interesting play here. I like it.
Oh, I like it too. And not to mention, it's kind of a flex, because you keep in mind, Delaware, they haven't really moved much. They do send their mid lane over back towards B, but you still have the anchors who finally decide to rotate out, and Vulcan, or I'm sorry, rather, it was Waldy and company able to come through and get those eliminations, and now they find themselves with site control and the spike planted on A.
Oh yeah, this is big, especially the fact that Killjoy missed the Killjoy in mid, which means that it's going to be so much more difficult. But Lauk cutting them down. Just a one-player advantage. Plus, Killjoy is rather weak. They have taken some damage. Nice shots coming out from Nautical. Not going to be enough this time. So Cincinnati takes round one in the second half, which means this next round likely going their way as well.
And you know, it's interesting because, like you said, we were still waiting on a lot of those Vipers picks, or Vipers pits as well as the picks. But with that being said, you know, we haven't really seen many of them, and it's so interesting. It's interesting because this map is literally where Viper is most viable. So you would think that we would see more of the Vipers pits, and the fact that we haven't seen many just shows, well, at least it insinuates to me that they're not utilizing Viper as much as they should, and that's being said to both sides.
Agreed, right? And again, as a controller main, would love to see a little bit more. I did like the fact that we saw some of the lineups come in on attack, I believe, from Delaware. So love to see it. A big fan of them. I am a lineup Larry myself. I will not lie. now, the Cincinnati getting cut down. I mean, it's going to get the plant. Delaware trying to push through. You know, almost gets caught out, forced to back away. Sage also with just a little bit of health here for Delaware. So this is almost going to be impossible for them. It's taking them so long. There's just so much great map control here from Cincinnati.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? I think this is where they really found their stride. Is not only do they have ultimate site control, but they're also being able to confirm their eliminations. They're not just out here dealing damage. Meanwhile, Aether had to just throw that one away. You know, sometimes you got to give it to the garbage. Just get it off the map.
Yeah, gotta go with the shotgun, right? I suppose.
Hey, lordy, you best watch out for that shorty.
Exactly. Oh yeah. Okay, now I see why. I was wondering what it was for.
Oh, this weapon's a menace. Do not sleep on the shorty. And again,
Oh!
just my humble opinion, but I do think the shorty is probably one of the best econ buys that you can get. Just because I've seen such crazy things, especially in the hands of a jet, that, you know, for such little amount of economy that you have to spend for it, you do get a significant return.
Right, or again, gotta go back to the Viper's Pit, right? You got a Viper's Pit, grab a shorty, hide in it, right? One stray bullet. One stray pellet gets you the kill inside of Viper's Pit.
Oh, absolutely. But now we're heading into round number 15. And University of Cincinnati, oh so close to equalizing. Only 2 rounds between the two. Vulcan already taken up top, on top of Tube. And, of course, Nautical doing what they do and just playing with Vulcan at the moment, knowing full and well that they're there. Sending out the Owl drone as well. Gonna deal with that just as quickly, but not too much of a commitment for the spike. You can see it's still lingering over there towards A.
Well, he picks up one from Cincinnati. Again, narrowing the gap between them and Delaware. Captain Ahsoka, I would not be surprised at all if we see a map 3 here today between these two squads.
And you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way, especially considering that the decider is on Ascent. And you know what? I think Ascent. I think Ascent gets too much scrutiny. Like, it is the default map. It's the dead even. It's the 50-50. But that's where disputes are settled. We need a map like Ascent, in my most humble opinion.
I love Ascent. I think it's a great map. Love going there, and I agree with you. Right? It's one of the stronger maps. Especially, like you said, it's going to give us an idea of really where these teams stand against each other. University of Cincinnati, 2-player advantage, going to be able to get the spike down. Ether rotating, see if they can find something. It's going to be 1v4, but if anybody's up to the job, it's going to be Ether this time, though. Dummy gets the job done.
That they do. And you know what? Dummy is so funny, and I didn't even mean the rhyme. I just happened to drop that off my mind on the top of a dime. But again, that was poor. That was terrible. I'm sorry. I'm not a rapper. I'm sorry. It was terrible. It was cringe. It was a wee bit of cringe. But you know, that's what I bring to the table. You know, I bring that little extra cringe to make your day that much better. But no, in all fairness, Dummy, honestly, even though they're not at the top of the scoreboard, they're not top fragging, they still, I think, have one of the biggest clutch factors because they literally show up when you least expect.
That's true, right? Sometimes people thrive under pressure, and I think Dummy is certainly falls under that category. Either forced to back away. It's going to be a nice blind coming out as well from Reyna. Right, backing off now. Cincinnati says a little too much heat over here. And now KJ running away just as quickly as they can because they put out that alarm bot and it was destroyed immediately. Barely getting around these corners before the attackers do.
Oh yeah, Lelk is like screaming in the headset right now. They're coming! You know?
Yeah.
Help me! Yeah. But you know what? They went for a half rotate and Lelk with the sheriff doesn't need no help. Able to get one right off the rip, but the spike does get planted, but at the cost of a trade from Cincinnati.
And some information as well. They, you know, the fact that the recon dart got them pinned down a little bit. Waldy, gonna go ahead and use the Empress. Like defuse faked. Sanito evens the playing field just a little bit. And honestly, with Waldy on the Empress right now, this is getting dire. This is getting dangerous. They're able to pick up a pair right there. It's once again down to Ether, who gets a beautiful shot. 1 HP remaining, dashing onto point. Not enough time to defuse. Gonna get out of dodge. We got a tie ball game here, Captain Ahsoka.
And you know what? It kind of seemed like it was heading towards this direction. You know, we didn't
did.
specifically call it. We didn't say it. As a matter of fact, we were more inclined to think it was going to happen on Lotus. But no, it's happening here on Icebox. And I honestly wouldn't have it any other way. And you can already see the timeout now coming through as Delaware is going to have to take a moment to figure out what exactly is going on. Now, keep in mind, the last time that Delaware took a timeout on Lotus, they managed to stop the comeback in its tracks.
They did, but it was a comeback, right? At that point, this is not a comeback anymore. This is an even playing field. So Cincinnati certainly outperforming themselves in the last match, and that one extra round, right, on Cincinnati's defense, maybe the difference maker here, Captain Etsoka.
I'm just going to point out that Juggle just G-checked me. Literally just told me.
Wait, what did I do?
Don't call it a comeback. Don't call it a comeback.
I mean no disrespect.
There was none taken. That was a straight G-check, and you know what? You're absolutely right. It's not a comeback. It's an even game now. Cincinnati, they did the job. They did the hard part. Now it's all fair, all square, and not only that, but you caused Delaware to call yet another timeout.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, I feel like this timeout would have been better served 1 or 2 rounds ago, right? Stop the bleeding before it gets worse. Because right now, Cincinnati's on a tear. I mean, look at the econ here for University of Delaware. They do have an operator, right? And of course, he wanted in Ether's hands, but such a thin margin for error here for Delaware right now.
And now this is where you need to get nervous because Aether just came out with an op. And, you know, we were saying this on Lotus is that the op is the most dangerous in the hands of Jet and then Chamber. Those are the two, and those are the two players, those are the two agents that Aether has been maining so far. They played Chamber on Lotus, they popped off with the op, and they managed to take a dub. Now they're doing the same here with Jet on Icebox. That makes me nervous for Cincinnati.
Yeah. Aether means business right now. It's Aether and not Beether for a reason.
Oh, I think you're right. As they do get a little bit of a glimpse, they saw a shoulder. And sometimes, well, actually all the time with an op, that's really all you need.
Yeah, and Cincinnati says, we don't want any of that. We're gonna go try our luck on B site.
Uh-oh, jig is up. Lelk knows there's someone in tube. They go for the peek and they get the shot. Lelk, again, showing it's how it's done on KJ. Keep in mind, KJ, more often than not, is the lone anchor on B. This time, they do have a little help with Goyangi, who's going to use the snake bite. No! They're going to hold on to it. They're just going to stay over here by Snowman.
I would have liked to have seen the snake bite come out right then. I think that was a great time to use it. Would have given away their positioning, right? But I don't think any would have pursued because they do have the Viper's pit up and they can just kind of sit in there. Dueling lockdowns here just at about the exact same time. So I think in a moment here, there's literally going to be nobody left on site. But at the moment, Delaware, they do seem to have stopped the bleeding. And now NPC is going to be caught in the Viper's pit. Oh, they are barely found out. They are caught out, and Delaware. They say, Cincinnati, you can get close, but you can't have the lead.
And you know what? Still no defensive Viper's Pit, only offensive. And, you know, I think having that extra layer of control, you're literally going to force the Spike to go to a different site. So, again, Goyangi right around the corner from getting their Viper's Pit. You know, they got 5 out of their 8. So I wouldn't be surprised if we finally do see that defensive Viper's Pit. I'm just surprised we haven't seen it sooner.
Same. It's been an interesting kind of asterisk in this entire matchup between these two squads. Only one ultimate on the board. That's going to be the Blade Storm from Delaware. Let's try to ride this to a victory here because Cincinnati, they had room for error, right? I didn't take a close look at the econ, but I'm expecting we've got a lot of Vandals in tow, if not for everybody.
Yeah, and that was a tough first miss there for Aether. You know, they had the read, but they couldn't solidify and confirm the shot. Now Vulcan is forced to back up mid because literally it's just all the util now being thrown as they're trying to think. I think they're trying to waste as much util as possible. They're just trying to play the give and go so that way the side of Delaware uses up all their util, and by the time it comes to plant the site, they're not going to have anything to retake with.
Yeah, I love this flank from Sanito in here, but in the meantime, back on A site. One pick does come in. This could be good here. Lelk is not. Wait, they're gonna hear. They heard them drop. So they know they are nearby, but still playing the patient game. I don't know how long they can afford to be patient, though, as the situation is getting out of hand. Sanito and Dummy, though, coming up big. So it is now even once again. We're going to have a very quick rotation through. It's going to be heard. It's going to be telegraphed. Cincinnati down to just one. Oh, but the blade from Ether lands through.
Did you need that? Did you need the blade storm? Like, come on, be honest with me, Ether. Did you need the blade? I don't think you needed to do that. You had a Vandal. You know, you could have saved the blade storm for, you know, I don't know, maybe like a 1v4. Maybe you're trying to ace. You know, I just don't think that was it. I feel bad. I feel bad for the last person alive in that matchup.
Right. And they're going to be back on the operator once again. No surprise there.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's not a surprise. Cincinnati knows it. Like, they've gone there like twice. And unfortunately, Aether hasn't been able to get a pick.
No, that's true too, actually. Gonna be the case here. Not gonna find it. Forced to dash away is Aether. Waldy able to find Nautical. They're aware. The Nano Swarm. Ooh, they saw a knee. They're going to go down. Trying to get the wall bang there. No luck with that. Waldy picks up a second though on Lelk. Aether does find one. Not going to be enough, though. Waldy does trade, crucially. Operator out of their hands, but Cincinnati still could pick it back up. Vulcan finds another. Cincinnati holding on strong here.
That they are, and with the spike continuing to tick away, it's only a matter of time. They fake the defuse, and then they find themselves out and about. Vulcan able to put them down. And that is going to be yet another win for Cincinnati, as once again, they are right there. They are within striking distance of equalizing against Delaware for the second time.
And again, to me, it's that one round advantage, that one round difference between here and Lotus. That is, honestly, is making all the difference. The fact that University of Cincinnati was able to clutch that up before we switched sides.
Well, you can see right now, Delaware, it looks as though they do not have a lot to use. They don't have a lot to work with. At least that's what it appeared to be. Maybe I saw it wrong, but it looked like they were going with somewhat of like a half buy, or maybe even a forced buy. But look what we're seeing. Finally, it's the defensive Viper's Pit.
Yeah, and a very interestingly placed one as well. Just preventing Cincinnati from really being able to push onto site. And honestly, I don't know why they're playing through this Viper's Pit, right? You're playing into the hands of Delaware here. I mean, it is a little bit damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? Because then you know the site is going, or the hit is going to come onto the other side. But they have equalized, almost. They've certainly worked to even the playing field.
I mean, they're on the precipice, you know, again, you just have to rotate, and that's what the Viper's Pit does defensively. It forces the rotation, but if you're brave enough to push, then you know what? We're going to have a judge waiting for you on the other side. Goyangi, just waiting, biding their time, and they don't look above, but there, their feet, the toes knows, and they got picked out, and now Sanito now coming through with not one, but two eliminations, and now we see Cincinnati with a 2v1 advantage over Delaware.
And KJ was in no position to be able to move on to the site. The fact as well that Viper is still up. I mean, this is best case scenario here for University of Cincinnati. You got two Sentinels defending the point and one Sentinel trying to take it. What are your options here?
Go Gunny. Go. Try and get the head click, but it's not going to happen for Lelk. They literally walked in between a crossfire. Not much you can do there, but a fantastic round from Cincinnati, fighting through the Viper's Pit to secure the win and once again tie this game up here on Icebox.
Cincinnati as well with a little bit of an advantage moving into this round too. They have one more ultimate on the board. And again, crucially, Dummy with the Hunter's Fury. Right, this is a great situation for them here. If Dummy plays their life, plays for post-plant, then Cincinnati is almost guaranteed an opportunity to take their first lead. Loud playing super aggro. Finds two, so Cincinnati in a tough position. especially because that Hunter's Fury now off the board. So we can even potentially see them able to pull him off the spike for the plant. That's exactly what we do. Gonna give time to rotate. Vulcan, though, picks up exactly where that shot is coming from and shuts it down very quickly.
Yeah, and now trying to use the Guardian here back over towards yellow. Aether trying to do what they do best, but unfortunately they know exactly where they are. The location is definitely not a mystery, as a Viper Wall does go right back up to try and shield the spike plant, but they're not even going for it right now, as now the res does come through, but look at the turn from Sanito, able to come away with a two-piece, and it will be Cincinnati to gun down every player from Delaware, and now will take the lead.
Oh, they were denied. They were denied the post-plan money. That's a little bit unfortunate, but like honestly, at this point, who cares for Cincinnati, right? They got the round win. They have the lead, and this is the latest lead they have had so far in this matchup. But University of Delaware is not going to make it easy for them. Just about as full of a vie as you can get.
Yeah, and then, you know, you kind of feel bad for Delaware. Well, not really. I don't feel bad for Delaware. But let's be honest. Like, in the last two rounds, it was like a half buy, then it was a forced buy, and now they finally have a full buy. But Aether has got to get this early pick. They have been trying for it for so often, and unfortunately have not come up with much. And this is a must-win round for Delaware.
It is. They do not want to be down two. They don't want to be put on match point. Love the fact that Cincinnati, they're playing this safe. They're throwing down the lockdown to make sure they get an easy plant and the time to set up.
You know what's interesting to me right now is this humongous deep flank coming from the side of Delaware, as they do get trades out, but now it is a 3v3. It is deadlocked even, and look who's patrolling mid. It's Waldy and Dummy. Even though they did sustain a lot of damage, Goyangi comes through with an limb, and now Vulcan is down. One remaining for Cincinnati, and it will be another equalizing round here for Delaware.
Again, I would have liked to have seen Sofa play a little bit more off-site. They had the opportunity to set that up, given that they used the lockdown. You do that, you play for the post plant. Honestly, I think you win that round if you're Cincinnati, but now, high ball game once again.
I gotta tell you, I do love the wild card play that came out of Delaware in that last round, simply because like they went for a deep flank. Like they sent three. Sometimes you'll send one. You know, we saw Goyangi. They flanked quite a few times this matchup, and it was always the one Viper. But that time they sent three. That is a high risk, high reward play. And honestly, we'll chalk that one up to, I don't want to say luck, but a little bit fortuitous events for Delaware, because that deep flank paid off.
It did. Paid off in spades. And, you know, you called it. It was a must-win situation. They got that win. Going to be a Blade Storm out now for University of Cincinnati, so everybody on Delaware really going to have to watch their heads. A little bit of ground has been gained. Map positioning good. They're taking it slowly but surely. Now, again, Cincinnati using the pieces of this puzzle very, very effectively. They really want to come away with this round win, almost as crucial as getting the next one. The plant going down is huge as well. Delaware, they don't have any ultimates on the board. They don't have any big things that they can do here. They're being gunned down. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Loudtail coming up. Huge! That's a 3-piece for them before they are finally gunned down, but they gave Delaware the advantage back. They're going to drop down right in front of them. Hyperspace goes down. Delaware, they will, in fact, bring us to a round 12, to a match point.
That round was honestly too much. There was so much going on there. Again, they went for another deep flank. I think they only sent two that time around. And, you know, I was thinking it was all going the way of Cincinnati, especially with that offensive Vipers pit. That was a perfect call. There was nothing wrong with that call whatsoever. They had the right play. Delaware just came in with literally the perfect counterattack. And you cannot blame Cincinnati whatsoever, because they did make the right call. It's just Delaware had the answer.
And now Cincinnati pondering the question, what do we do here? How do we bring this to overtime? They've only got one ultimate on the board, that of Dummies. And again, I want to see this used in a post-plan situation, especially considering they're coming into this round with half shields.
I mean, that's both sides too. It looks like it's a forced buy coming, either way. And it's not looking the greatest right now for Cincinnati, because even though that the buys necessarily are pretty even, like you had mentioned, the ultimates is where the difference is being made. And Delaware has 3 as opposed to Cincinnati's 1.
And crucially as well, they have the lockdown, right? With Nautical having the Hunter's Fury as well, if you hear the plant coming out, you can try to delay it with that Hunter's Fury. And if Lelk is not in a great position, you can give them time to rotate in order to get that lockdown in play before a plant comes in. So there's a lot that Delaware has to work with here.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? Lelk is doing a really good job of patrolling the kitchen, so I don't see them moving anytime soon. And
right.
You know what? They're going with a much more even spread on the side of Delaware. Like, they're not full stacking one side or the other. It just seems pretty even. Meanwhile, Vulcan is going to force their way over towards the B site. They check the corner, but Lelk again holding strong.
Yeah, that was a huge pickup here for Cincinnati. He's going to be traded out. 3v3 now. Either with a Blade Storm. Yep, here comes the Hunter's Fury to deny the plant. Oh, that's big for Delaware, taking down Waldy. Where's Waldy? Back in spawn. It's bad for University of Cincinnati. Sanito. There's a little bit of health, and both players kind of in the same position here. Could be very dangerous for Cincinnati. Delaware, they're 2 kills away, but the playing field has been evened. Just going to be Nautical now. They need to come up with a couple of kills here. Gonna telegraph their position. Sanito, just a hair of health left. They're looking down the same sidelines here. They're gonna swing that corner. They find one. They're gonna go for the fake. No, they're going. Oh, look at that. A beautiful lineup coming in from NPC. You're more than an NPC. Give yourself credit.
Well, this is it. We finally made it to the promised land. That is overtime. Extra rounds here in Valorant. Here on Icebox. And already you can see Vulcan going to try and break out the op. They are going to try and go with the Jet op combo, which is without a doubt my favorite, honestly, even though I can't do it, but it's my favorite to watch regardless. And you're going to have the University of Delaware also going to be bringing their full kit as well. But the thing about bringing the op, as you may have noticed, into overtime is that you can't buy any shields with it.
Right. Yeah, it's very much boom or bust. Very much boom or bust here. So a lot of it is going to come down to Vulcan as well, because honestly, if Vulcan gets picked here and this op finds its way into Delaware's hands, that's so good for them. Vulcan definitely having a hard time landing these shots today with the operator. There have been some, but for the most part, it's been difficult for them.
Not to mention, I think Vulcan was lucky just to get away with, like, what was that? I want to say 17 damage done, you know, total. Like they should consider themselves lucky that that's all they took, because that one slap shot, one to the head, even would have been enough to deal a lot of damage. Meanwhile, the push is going to be going full send onto the A site.
Cincinnati with an early advantage. I like this high ground positioning here from Ether. A lot of map can be controlled from there. Now Waldy doesn't have either of their Leers, so that's a pretty big deal. They're gonna have a harder time pushing out onto site. Nautical with a couple of picks early on. Cincinnati. Oh, beautiful, beautiful Viper's pick coming out here as well. Delaware is down 1, so this is an absolute must-need situation. They get a pick as well. Ooh. It's flank from Dummy, too.
Oh, absolutely. Very
They make a little bit
cheeky.
of noise, though. Make a little bit of noise. Yeah. He's slightly offside. That is huge. Absolutely massive for Cincinnati. They get the round. They have put themselves on match point for the first time in this series, Captain Atoka.
Yeah, there you have it. And honestly, it was the elbow's fault. That elbow was just sticking a little bit too far out, and then Dummy was able to get the pick, which honestly put down the Viper's pit, and then was able to follow that up with yet another elimination on to the Sage. So again, fantastic play coming from the University of Cincinnati, fantastic play coming from Dummy, and now that they have the lead, the question is, can they confirm the win?
All comes down to this. Cincinnati one round win away from extending this series to a map number 3, taking us to Ascent. Ether gets spotted out early once again. Dash not going to be with them too much longer. They do use it. It'll get back a little bit. There comes out once again from Baldy. Not going to find anything. Give away their position. Ether with a nice shot. That is what Delaware needed in this situation. Give themselves an early advantage again. This nice measured play coming out from the squad from the Northeast.
And like you said, that's exactly what they needed. They needed to get that early pick, but keep in mind, Cincinnati still has the Hunter's Fury. So if they can just get the plant down, I think they're going to have a significant advantage. And right now, they're playing that long game, which we have seen time and time again, and it has worked. The only problem is that I think they might be taking a little bit too long. I don't know if they're going to try and deep fake. As you can see, they do send some towards the mid. And on the side of Delaware, they do have that one anchor over there towards B. But the spike, again, not moving. It's gone beyond the point of rotation. They are going to have to commit to A.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, this is do or die now for Delaware. They have boxed themselves into a bit of corner. Lobrokev takes down Vulcan. That was an illogical peek, my pointy-eared friend.
And again, just a fantastic shot. Meanwhile, you do see the push going all out. They do manage to get 2 eliminations in the trade. Now it's a 3v2. Time continuing to tick away. Dummy able to come in clutch, but now it's a 1v1. Trying to plant the spike before time expires, but they're not going to get it to go. And Goyangi will come in clutch for Delaware by running the clock.
Overtime.
What a comeback there from Delaware. I mean, that was their backs against the wall. They were in a tough situation. But I mean, but honestly, they put themselves up on a good foot first, right? Like getting that initial pick from Ether might have been the difference maker.
And not just that, but, you know, let's be honest. Cincinnati took, I think, way too much time trying to commit to one site. And, you know, they were going for the deep fake, but at the end of the day, you got to leave yourself a little bit of time to try and at least rotate. And unfortunately, there for Cincinnati, they did not.
Oh, big pick coming in. Lobro Kev. Lobro coming up with the big plays. Now, Cincinnati definitely in a tough position to say the least. In Delaware, this is exactly where they like to be, right? One player advantage, a little bit more map control, and taking this nice and calm and measured. And Cincinnati, oh, this is the wrong way to go. Nobody's coming on the B side, but look at this. Honestly, all that noise being made by Jet from Delaware is still keeping them on B. Now we're starting to see the rotation come in. Now they hear the plant. But in the meantime, Vulcan finds the kill, evening the playing field here.
And, you know, I feel like that was actually a pretty genius play coming from Delaware. They sacrificed the jet to pull the rotation, and they were able to get spike plant, which honestly paid off because they were able to get that first pick. So it was tough, but they did manage to pull it out. But one thing that Cincinnati has to take into consideration is, one, they have the Viper's Pit. 2, Delaware has a revive. But no, they were able to get rid of the Sage. So now the revive is off the table, and they're going to go for the defuse.
Oh my gosh, it's going to come in too. They don't get there quick enough. They try to throw in the snake fight, but it doesn't land in time. They played it a little too slow right there. So now is Cincinnati. Cincinnati is on map point. And yeah, our producer in chat, why was the lineup so late? Yeah, the lineup was late. The lineup was very late there.
Well, oh, well, we find ourselves here again. Cincinnati with the 1-round lead over Delaware, but it's Cincinnati on the offensive side of the spike. So this is a little bit fortuitous for them, as now they have a chance to win it all again. This is yet another time we see Cincinnati on match point, and keep in mind, they're fighting for their lives as they do get that one early pick, because if they go down here, it is all but over, and Delaware will win the series.
The pressure is on, but right now, University of Cincinnati primed to take this, especially considering Sage with just barely any life to their name. Beautiful spray, though, through the box from Ether. Gonna try and even it up. That's the 3v3 now. Delaware can certainly come back. They did see just the tip of the gun of NPC. They know they're right around that corner. At least they should. Nice wide swing here. Making sure to check everything. Ho, ho, ho. University of Cincinnati. They do get one pick. It's not going to be enough. They just can't quite clutch it out here. Captain Atsuga.
This is literally becoming a game of retakes at this point. Like 3 times back-to-back, the spike got planted at A, and 3 times back-to-back, the retake came through. and you know what? I'm waiting for the first team to try and throw that wild card in and see who's going to try and go either, once again, for a deep fake like we saw Cincinnati tried to pull off, but wasted a little bit too much time, or we're going to try and see a possible fake at A and then rotate to B. Because we saw the side of Delaware, they went for a huge deep flank, and they had it. They had the spike plant. They definitely had the ult for the revive with the Sage, but they got picked off. And as soon as that Sage went down, that round had been decided for Delaware.
Sage's definitely not the player you want to have go down early, for certain. So, yeah, I hope they play this a little bit safer for their sake. NBC going to be traded out. Early advantage going over to Delaware. Like this angle from Vulcan, though. Oh, what a close miss. Cincinnati evens the playing field once again, though. Which coming into A side relatively quickly. It's just going to be Sova holding it down here for Cincinnati. Meantime, though, Sage taking a bit of damage. Plant should be safely made. And we're going to try and find a little bit of information here. Here comes the Viper's pit now. Dummy takes them out, though, immediately. That is gone. Delaware had an advantage. They have squandered it once again.
Fun fact, though, Nautical, I think, may have a Hunter's Fury. So if they manage to stay alive, which they don't, because Dummy is absolutely sick on the sticks and is able to get that final elim and get their biggest adversary off the map. And, you know, just for fun, let's throw out another Hunter's Fury. You know, just for giggles.
Right? Just for giggles, because why not? We find ourselves back here again, Captain Atsuka, Cincinnati, with their third opportunity to clutch this out and take us to a map number 3.
I'm not mad. I like Icebox. You know, I can spend all day here. You know, we're going with the back-to-back, the 1 and 2 in the give and go. And now Aether, once again, trying to get it done with the operator, going to be going for that a little bit of a risk and reward play there, going for the op, like you said, a boom or bust type situation. Meanwhile, Vulcan trying to get to the early shot, but only finds a bot.
It's coming through very aggressively this time around, but Aether gonna stop NPC in their tracks, making Waldy regret their decisions as well. So he peeks on a corner, able to get a pick, but 2 players down is Cincinnati, and I don't know if it's the nerves or what that keep getting to them, or if it's just honestly, I think it's just Delaware. Delaware is solid under pressure. Delaware is clutch under pressure, and it keeps coming up time and time again here.
Yep, that it does, but, you know, right now, Cincinnati's still having that lead, but they're hovering literally right over an opponent, and I don't know if they know it. There you go. You got the turn. It was only a matter of time. One of them was going to be found out eventually, but now, Cincinnati looking a little better, but until we forgot Aether was there with the op.
Zanito, unfortunately, not going to be able to buy any time here with a lockdown. They don't quite get it in time. That's going to be one player taken care of. Can they get another? Not this time around. And Delaware staves off defeat again, keeps themselves in the game again, and once again puts themselves within 2 of closing out this series.
I'm telling you, this is literally the match of retakes. This is what we are seeing time and time again. And then we're not seeing really too much like tough defense where they just, you know, block all attempts at getting the initial plant. You know, that we haven't seen that. It's all been about the retake every single time. If some cases they actually give site away just so that way they can play retake, which is not a bad strat. There's a reason we're here 15-15 is because these players and these teams, they know what they're doing. And now that we're here in round 31, getting ready to go underway here on Icebox, it is still anybody's game.
It is. It really, really is. These 2 teams are so beautifully matched against each other. This has been just an exceptional series to watch, honestly, and I'm here for every single moment of it.
And fun fact, this is actually my favorite Vandal skin. I often get a little bit of scrutiny for it, but I love this skin. I don't care what anybody says. It is wonderful, and it is beautiful. NPC around the yellow, looking for a read. Does get the elimination, and Aether is gunned down early.
Ooh, Nautical gonna be quicker to put a crosshair on a head that time around. Vulcan looking for something as well, not gonna find it. This is difficult for Cincinnati. They go down here, things are looking a little bit rough because Delaware has looked so strong on the attack.
And now you can see Dummy just slowly but surely trying to make sure their presence isn't known. Looking for just a quick read. It's a 3v2 retake, and it's on the B site. As they go through the wall, they get gunned down, and so will Waldy. And Delaware will take the lead over Cincinnati here in OT.
Desperate times may call for desperate measures here from Cincinnati. They are on match point. We do have a timeout coming in. This is a good call, I think. Need your head in the game here. You need to bring this back to a tie game.
And you know what? I think that's what they're going to discuss, only because, you know, it has been all defensive wins here in OT. That's what it has been mostly. You know, it's been all about the retakes. It's all been defensive wins, and now Delaware is on defense, and they have a 1-round lead. So they know that this literally, I mean, we've said it many times, but come on, this is the must-win round for Cincinnati because their backs up are against the wall. They know that they're on the offensive side of the spike here in OT on Icebox, and it has literally been going the way of the defense every single round. So now they have to find a way to change the script. How do we get a win here on the offensive side of the spike?
Delaware was able to pull it off last round. Cincinnati has to find their way to do just that here. Hopefully that minute was long enough to discuss some strategery, some stratagems, some strategies. Eyesight looking to be pushed pretty heavily here. And Delaware, I actually, looking at this B site, okay, they are going to fall back. I thought we were going to see kind of an aggressive push into spawn, but this is just going to be a quick, I think, and dirty push onto A site. They're going to try and get this done as fast as they can. Catch them off guard. Aldrone is going to catch out too. They got a bit of information. Hyperswall definitely going to make it hard to push out onto point here. Shock Dart plus a Viper, plus a Snake Bite going to do a little bit of damage. Nice dash from Vulcan. Brokev gets a pick. This could be the beginning of the end. Beautiful flank though from NPC. Is it going to be enough though? Nautical and Aether combined for a pair of kills. 2 players left now for either side. It all comes down to this. Aether, the operator, has been a threat, but that threat hasn't been delivered on necessarily as much as they would have liked. Both of these teams know what's at stake here. They're not taking any chances. They're going to pull around this corner. Sunito taking down Aether. Spike is going to be planted. They realize they have the opportunity here. I'll come down to Elf. And they clutch this out. They do not. Captain Atsoka. Round 33.
Switching sides.
I don't know. That felt like a little bit of a case of the shaky hands right there. They had 2 opportunities. You know, they had 2 separate opportunities, 2 possible eliminations, and unfortunately, the sites were not on site. It was not on target. They couldn't solidify their eliminations, and they couldn't land their shots. It feels bad, but now we're heading into round 33. A true tug of war here, a true back and forth. As soon as you think a team gets an edge, it is immediately taken away. And now that we're so deep into OT, this is going to start seeing the effects of stamina, of the mental wear and tear that this game can take on esports athletes. And it's going to be interesting to see on which team is going to go numb on the thumbs and which team is going to go sick on the sticks.
Right now, push coming up through mid. I like this approach. Nobody has taken really a whole lot here, so this could be very advantageous, but going to be a lot of gunfire coming out here relatively soon. Sunito might be staring down 4, make it 5 barrels here in mid. no idea that there's this many people here.
And a bot. I think that bot might be lined up pretty well
Yeah,
too.
that's fair.
It's still extra damage. You know,
Yeah.
You got to give the little buddy some credit. Oh, there it is, the bot. No.
Oh.
But now they know where Sanito is.
Yeah.
Right there in tubes.
Yeah, this is tough. Sanito doesn't want to give up his positioning. They're gonna peek and just be immediately domed.
You can't
Delaware
ask
with
for
a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, you can't ask for a better trade. You get rid of a bot, and you got an elimination out of it. Good trade.
Yeah, exactly. Either gonna be able to find a pick.
30 seconds left.
Delaware still with a 1-player advantage. Waldy takes a little bit of damage. Plant is going to come in.
Spike
A
planted.
lot of beautiful ground being controlled right now by Delaware. Cincinnati again. A tough spot in a tough situation. This retake. A little bit more problematic, I think, than some of the others because Sage is still around. The wall is up. Yagi unable to land their shot. So Delaware now finds themselves
Player
in a difficult situation. Just going to be 1 player remaining here. It's going to be Ether going to have to get a pair of kills. This NPC remaining. 1 shot was all it took. And Ether puts Delaware back at match point.
sides.
Hey, there was only 1 player left, but you could not ask to have a better last player standing than Aether. Only 2 eliminations away from dropping a 40 bomb on Icebox.
A 40 in 1 map is exceptional. It probably takes me 4 maps to get that many. I'm being
saying.
perfectly honest. You know?
Exactly. Like, and that's on a good day. Like getting 10
Right?
eliminations around, that's a good day for me.
Hitting double digits? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's an achievement right there for me, for us, I think.
Yep, but now here we are, round number 34, and what possibly could be the last map because Delaware is on the defensive side, which is where they have a lot of success. And now look at this, the spike off the rip is heading over towards B.
Waldy gonna give an early advantage here, but it's taken away by Goyangi. Like it's gonna be planted. Nice wall up. Delaware doesn't want to take any chances here.
And now you can
Everybody-
see Aether. Look at them over there towards Snowman, and this is the player that has been playing the long sights the most. They managed to find the head clicks, I think, more than anybody, and it reflects in the scoreboard, but you can still see that the spike has not been planted, as it looks like
Oh,
they're
no.
finally going to go for it.
Nautical able to find one, give a little bit of an advantage here. Ether. Somebody actually spraying through the smoke. Oh, 3 players know they're back here. 1, 2. Ether guns down 2. Now it's just going to be up to Dummy. This is do or die. They have to come away with 3 kills right here. Otherwise, this is over. That snake bite beautifully placed as well by Viper. Pushing them out of position. They're going to turn this corner. That will be that. Delaware, in the end, clutches it out for a 2-0 victory over Cincinnati.
You know what my thought process is on that last push past the Vipers wall is, you know, they know someone's there, right? And they have the 2v1 advantage. Actually, they have a 3v1 advantage, right? And they're pushing past the green wall and they're thinking to themselves, you know what? Maybe it's not Aether. You know, it might not be Aether. We might have a chance. And then they push. Turns out it's Aether. And Aether drops a 40 bomb on Icebox. That is insane. A fantastic game from both sides. And honestly, I think that was probably the most overtime rounds I think I've seen casting at least myself on desk. Yeah.
Yeah, same, easily. I mean, what was that in the end? Was it 18-16? I think that's what the final score
I'm
is.
pretty
Hold on,
sure.
we've got
I'm
it in
pretty
chat
sure.
here. Yeah, it was 18-16.
18-16.
34 rounds. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I feel like I've aged. I aged quite a bit during that match, right? Like, not only did it take time, but I mean, it so much anxiety, so much suspense, so much tension, but we're going to take a breather because we need it in here. So we're going to be back with our next match here today. But again, congratulations to University of Delaware. Huge showing from University of Cincinnati. 2 teams definitely to watch out for, but don't go anywhere. We will be back soon with match number 2.
I was about to say, SJU is usually pretty up there in the standings.
Yeah, but I know RIT is number 10 right now in the standings. I don't know where SJ is, though. Okay. Yep, that's good. Thanks for giving me a couple moments to just, like, get a little food in me.
Well, I had to get a Hot Pocket.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Hot Pockets.
Hello and welcome back to the broadcast. We are here for match number 2 of Valorant here at EGF. Thank you so much for tuning in. Once again, my name is Warren Juggernaut Hammond, joined on the mic again by none other than Captain at Soka.
Well, coming up next, going up against Rochester Institute of Technology. So, we've already seen from our standings that Rochester Institute of Technology is currently number 10, and SJU should be sitting pretty, if my recollection. Yeah, they're at number 6 right now. So, they're on the latter half of the standings, but still, one solid win could put them up into the number 5 spot. So, they're going to be looking to advance themselves into the top 5. Meanwhile, you're going to see the 10th place Institute of Technology down there. They're going to try and at least overtake the University of Hawaii.
Yeah, RIT is setting out a 4-7 record. Certainly not nothing to be scoffed at, indeed. My alma mater as well, so excited to see them play. But of course, I will be remaining neutral in the casting booth.
Nice.
St. John's, tough opponent.
Oh, definitely. And you know the thing about St. John's is that they participate in multiple esports. So like, I see them constantly. And I know they have a fantastic esports program over there at St. John's, and it's not my alma mater. I'm just going from observation here. And, you know, that's really the fallback about being from Louisiana, because we don't have any good esports collegiate organizations anywhere in the state. So hopefully one day that may change.
You know, I was gonna talk about that briefly, because you know, you mentioned Icebox, one of your favorites. Is that because you prefer the colder weather? You've just had too much of the heat where you're from?
100%. It's actually my goal in life to leave this state and go to some place a little bit cooler. You know?
I gotta tell you, Colorado, man.
That's where I'm looking. I got my eyeballs on it. And you know what? People ask me all the time, what's it like being in Louisiana? I tell them all the time, go to your local gym, walk into the sauna with all of your clothes on and stand there. And that's what it's like.
Yeah. I lived in Houston for a little while as well, so familiar with that humidity, and it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. But look at this. We've got echoes of what we last saw. 2 of the maps that were on the menu for our first game going to be here this time around. We will get to see Ascent. That was going to be the 3rd map last time. Definitely going to be here today, though. Again, starting out on Lotus. I love getting to see this new map so much.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? Whoever picks Split as the decider, there's something wrong with you. I don't know why you would want to go there, ever. I mean, it's just... I
agree.
I don't know.
My least favorite map.
Yeah, something about it. And especially as a decider, you know, if anything, you want to get Split out of the way first, you know, just to get it out of the way. But regardless, we're going to be heading into Lotus for map number 1, but map number 2 is really interesting because that was SJU's pick. And the reason they picked that is because they know they are very, very gunny. They love going trades, and they're not afraid to go up into the face of their opponents, and they love going for the head click. So that's what they're going to be playing. They're going to be playing the lanes, and that is going to come into a great impact on Ascent. However, we got to get Lotus through first, as we are already getting a good look at the compositions coming from both sides.
No commitments yet from RIT. I think you're going to wait until the last moment. As it seems there are some decisions happening. Interesting little tidbit of information. Neither of these teams has yet played Lotus in EGF. So this will be, we're going to learn a lot from this one about both of these squads. And perhaps that was why we're seeing so much kind of back and forth happening here in Agent Select.
Yeah, and you know what? These are some interesting compositions, to say the least. And, you know, one thing that I really found interesting is Hunter going with the Harbor pick on Lotus. Now, I have heard, pray tell, that Harbor actually goes pretty well here on Lotus. I hear that this is the map for them. This is where they are most viable. So I'm interested to see on how this pick works for RIT. But with that being said, we're looking at St. John's, and they stick with something a little bit more typical, or, you know, of what we were used to seeing on Lotus. Of course, KJ, all hell, Sentinel, meta KJ. Then we got Raze coming in with the Duelist Sky. Great initiator pick because you have that healing aspect. And of course, Astra. And we saw how well Astra worked on Lotus last time. And then Breach. Breach definitely the main initiator coming into Lotus. So this, I think St. John has the more typical composition, where RIT, they're going to be trying something a little bit more unorthodox.
Yeah, I think at the outset, right, just on paper, I like St. John's agent selection here a little bit more. But I do want to go back to the Harbor pick, right? Because I think some of the logic behind it is the fact that Harbor has they're a little bit more tailored towards map control, right? And when you're talking about, again, one of these three plant site maps, map control is huge, right? Because there's a couple of walls that Harbor can use, right? And so you can cut off sight lines in just a huge way. And unfortunately, it looks like we had a failure to launch there from the server. So hopefully we get that sorted out here relatively soon here, Captain Ahsoka. But while we're doing that, you know what? I'm going to throw us off topic here. I'm going to see if Juke will allow this. I have set up in my home a doggo cam. And so I've got my room. Yes. I've got my roommate's dogs. I'm going to switch.
I want to see it.
I'm going to switch over to them. Yeah, we're gonna do that right now. So
dude, he ulted. That's not fair.
Oh, hold
on.
Mowgli,
Juggle literally just ulted. He hit
Mowgli is out of camera. We're gonna get to see Winnie though. So yeah, here we go. You
can
baby. You can see Mowgli's butt. You can see Mowgli's little nubbin of a tail there. But that's sorry, it's a little bit out of focus as well. But that is Winnie. Winnie. These are both my roommate's dogs. We love them. Winnie is just a little bundle of lovable anxiety. And so
it's like me.
I know, right? Like, I feel like Winnie and I get each other. Winnie, that is inappropriate. Do not sniff Mowgli's nubbin.
They're just saying hello. They're just saying, how do you do? They're making sure that they're okay. Now, if,
they are, right?
If they didn't smell, then, you know, there'd probably be a problem. But, you know, they're okay. They're good. That is the most adorable thing I've ever seen. And Juggle, it's not fair. You literally just ulted on stream. How dare you?
Well, you know what? That's a little bit of what we can do to stretch here. I've got so many things I can do to stretch when the situation calls for it. But heading back in, a little bit of a change, right? Or no?
I mean, it's virtually the same. You already say there's pretty much no change coming from St. John, but you know, on the other
Raze
side,
there?
Raze was there. 100%
okay.
Raze was there.
Cool.
And it also makes sense because, you know, they have that up and over, that verticality that we talked about.
Right.
I want you to know that if I do ever come across the dog cam in real time, that's like an instant prime sub. You know, just that's what happens when you pull out the doggo cam. That's instant biddies, instant prime sub. You know, but you know, anyway, let's get back to the game because I can't get the dogs out of my head now.
Well, St. John. Start out here on attack, and again, you know, one of the things, let's just, you know, kind of review what we said before. The fact that this composition maybe looks a little bit more typical, a little bit more standard, maybe even a little bit stronger than RIT's. And in particular, it's a little bit stronger on attack as well. So I'm anticipating St. John's to take a pretty substantial lead here in attack if they play this right, just given the standing. So RIT, it's going to be tough. I feel like this Harbor pick is going to have to come up big.
Well, and that's what I'm interested to see the most, because I love Harbor. I like the aesthetic. I like anything that has to do with like water-based abilities. I think it's the coolest thing ever. So, like, I really want to see them become more viable, and I'm hoping they make a case for that here on Lotus.
As do I. Of course, yeah, there's some of that Harbor utility, right? Cutting off those sidelines in a pretty big way, of course. Astra very strong at that as well from St. John's University. Are going to be able to get the plant. Seaside was pretty much abandoned completely by RIT, and so they've got a tough job moving forward.
Oh yeah, this is the problem. And not only that, but look where they planted it. In the perfect spot. Now, you play mound, you can even play with the doors a little bit if you want to. This retake is going to be absolutely difficult for the side of RIT. They're going to have to throw everything, including the kitchen sink. And I'm pretty sure Harbor has a kitchen sink, as already the wave or the wall is going out.
Right, and that's what I wanted to see here, right? Because they needed to cut away that big sideline, right? Coming out from Mound, and that's exactly what they did. Hana able to get a pick, get a little bit of an advantage here. Looking again for that defuse. Can they get it to halfway? Not this time around. St. John's post plant just a little too strong. Mound. That is where they will go to die, but they win the round. And they don't die.
You can't beat the tactic. You can't beat the mound. The lineup is too good because you literally have 3 players sitting on the peak, and it's lined up perfectly for your dome. Like, it's just instant head clicks, instant headshots. And then even when you're slightly out of range, you know what's coming your way? It's literally the breach nade through the wall. So there's utility. There's just so much versatility that can go when trying to defend C. And you know what? That's the thing about C. It's easy to defend, whether you're planting or if you're just guarding. So if they threw like another player over on C, they would still have an advantage defending it.
Pound for pound, mound is where you want to hold your ground, and St. John showed us exactly why. Love to see the util going through the harbor wall there from the sky. Knight doing a lot of work here, helping to give St. John's a pretty early lead here.
Yeah, and now you can see right now, RIT already down 2 players, not looking too good for them. However, they do get the spike over towards the A site, and you have Aiden being a lurky turkey, able to get at least 1 elimination off of the head click, and they will be blinded as well, and they will be gunned down just as quickly.
Void sends them into the void. And does come in. Savagery might have had the knife out maybe a little bit too loud, not realizing Knight was right around the corner with a Spectre. Hunter doing just that. 2 quick headshots. Gonna dome them.
Yep, that they are. And now Hunter, unfortunately, the last one to go down, but a good attempt by trying to throw out the wall, trying to create a little bit of space, separate the lines. And I think that's where they're going to really become more viable, is being able to kind of separate these long lanes and give more avenues for their teammates to really take the spike and try and get to the site. But meanwhile, you know, SJU, they have just been pretty much in control here, but now it's time for the bonus round. This is the opportunity for RIT to strike back.
And I gotta be honest, RIT hasn't looked bad here, right? I think there's a reason both of these teams are in the top 10 of the standings right now. They're certainly on the back foot. They're certainly on their heel right now. But they're getting picks, right? This is not coming easily for St. John's by any stretch of the imagination.
You know, this is interesting because now they're taking the spike over towards mid here. They're going towards B, which we talked about. You know, we already said that this is one of the easiest retakes to have because there's so many avenues to approach. There's so many openings that lead into this site. But with that being said, you know, at least for the first time, RIT does get the spike planted here on Lotus.
They do, and they're full up. Again, I like the util coming out from Harbor here. They will go down. It's going to be RIT, though, with a little bit of an advantage. Sageball going to come up, give it a little bit more defense here. And they try to go for the defuse. Ball is busting through, but both players are there. All they're going to do is just spray through the smoke. That'll be 1 round on the board for RIT.
Yep, and well done for RIT. They do get their first win here on to Lotus. And I think SJU, you know, being that this is their first time on Lotus, this is both their first times on Lotus here on the EGFC. And now they know that B, probably not the best avenue to go. However, B is great when you're looking to transition. If you're looking to break onto site, B can definitely be a little bit helpful if you're trying to, you know, throw a little bit of a loop into the swing of things. And, you know, you can find your way onto C, you can find your way onto A, you can get yourself a mean flank. I just wouldn't stay there for too long. Knight, it's a nice place to visit, horrible place to stay.
Exactly, right? It's like Florida, in my opinion. Apologies to anybody out there from Florida. Shots fired. I know. I did it. I said it.
Agreed.
That's coming from someone in Louisiana. Hunter going to be able to take out Knight. Some of that initiation now out for St. John. So this push going to be doubly difficult because they're down that initiator. They're down a player. So a lot going to be coming on to Breach here. And honestly, I think Raze as well. Not an initiator in name, but certainly one of your big entry fraggers, right?
Oh, 100%, especially when you throw out those boom packs and you're able to really get an insane angle very quickly. And now out comes the tidal wave again, but it doesn't do much for them. They're going down nearly instantly, but once again, they're going to try the B site, and you know what? I wish them the best of luck.
Right? I mean, it worked for him once. Maybe lightning can strike again. Sonny coming up huge for St. John. Small is going to be stunned as well. So RIT striking back just a little bit here. Savagery throwing out a little bit of a blind, seeing if they can put them at a disadvantage. Some of the util coming out now from Breach. And they are on site. Lionheart and Sunny, they're going to be blinded. They're going to have to start this defuse, though, relatively quickly. But, yep, here comes some of that Astra util. They're going to hold their ground, though. They don't push. What a pair of shots. Savagery indeed to give RIT a chance to tie.
Yep, and you know what? Both wins from RIT came off of a retake from B. So,
right?
What did we learn? We learned maybe we shouldn't visit, or rather we shouldn't stay on B. Again, you want to visit, you want to stop by, but you want to just be passing through. It's not a place you want to settle down. Let's try and go for C and even A. You know what? We saw a lot of success earlier on in the previous series by taking Tree and then heading from Tree to A. That definitely did show a lot of success. And you know what? It looks like they're lined up for success here because they do have an opportunity to take A, but it's all a matter of what they choose to commit to.
Scout destroyed.
Getting a little bit of intel. I really like that Knight threw that out on B, right? Draw the attention of St. John's, make them think that, hey, RIT, we like that push on B, right? Or we like B. We know that it's or rather St. John's, right? They're telling RIT, you know, we like B, maybe we're going here again. It's gonna pull them off just a little bit. Now we've got the big A site push, the A site hit.
Now, you see, this is interesting because SJU is going for a full thrifty right now. Like, they committed the Killjoy just so that way they can get the spike planted. Now they're going to have to make sure that they come away with the dub, or that ultimate will just be completely wasted.
St. John's has a lot of ultimates to work with as well, right? Like one for each of the all their players here. So there's a lot they can pull back on, but RIT definitely with it. Well, had the numbers advantage. They do continue to, though. Trade will come in.
Remaining.
It's going to be Astra now. If they can get something done here. Not a whole lot of time left. Oh, that's a nice pull to keep them off the defuse. They're able to get one kill. 19 health left. Can they get another? Not going to happen this time. RIT will take the lead.
And you know what? That was a fantastic round because you got to keep in mind, even though SJU went into that with like literally all sheriffs, they still made it expensive for RIT to get the dub. They had to invest a lot in that. And not only that, but now they're going to have to invest a lot again because they went down 3 players and now all those players are going to have to rebuy. We've said it before. We're going to say it again. So it was an L for St. John's. They went down the round, but I think they went out with a bang. And now you can see here, going into round number 6, they have themselves a full buy, going up against a yet another full buy. And not only that, but you have an op coming out for Savagery.
And Savagery Savagery is the, kill leader right now, right, for RIT. So I think that's a good choice, right? You don't typically see that, right, on your controller. But again, you put the op in the hands that need it, the hands that are going to get you the most value. I still guiding light. Blind them for a moment. Ooh. Raid comes in, but Aiden with a 3K! Unstoppable!
Oh yeah, looking absolutely nutty right about now, being able to come through with a lot of eliminations, and that's what you need, trying to get those trades. And now not only that, but you're making a huge statement to SJU that you are not a team to be trifled with as they look to get those final eliminations to secure their dub, and they do. They will get a 2-round cushion on SJU.
This is huge, right? RIT is playing exceptionally well right now. This is 4 unanswered rounds. St. John's really only the only success they've had is on the pistol and the bonus.
Yeah, well, now you can see once again that it is going to go the way of RIT, especially in terms of economy. But I do like what I've seen from St. John, only because I love to have fun with the judge. And Sunny, definitely the player that is going to make the most use out of that, being that they are the KJ, they are the Meta Sentinel. So let's see what they can do with it.
I like the shorties as well. You know, we talked about this a little in the last match too, right? Especially when you're on a save round like this, you can get so much value. Just get up close and personal with everybody. They're gonna come in. Hunter's Fury is out as well. RT trying to see if they can dissuade the player from going through. Doesn't happen. Oh, that is a big blind from Knight. Took him a couple of shots. Good thing the blind was there, but they did get the job done.
Right now, with the way that SJU is playing, this very well could lead to a thrifty. It's just about being able to execute from here on out. Meanwhile, you do see Kenny on the receiving end of some util. They're going to fake the defuse, and out comes the showstopper. And there's no stopping the showstopper.
There is a not. Kenny with a couple of kills there right at the end. Defuse will not come in this time. Jay John's going to narrow the gap.
That they are, and I gotta tell you, thrifty rounds are my favorite. I'll be completely honest with you. I love when a team can do a lot with a little. When they come through at like the bottom of the bargain bin and still pull out a dub, it's truly impressive, and it's so fun to watch. It really is. For example, when we got to see Knight turn the corner with that blind, get the 2-click on to Hunter, that to me was so much fun to watch. And then not only that, Kenny picking up a 2-piece who shot with the sheriff but didn't shoot the deputy. Fantastic plays being made all around from SJU. And now they got a thrifty round out of it. And now they're very much back in this fight.
Exactly. Don't just shopping at the dollar store. You know, right? There's good deals to be had there. You find a value indeed. St. John's has a few very impactful ults going into this round as well. So, they can get a lot of intel here. I feel like this Rolling Thunder could be a big piece of the equation here. I think that's what you're going to look to use here. It is a little bit of advantage here for RIT. Lionheart wins the duel against Knight. Comes a showstopper from Smalls. Going to be able to find anybody. Last moment they do. In the corner, Lionheart is down. So 3v3 at the moment. Seaside Plant. We haven't seen this actually a whole lot from St. John's.
And honestly, this is what we needed to see, because we've already seen how vital the C spot is, whether it's defending or whether it's attacking. If you can manage to take control of C, you are automatically going to shut down those two other avenues coming from A and B, because the retake and the defense for C is just so challenging that it makes it almost nigh impossible to retake. But so far, Trigon off on a good start of plotting out this retake.
And here comes that Rolling Thunder. This is what I think we needed to see from St. John's in a situation like this. Void will be taking out. It's just going to be up to Kenny. They're going to be able to pull them off the spike. That's going to buy them some time to get them a kill. It's spraying and praying through the smoke. They do. They get the shot. They get the kill. They clutch the round.
Bro, when you play Mound, you win rounds. I'm sorry. You can't beat it. It's nearly impossible. Every single time we've seen it come down to the C site, there's been a player in Mount. It was literally a 3v1. 3v1 retake. Astra only remaining. Astra's not a top fragger most of the time. They are right now. But, you know, it's not like they're a heavy meta duelist. It's not a Jet. It's not a Raze. It's Astra. It's a controller. And they just took a 3v1 retake by planting the spike. By the way, it was Kenny who put the spike there. And then they played the lineup and they played Mount. And all of a sudden, SJU equalized the rounds. And they have economy over RIT.
Wins abound when you take Mound. St. John's once again proving just how valuable it is. RIT now only down to 2 players, and crucially as well, Lionheart at about half health. Not even that. It's gonna be another C site plant. This time we have Raze on Mound, and Sova could get the jump on them, right? Both of them actually coming here from attackers spawn.
Yeah, but you got to keep in mind, Raze is actually watching that, at least for a while,
Yeah.
it seemed. But they hear the footsteps, they get the read, and there you go. That's already 1.
Yeah.
And out goes Util looking to get 2, as they will finally be gunned down. But it's a 2v1 right now in the favor of SJU.
There's not a whole lot of time either for Trigon to get the job done here. They're going to have to move exceptionally quickly. I don't think they're going to get this. I think the task of trying to get 2 kills, trying to get this defuse, it's just not going to happen. So at this point, it's just going to be looking for a couple of exit picks. Not going to find that. Team Ace here for St. John's to give them back the lead.
And you know what? I when it comes to Valorant, as a matter of fact, when it comes to most esports, I apply the same type of ideology that got me through my academic career in school, college, graduate, etc. It's that you never can go wrong with C. You know, that seems to be the go-to for everything. for everything. You can't go wrong with C, and you know what? I think it holds true in Lotus as well.
Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. This is a very back and forth affair right now as well, Captain. So, we had a great matchup in our first game, and I think we've gotten one that's looking just as strong here in our second game today. Nice use the lockdown here from KJ. Once again, drawing a lot of attention to B. Finding a pick as well. I'm going to be curious to see if they actually go with the B site plan here, or if this is just more of a feint, more of a distraction. No, they will go for the plant.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. You know, I don't know. SJU, once again, trying to make that B site work. But luckily, Knight was able to get a fantastic pick on the outside. And, you know, that's the thing with B. I think once you plant B, you have to get off a site and you have to play outside at that point. You just got to get out. Meanwhile, Hunter is able to get a trade in the midst of trying to go for retake.
Gonna cover up the defuse. Me briefly dissuaded from it. Nice pick. They've evened things up. RIT needs to get a couple of quick picks here if they hope to get this. They're going to spray through Void. Get some job done once again. Now, 2-point advantage here. And crucially, for RIT, this is going to have to be a save round.
That it will, and that's why we're starting to see our first timeout come underway for RIT. Because, you know, they were performing really well there in, you know, the first couple of rounds. But now it seems as though that the rounds are starting to slip away. SJU now has that 2-round cushion, and that's not where you want to be. You have got to get back into the right where you want to be, at least within 1. That's the ideal situation. You don't want to get anywhere more than 1, because that's when the snowball effect starts to take place. You start going down in the economy, and it's really hard to gain back. Now with SJU, after going up 2, they do have their full buy. Unfortunately, it's going to be yet another forced buy, or a half buy even, coming from RIT. And it's going to be whether or not if they try to go for that. It's a tough question. Do you go for that half buy? Do you force it? Or do you save?
Right. This is, do you go for the high risk, high reward? Or do you just play the numbers? Do you play it occasionally? Do you play it safe? I mean, one thing that you do have to take into account is RIT does have an advantage in the ult economy here, right? Now, it's not necessarily ultimates that are fight swinging, I would say, right? They're not necessarily like big pick ultimates, but there is value there.
Oh, absolutely, especially if you play them correctly. And keep in mind, you know, and that's what makes Lotus, I think, different from Haven, is that you're not playing for retake. On the defensive side, on Haven, you could play for retake all day. You could just let them take site and then come in with the counter attack. You can't do that on Lotus. Lotus defensively is a map where you do have to play, you know, spearhead defense. You have to be on that front line if you're going to try and take wins on the defensive side of the spike.
Lots of shots traded. Not coming in yet. The ultimates from St. John's down, though. They did start with 2. They are down to 1. A bit of info gained there. Just being traded on A. Still got Harbor hanging out on C just to make sure nothing happens there. Gonna be a trade very quickly. Savagery gets a blinded, taken down. Beautiful play here from St. John's. Really kind of controlling that space and pincerring remaining members of RIT.
And you know what? I think RIT did go with the right call. It was better to just save. You did not want to force this round simply because SJU already did have a significant lead, and you do not want to make that lead any bigger. Now, at least, you go down 3 rounds, and you can go into round number 11, or rather, you know, you can go into round number 12, at least with a chance to take away a dub before the half.
Exactly. And again, kind of given how attacker-sided we've seen Lotus play out to be, I think it's the right move here. Nice shot coming out from Hunter, looking for another one. They will get it before the util from Void finds them instead. Aiden now, need to see if they can get something, but even though RIT lost this round, they did a lot of damage to St. John's. So, you know, of course you want to come away with a round win, but barring that, doing as much damage as possible is where you want to be.
Yeah, and if we're going to take the first series as somewhat of an experiment as a controller in our experiment, then it would be to say that Lotus is offensive-sided. And so far, RIT being able to come up with 4 wins defensively is still an accomplishment in and of itself, because we literally seen a complete turnaround. Once, you know, the initial team that was playing defense got to switch to offense, they were able to turn the game completely around. And now RIT, going into round number 12, has all of their ultimates available.
Got your trail. Found one.
Seeker's coming out from Knight, gonna give them a little bit of advantage. They're gonna need it. They're gonna need as much information as they can get because RIT is sitting on 5 ultimates here, and it's final round. So you know they're going to try and get them all into play, going to try and get them all to come out. Harbor goes down initially, though. There's one ultimate out of the way, but only for a moment, as Aiden is there to save the day, giving RIT again a little bit of an advantage, but still an uphill battle. They're gonna have to fight. They're gonna have to do it quickly because that timer is ticking down.
Oh
Wow,
my.
Knight. Gonna be a showstopper, seeing if they can get something done here, but a beautiful blind going to stop them from coming in initially. That's a rolling thunder from St. John's as well. Beautiful play there, playing patiently, playing the time. St. John's will go into the second half with a 4-point lead.
The C side is so strong that even RIT, with all of their ults available, still couldn't get the retake. Like, you have got to put players on the C side, even if it's just KJ. And that's what makes KJ so viable as a Sentinel. And notice, I'm going to point it out, RIT doesn't have a KJ. Just throwing it out there. So the reason that KJ is so viable, especially on a map like Lotus, is because you can't play retake, and that's not what KJ does. KJ controls sites. So if you could put KJ on C, look, you can already see the KJ on the side of SJU, literally plotting the entire site of C, locking it down. So even if they do make an attempt for that C site, they know they need to have KJ anchor C. So that way, even if someone does decide to go that way, they're going to know about it, and they're going to rotate, and they're going to full dive.
Yeah, great heads up play, great map awareness, great understanding of the win conditions for yourself and that of your opponents in RIT. So is this a small enough of a gap for RIT to be able to make up here? A-side gonna be their first approach. You have to see if it's gonna be the first hit. Line gonna come in, Knight peeking the corner. RIT seeing if they can sneak through, find their way onto a B side. There's going to be a wall coming up as well to keep a little bit of information back. Savagery again with a couple of huge impactful kills. Not going to come out onto B side, but you have the player advantage here, right? If you're going to hit B, now is the time to do it.
It definitely is. And honestly, I will be absolutely shocked. Well, not really shocked. I mean, I'll just be surprised that, you know, the first round win in the half for RIT is going to go from a plant on the B site. But I guess if you're going to plant B site, the pistol round is the time to do it. You know, that's the time to get the job done. And, you know, now that they have this 5v2 advantage, it looks like that's what's going to happen.
Oh my gosh, a flawless round to start out RIT's attack. Just beautifully done. I loved everything that they did there, right? From deciding to go to B on the pistol round when they have an advantage, using the Sage Wall to cut off one of those entrances and to give them information when they do finally break through. I mean, I don't think you could have asked for a better round coming out from RIT here to start this second half.
And you know what? And that goes to the point with what you were asking, you know, in the previous round. You know, is this a small enough of a deficit for RIT to come back? Absolutely. We literally saw in the last series, it was like a 9-3 curse. It was the 9-3 curse. And yet they managed to come back and equalize. So I would not be surprised if RIT manages to do the same. And already they're heading over towards C site. And look at SJU. They full stacked A.
Oh my gosh. And this is not the round to give up Mound, right? Like, no. You want to deny C as much as possible in this situation. Now, I mean, this is just free. This is just free for RIT.
And you know what? I don't mind it because, you know, typically with the ways we play Valorant, you want to play for retake. So giving up sight, like say if we were on Haven, this would not have been a bad play at all. But this is Lotus. This is a new change to the game. Retake is not the meta that it is on Haven. So this is going to be absolutely difficult as already you can see Hunter being able to gun down 2, 3. Let's make it 4. Give him the ace. We got our first ace of the day. Goes to Hunter on the Harbor.
Wow. I mean, okay, I was going to commend Hunter for those walls as well, right? The high tide. Those were beautifully placed, right? And C is so hard to take, and they just made it that much more difficult. And then an ace to cap it off. This was the best possible start to the first 2 rounds, I think, that you could have seen on this F for RAT.
Right there.
Yep, things are looking rather good. And you know what? They're still going in with the Spectres, and I don't blame them right now. I think this is the weapon that goes good with them because they have been popping off with it. And not only that, but Harbor leading the way here in the second half.
Yeah, gonna throw out Reckoning as well. This meaning Seaside's gonna be so much more difficult to defend.
Strike down. C.
Maybe a couple kills coming up for St. John's, though, so things are looking a little bit better for them. Just one player remaining. That will be Aiden, that will be Sage. They do go down, so St. John's stops the bleeding, but that round was expected to go their way.
It was, and you know, that's the bonus round of the second half. That's typically how it goes. You know, that's how the story is written, and so it shall be done. As JU does take the bonus round there, and they still are going to hold on to this 3-round lead, but now here we go. This is the full buy round. This is the gun round, the rifle round, whatever you want to call it. It should be fair and square for the most part. Although you do see Trigon on the side of RIT, who only is going to come through with a quarter shield, but I don't think it's going to make that monumental of a difference until they get enough to buy up. Look at that.
Right? Nice ball coming out from Harbor. RIT playing this very, very patient on their attack. Gonna leave Spike by Spawn to start things out. Hunter wins out their first duel. Dragon takes theirs as well. When things are stacked even here on attack, RIT is rising to the occasion. Spike will be picked up now. They have a couple of picks, and they've decided on an approach, and that will be on A site.
Finished.
Oh my gosh.
And yet, more and more trades going the way of RIT. I mean, they definitely lost one, but they gained one in the process. And now SJU are looking down the barrel of a 4v2 disadvantage. As you can see, RIT definitely taking control of this A site.
Yeah, they played this exceptionally well. And again, I'm really liking this this kind of map control coming out from Harbor, right? But just the high tides preventing anybody from kind of moving in on that side initially. Does expire before they get there, though.
Blocking vision concealment.
Now here comes Kenny, trying to use the smokes to find a way an avenue in, but they're going to be walking into the Lion's Den and get shredded to pieces. There was really no good way for that to end. I mean, you look at it, and unless you have some type of util, you know, something to throw in there. I mean, we did have a breach in the mix. You know, they could have threw maybe some type of utility, you know, maybe a blind anything. Other than that, unless you were like completely tapped out, there really was not a way to push that.
No, there wasn't. RIT had such an advantage going into the kind of the meat of that round, just getting those 2 early picks that St. John's was just spread too thin, right? They had to put a player at each site, which meant that moving back to A site was going to be slow. And that just it gave RIT complete control over the site.
And now you can see it looks as though that RIT are going to be setting up towards A. But look at this SJU coming through with an aggressive defense this time around.
Yeah, and in fact, getting a pick out of it. I mean, despite being outgunned, outmatched there, outnumbered, being able to pull that off is fantastic. But it's going to be traded out eventually. I'm moving over to C site with the Spike.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely an exchange. They got something, but it also costed them something, and it costed them the C site, and that is something you do not want to forfeit so easily. And being that they are down in the gear, this is going to be an even harder retake.
Ooh. Yeah, it's going to be a blind there coming in. Stun now as well. Chel's going to keep Knight back for a moment.
One enemy remaining.
Steven, now it's just down to Harbor. Hunter has been a hero before. Are they going to be able to do it here? They fake the defuse. For it again. Peeks the corner. Void finds them. So, St. John's continues to hold the lead.
And another thrifty round. Wasn't it St. John's that got the previous thrifty round? Is that the second thrifty round for St. John? That's insane. Yeah. Again, they're just showing that they can really do a lot with a little. And now that they have themselves a full buy, it's going to be interesting how they approach it. But, you know, with that being said, they have had full buys before and still fallen short. So I wonder what it is about the thrifty rounds that are just like, okay, we're gonna win this one.
Well, you know, I think it brings to mind a common phrase that I go back to, right, with Valorant, and that's that when you separate the good teams from the great teams, a lot of times it's that the great teams just win the rounds they're supposed to win, right? And right now, St. John's is doing that, and RAT, they've lost, I think, a few too many rounds where they have had the advantage.
Yeah, well, let's see if SJU can hold on to their 3-round advantage. Meanwhile, you have Aiden from RIT who's going to have to back off. And now look at Sunny coming through and looking as though that they wanted to play the ult, but they're just going to hold on to it.
Yeah, and honestly, that was probably a good thing that they did, because even though they were going to get the ult down, there were 3 players from RIT. They could have turned that corner, shut down the lockdown, and killed Joy in a split second. So I like the patience that came out from them. Hey, the rotation over to B. RIT wondering if this is the opportunity again.
Yeah, I was about to say, keep in mind, this is the site where we have seen RIT actually win. So it maybe not a bad call, but that showstopper did get shut down rather quickly.
Yes, it did. And now Paul's going to strike back with one of their own. Oh, what? Hunter again coming up huge. Now it's all down to Void. Player left. They do have Rolling Thunder, so if they wait until Spike is planted, or it looks like it's going to be planted, this is not out of the question, right, for St. John's to be able to take this. Even though they are outgunned, they are outmanned. There's 2 ultimates online as well. Spike is going to go down, but again, the RIT is going to have to be very careful to make sure they don't get caught in this Rolling Thunder, because this is a prime opportunity for Boy to come in big here. They get the headshot, you get the corner. Yeah, and here it comes now. This is going to be it. Savagery just jumps practically into it. They get out of the way. They don't get hit by it. This is massive.
Yeah, they had to hit the teleport in order to get out of dodge, and now you can see them pushing through the smoke. This could be it right here. They had an opportunity. They fake the defuse, and look, Savagery's not biting. They know it's a fake. They push, and they get the elimination. RIT. You know what? It was Hunter. You know what? I mean, don't get me wrong. Savagery, they did their job. They played their role, but Hunter literally just went absolutely insane with the Sheriff. I still don't know how they managed to do it.
Me either. And I mean, I honestly, I want to give a quick tip of the hat nod to Savagery for the run and gun kill right there at the end. I mean, that was maybe a little bit of luck, but hey, if it works, it works.
And honestly, I feel like that should have been a thrifty round. I mean, all things considered, like nearly every
fair.
single player coming from RIT had a Sheriff, and it was won by the Sheriff.
Yeah. Ooh, nice paint shells there. St. Smalls. I've been really impressed with Smalls this game, honestly, from St. John's. I feel like they've had a lot of heads-up plays. Just playing very, very intelligent Rays.
Well, let's see if they can keep it going, as Knight will be the next one to be gunned down by Savagery. Savagery now trying to get a read here onto site, over towards A Hunter, being the deviant harbor main that they are finally going to find themselves onto site, but not before relinquishing a couple of trades in the process. RIT looking really strong right now.
They are, especially considering that Reckoning is on board for Harbor as well, right? They've only got a 1-player advantage here, right? So I think that is cause for concern. Do a little damage in. Now it's a 2-player advantage. Taking it back to 1. I think they can probably afford to hold it here. Now, that it's only Smalls remaining, and one straight bullet. That's all it's going to take. Doesn't have to be a headshot, can be a body shot. There it is. RIT narrows the gap to 1.
Yep, that they do. And you know what? Not only that, but I'm pretty sure right now the side of SJU is going to have to try and go for this last ditch buy, because if they, I mean, again, if this is that must-win round that we talk about all the time, if they lose out here, then they're going to get put on match point. It's almost all but guaranteed because of the way the economy is going to factor in rounds after. So they're really going to have to stick this one. And for the love of everything, you put someone to anchor C site. Anchor C site. If anything, you can. I honestly think you can afford to give up A. I think A is a much easier retake than C.
Agreed. And I imagine for that reason, that's the reason we are seeing RIT make this approach onto C as well. Because if you can get that, if you can get Mound, if you can have Reckoning in play, I mean, that's tremendous. Even if you get the lockdown with KJ, right? Even if you are able to get the site, get the lockdown close enough, it's not going to be easy. But Spike is actually making its way now towards mid, back through spawn.
And you know, the thing that I'm paying attention to right now is that Hunter does have their ult available. So, and there it is. They call it in, and they can literally clear out any given site with that ability. And now they're going to go full send.
Yeah, a couple of players from St. John's still trying to hold on, still trying to get a couple of sight lines. Knight does find Trigun, so that's a big pick, especially considering now that the lockdown is here. Ball's going to come up from Sage, and they just abandoned. They abandoned Seaside wholesale. But it doesn't seem to matter because they're still getting the picks. RIT hasn't found what they need. And in fact, one player getting detained as well. Astro Ball goes up in the nick of time. Hunter coming back in has been the hero that RIT has needed. Time and time again, are they going to be able to get it done here? Beautiful use there of the Cosmic Divide. They do go down, but they are traded out. 20 seconds left to go. Somebody's going to have to come up with a plan or just the kills here. And this Cosmic Divide cutting everything off is just making it very difficult.
Absolutely. Now they have no choice. They're going to have to try and go for the quick plant on B. And this is the time where you want to go to B. This is the appropriate time where planting on B is okay. Because now you can back off. But once again, that small avenue from the side is enough for Smalls to get the elimination on Aiden. And finally, Savagery will fall as well.
Devastating for RAT to lose that round. Because now St. John's have new life breathed into them here. They saved their economy, at least somewhat. I mean, they went down to 1. So this is not going to be a full buy for them.
No, it is not. And not only that, but now you're putting RIT on the back foot here. Because if they go down here and then they go into match point, they're not going to have a lot of buying power. And
Exactly.
you know, we said the previous round was a must-win for SJU. This is going to be a must-win for RIT.
From them.
They have a lot of utility available here, though. They have the res. Sage needs to play their life. That needs to, I think, be the primary concern of them, as well as Sova. And unfortunately, I believe I have cast or cursed Lionheart. I apologize.
No, use your curse. Let the hatred flow through you. But now you can see the tidal wave wall coming out, and SJU is making their way over, or rather, our RIT making their way over towards that A site.
That was unfortunate for Kenny. Kenny had that player at RIT dead for rights, but just missed a couple of shots. Able to turn it back around. Now the plant is in, like you said. Crucially, Sky just has a sliver of health as well. Hunter up on Void. With a bit of an advantage, looking to narrow the gap once again. Guiding Light does hit. Hunter backs behind the wall. Beautiful recognition there. Peeks back out. When it is gone. One player left now. It's just going to be Smalls. They do get one pick. They're on a satchel. Got to get 3, though, and the defuse. They're going to get 1 more. It's closer. There's not enough time left. Kills come in. RIT narrows it to 1 once again.
Hey, I mean, that was pretty close. I'm pretty sure that Trigon, or rather, I'm sorry, that Smalls went above and beyond for their team just now, because they did better than what I even thought they were going to do. They definitely played that one well, but unfortunately, it simply wasn't enough, as now, once again, RIT is back within 1, and SJU are forced into a save round.
Not only that, RIT is sitting on 4 ultimates as well. So, honestly, they could probably bank some of these, too. They can win this just simply by gun advantage. St. John's actually taking a very aggressive push, though, on the defense. I think recognizing the gun disadvantage here.
Yeah, I think they pretty much have to recognize that gun disadvantage is already. You can see it's going to be a quick push over towards B, although once again, you do have at least one player trying to use that mound to their fullest advantage.
Oh, Lionheart. That was unfortunate timing right there. St. John's. Beautiful heads up play to take down a head. Comes the rolling thunder now. Savagery caught in the midst of it. Oh, massive round win there for St. John's. That might be
It is
the edge that they needed to just take this first game.
That wasn't the edge. That was the end. I'm sorry. You know what? It might not be. I mean, maybe there's a couple of dollars left in the piggy bank for RIT. Again, to come through with the bottom of the bargain bin to try and hold on. But I don't know. A thrifty round in round 23? No, that's it. I'm sorry. That's got to be it. It's got to be, especially when you're going onto match point, a force buy, and you're on the offensive side of the spot. I don't know. Again, it's coming all down to this. Good luck, RIT.
Oh, well, they're going to trade initially. Fortunately, that is one of their ultimates off the board, but that's the case for either side. Things are going from bad to worse here for RIT now. Make the approach over to C. It's just going to be Killj on that site, so probably your best opportunity here. Especially considering Sunny just has a sliver of health left. All the utility now has been put out, so honestly, that could be a boon for RET, right? They're not going to have to worry about that if they go to a different site, which it looks like they will.
And you know what? That's exactly the point. You know, you want to keep them off of the C site as much as possible. And, you know, because we've already established, you know, retaking C, insanely difficult. A, not as much. B, that's retake city. That is literally retake city. And now you can see the ultimate from Hunter going out as they do plan the full rush B.
Yeah, the Reckoning Great right here. Perfect time to use it. Stage wall as well to give them a little bit of an advantage as they push on to B. This is definitely the way you want to play. It's going to be a trade now. But RT has even the playing field here just a little bit. Smalls goes down. That's another trade this time. A little bit of an advantage here for RIT. They have the spike down. The impetus is on Void to get it done here. And they've only got one ability left to use. They're going to go ahead and throw that out. This is going to have to be them winning this. Guns a-blazing. They turn the corner. They peek and try gun. Get the job done.
Yeah, and you know what? That was definitely SJ's retake to take. The only problem is that they all funneled into the same spot. It was literally 3 other avenues one could have taken to try and go for that retake, but they were all in that small corridor, and then it was just slim pickings. You were literally fish in a barrel. You were 300 against the Persians, and you just funneled right on in, and now the timeout coming. I assume from SJU, but no, it's going to be RIT.
It's going to be RIT. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Although, honestly, I like this too. Right? I think a timeout here for either team would have been appropriate, right? St. John's, you know you're on match point. You kind of want to get, you know, make sure your head's still in the game. RIT, this is a must win, right? You have to win this in order to stay in this game.
And you know what? I'm kind of confused right now because, honestly, I think SJU can use this break to their advantage as well. It's at this point. Do you want to force this buy? Because look at it. It's choppy. There's a Bulldog there. There's a Spectre with a quarter shield. There's a Vandal with a quarter shield. Honestly, I think it's best to save this round. If anything, do it like a half buy even. Half buy this round and then go into the 12-12 round with a full buy. That would be my thought process. So I'm wondering if SJU is going to use this timeout from RIT to do a little bit of reevaluating of their own.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think this timeout was good for both squads, right? It definitely advantageous, I think, for either side here. I think these Seekers need to be used pretty aggressively here by night, right? Get an early read on where RIT is trying to go and see if you can't, with that, eke out a little bit of an advantage here, right? Because both of RIT's ultimates are more reactive.
Yeah, it's one thing to be reactive. It's another to be adaptive. Let's see. Smalls now going in off the blind, but gets gunned down. And that will be an early trade, but Knight able to pick up a 2-piece is huge for SJU.
It is. They are one step closer now to closing this series out. Rather, this map out. Themselves a 1-0 advantage moving into the series. They are the favorite coming in, but RIT has made this very, very close, showing that while they may be the 10th seed right now, I don't think that speaks to the strength of this squad. Nice. They got Lionheart coming in huge, winning the playing field here. 2v2. RIT has C-Site. They have control of it. They have the sidelines kind of covered at this point. Knight tries to get like a couple shots. Maybe does a little bit of damage to Harbor. That's going to be it. Like still hasn't gone down yet. RIT is down. It's just Harbor. They have to stay alive. They have to come away with a win here. Otherwise, we are going on to our next map. We see Ascent, and that will be St. John's pick. Ooh, Hunter maybe playing a little bit. 3 right there. Beautiful headshot. Keeping him in the game.
Oh, no. Like that's literally all I got. Oh no. I mean, that was just a beautiful read coming from Hunter. And now look at this. This could be a huge fake here because look, you see Hunter, they're on the prowl. They're not even watching Spike. They're going for a big flank void. You gotta start moving. The cheeky peek, the sneak.
Oh
Hunter.
my gosh.
Full on assassination. They just assassinated Void.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Hunter is playing out of their mind here today. I mean, this has been Hunter front and center. I mean, this entire time for RAT, right? This game is so different. If you do not have Hunter, they're exceeding expectations right now, bringing us to OT.
Not only that, but this is a player that clearly has practiced Harbor. I mean, and we really talked about it, and we talked about how, you know, the devs might have been having a discussion that, you know, with their new launch of Harbor, they're not very viable. They can't find a place for them. So it has been circulated in the rumor mill that Lotus was made for Harbor. And, you know, that might be the case because this is the best I think I've seen Harbor actually do.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, right? Because, again, B-side is so difficult to hold on to, right? But Harbor definitely narrows that gap with with how many walls they have, right? How many side lanes they can cut off.
And now you can see the spike, which is what SJU is really good at offensively. I'm not saying that they are the offensive juggernaut here, because clearly, you know, they got 12 wins on both sides, but they like to play the slow game. This is what they're good at. They're good at taking their time, at pacing themselves, and finding the openings in order to strike. And now you can see they're trying to find the opening over here on the C site.
Yeah, opening C-side and Mound will allow them to rebound in this. They have been in the driver's seat for the majority of this game. That is when a Harbor decides to give up the wheel. Really only one defender here left on RIT for C-side, so... And now with the stars going up as well onto C, yeah, this is going to be a quick acquisition of this site and plant.
30 seconds left.
Yep, and now the spike being planted in the cheeky corner spot there. And you know, we're headed to Mound. It's time. It's time to head to Mound. Everybody retreat. And there you have it. Literally every single player going to be backing up off of site. And now the retake is going to have to come underway for RIT. And I don't see anyone going for a flank. The only one that we have is that Omen that is hovering around B.
My players still on board for either side. RIT going to go for the defuse here. Wall comes up. Love to see it. That's going to give them a little bit of an advantage. But, oh my gosh, the Nano Swarm from KJ is huge. Lionheart fighting back furiously. The defuse is coming in. They almost get it. They were so close, but Mound again.
And you want to know why? Is because the wall stops players from coming in. The problem with that is that SJU didn't need to go in. If you're gonna wall them off from anything, you wall them off from Mound. That's where they're getting the dubs from. They don't need to get on the site. They've done that already. They've planted the spike. So the wall, although, you know, it was probably a good idea because they did elevate at least one player to try and get, you know, a higher vision over Mound. So I understand it, but at the end of the day, you know, it's not going to do much as far as the retake is concerned.
Mound OP, please nerf.
Is that chat saying that or you?
That's me. No, I don't keep chat open. Yeah.
No, I don't like
too much ADHD. I would get so distracted. I just can't do it.
I just do it for my own mental health. I don't like looking at chat.
But we love you, chat. Don't get me wrong. Like I like to go back and read chat afterwards. So you know what? If you got words you need to say to me, go ahead and say them. I'll see them eventually.
Yeah, they always do come back around, don't they?
Yeah, they do. You know what else comes back around is Mound. I mean, we're here again. But yeah, this is going to be tough for IT. Aiden definitely making it a little bit easier here. 35 seconds left to go. Seaside looking at the head. Kenny aware of it. Going to try and slow them down with a little bit of util. The gravity well pulling a couple in, but not enough. Oh my gosh, Kenny coming away with a two-piece right there, cutting down RIT's numbers. This could be it. Savagery gonna have to come up with a three-piece here in order to keep this alive for RIT. Otherwise, Ascent is where we head, and we will head there quickly. Oh, but they are surrounded. It's Too many sidelines that they have to control here. They get the peak, but that's going to do it. St. John's, after a banger of a match here, will take Lotus, giving themselves a 1-0 lead moving into Ascent.
And, you know, I got to give RAT credit because they went through the ringer. They played so well, and SJU really had to sweat and work for that dub. They
did. They absolutely did. And again, I mean, even though RA didn't come away with the win, like to me, Hunter is the story here, right? And not only the fact that they just had some incredible heads-up plays, but they got it done on Harbor, right? And they showed that, you know, if you know you're Asian, you can do big things with them.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? I think an unsung hero actually in that one was the Astra. I want to say that was Kenny, but
that too.
Yeah, because the Astra actually came in a huge monumental way. And time after time, even in that last play, we saw the Astra hold the site all by themselves, which we normally expect from a KJ. But there on Lotus, Astra literally made some insane plays and really were bringing a whole nother aspect level of control to that site, much like we saw Harbor. So Harbor was being a little bit more gunny, but I think maybe having that Astra was just a little bit more strategic.
Yeah, the utility can't be understated, right? Or overstated, rather, that Astra comes with. So I loved the Gravity Well. A lot of the ways that Kenny used their abilities were just fantastic. But we're going to leave you to simmer on some of those thoughts. We're going to take a short break. Right after this, we head to Ascent.
My name is Ryan Vu. My name is Justin Rolon.
My name is Justin Garcia Quinones.
My name is Chenji.
My name is Brian Patientis.
My name is Raymond Asencow.
My name is Jasmine.
My name is Maya DeLong.
I'm Mark Etienne.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to St. John's.
It is time to come back together. We've had quite an exciting series of games here today. Match number 2 has been no exception. Ascent is our next destination. St. John's University looking to put it away on their map pick.
And you see, this is why I love this, because more often than not, well, you know what? That's cap. A lot of the time, Ascent will end up being banned. And I think it's interesting to see it out as an actual pick for SJU because it is that default map. It is the 50-50 map. It is, where normally you will see a decider actually go. So it's interesting to me that SJU favors this map and wants to play it. And not only that, but this is their map pick, and they just won a map that wasn't their map pick. So they might have a trick up their sleeve coming into this second map.
Got a sub coming in. Hunter got to take a seat for the moment. Chad Bino coming in, and I'm assuming it's for this KO, right? For this initiator. So another double initiator look coming out, this time for both squads.
Yeah, and you know what? KO is definitely the meta initiator going onto Ascent. I love Breach, absolutely love Breach, but I think the KJ KO combo is absolutely insane, especially on this map. But it is going to be interesting to see how KJ works with Breach on this map. So that is something I'm going to be looking out for. Everything else is a pretty standard. And, you got the Omen, you got the Sova, and then, you got Jet. Jet, of course, going to be, in my opinion, the top duelist, especially on Ascent. And honestly, you're going to want to try and keep an op out of the hands of both of them. That is just danger for either side. So it's really going to come down to on who can get their hands on the op first.
Yeah, and whoever gets their hands on the op first is going to end up with mid control, right? That's I think pretty much assumed, right? Because mid is so powerful here on Ascent, right? And I think that's something that's just been borne out over time. We see it time and time again. So yeah, early control of the operator, early control over the mid, I think is going to set the pace, set the tone for this game.
Oh, absolutely. And then, it's going to come down to the initiators as well. I mean, it's still double initiator comp from both sides. The only difference, honestly, literally, the only difference is you have Breach on one and then you have KO on the other. And honestly, I think KO just a little bit more viable. I think, Breach is more useful on a lot of other maps that have a lot more short angles, walls, etc., like Lotus, like Haven. But on particularly this map, this is where KO reigns supreme. Much like how we think that, at least in a general consensus, we have the idea that Viper is most viable on Icebox. I feel like KO is most viable on Ascent.
That's a good read, I think, on these agents, right? There's some that they do just kind of feel synonymous with the map. RIT off to a nice early start. To turn that corner, they find Knight, gun them down in short order. St. John's finding themselves on the short end of the stick here. Kenny forced to back away. Got the Sheriff in tow, so only one headshot is needed. Going to be landed this time on Chad Bino, but site has been given up here. But and crucially, though, something very intelligent as well that RIT did is they made sure they had agents off of site, because that's a trap you can fall into on Ascent. It's just leaving too many agents on site, and then it's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Oh, absolutely. Now you can see Kenny and company trying to get the read. And look at Trigon. They're only one shot, but meanwhile, all the shots beginning to rain in from RIT, and that is going to be a round one quick win for RIT.
Going back with a vengeance. They want to leave no doubt in anyone's mind that they're here to play today, and that they are not going to make it easy for St. John's to walk away with a win here.
Oh, absolutely not. And you know what? One thing is that what we're talking about, it's really going to come down to who can get their hands on the op first. Well, that's the benefit of having KO on your side as well. And it's because with Jet, you have a lot of those dashes that come after the op has been shot. But if you have KO and you can suppress them, you're taking those dashes away. You're taking away that, that extra ability from the Jet. So it's a really good counter, I think, to that particular agent.
Quick push on the A side. There's only one player there to defend, and Smalls is gone. Now it's going to have to be a retake, and RIT has a little bit of time to get control of the site, but not a lot, because St. John's, to their credit, they did move quickly.
And you know, the thing is that we've been seeing a lot of fast-paced movement coming from RIT, especially in that first pistol round. They literally went guns a-blazing, all in onto site, and now it seems like they're slowing down just a little bit, that they have a better buy here in round 2.
St. John's, though, making it tough for them. Right, they have gone toe-to-toe right here, even despite being on the back foot as far as guns are concerned. Now, time is of the essence here. Gonna have to start making a play for the spike, but Lionheart with the Bulldog. All right, you know what? I saw the Bulldog come out in the buy round. Didn't say anything about it then, but wanted to. So I'm glad that that gun was the difference maker in the end there, because I think it's an underrated one. I still do.
And which one would that be? I apologize. Which gun do you think is underrated? Because I'll tell you, I have some pretty hot takes when it comes to underrated guns. So I need to know specifically what we're talking about right here.
No, the Bulldog, what Lionheart is sporting at the moment.
Absolutely, in my opinion, the most underrated weapon in Valorant, because it is so versatile. Honestly, it works just as good as, let's say, a Vandal from the close range and from the long range. It's honestly just a one click to the dome.
Exactly. Right? I mean, that short burst, whatever. That's what you want to be doing in Valorant anyway, right? I don't see that as much of a downside to that gun. Here's that where mid comes into play again, right? They know there's not going to be an operator on the table yet, so RIT feels confident to kind of push through mid, but are going to be going down. Actually, first time we've seen this gun make an appearance here today. Ooh. Wow, RT picked up a couple of big kills, but they have been cut down to just one player. Oh, Aiden just gets out of there with their life. They take a little bit of damage on the way out. Gonna have to take some cover, though. They have to get this spike back, but there's just too many players, too many directions. I mean, where do you peek?
Yeah, that was definitely a tough case there, but they were able to come out on top. Again, it is SJU that manages to answer back in the bonus round, which we expect them to do. So again, no love lost there for SJU.
Exactly. IT definitely is something to expect. Coming into this now with a gun advantage of their own.
Yep, and now it's going to be at least somewhat of a full buy from both sides, even though you're looking at SJU and it definitely looks a little bit forced. You do have a Frenzy with a quarter shield. So honestly, wishing them the best of luck as we get ready to head into round number 4.
Penny, peeking a corner. Goes down to about half health. The Frenzy doesn't do what it needed to do there. I'm not so sure about the frontline Frenzy there. Maybe not the best choice. RIT gets a couple of picks. Gonna give them an early lead here. They've decided they have made enough noise on B. And to boot, Jet sitting at about half health and very far away from the site as well. RT is actually taking their sweet time.
It is important to take a map pick away from them, which is going to be here on Ascent, and so far they are playing it perfectly as the spike does look like it may be going down, and it will go down here on the A site.
Ooh. Small's taking a little bit of fire coming up through Hell. You're gonna have to drop and acquire these targets very, very quickly. RIT has a nice crossfire going. Don't even need it because Savagery finds the heads, finds the kills. Gives RIT a 2-point go-ahead lead.
And a fantastic lead at that. I mean, they are coming through here with an impressive start, especially coming off of that loss to SJU. So you would think that coming into this one, especially on their map pick, SJU would have a little bit of momentum and morale on their side, but that's not phasing RIT at all, especially on a neutral map like Ascent. They're coming into this one with their heads screwed on right, and they're doing a fantastic job. Now coming out of the mid lane, you can see Knight trying to get a read there, but it's going to back off. They do get smoked out. And now out goes the smoke for yet another. And honestly, it's coming down once again back to that tug and forth over towards the mid lane. But look at this. You can see Savagery now making their way over towards A, but they don't know that the cover is definitely there.
Gonna be a quick trade. Honestly, at this point, I feel like this favors RIT, right? They were able to go up on that last round. Kenny, though, does have the Blade Storm. Cannot count that out. And now with the one-player advantage here, going to be increased. Take it back down to 1, but crucially, just a sliver of health left for Savagery here. And still, the spike hasn't gone down, so they're going to be in a very vulnerable position at the moment while they get that down. Now they have to find a way to get out of there or just find some way to stay behind. But Aiden's going to help out tremendously by getting an initial pick. They're going to be stunned, and they get the kill through the stun, and again, coming up big with a round win there from RIT. Huge heads up play coming out. Also, want to give a quick shout out as well to Captain at Soka. Captain at Soka had to bow out, had to take off. Unexpected situation came up, so we have J Turbo in here joining us as soon as they are set up and ready. But for the moment, it will just be me taking you through this next round, which once again is going to see RIT with a pretty distinct advantage here. Especially considering there's only one ultimate on the side of St. John's too. The BB site hit. Knight will be identified and caught in the midst of them changing over to their gun. Maybe not the best thing to do. Now KO with the null command going to shut down any hopes of St. John's taking anything here. Jadbino does go down, but they're going to be able to get reactivated here as the plant does come in.
Spike planted.
Now Void in a very tough situation. Still waiting for the KJ to rotate over from A as well. Door going to be closed too, making it that much more difficult. St. John's to come in here and get a read on the situation. But Smalls finding a pair of headshots now. Puts out the sentry bot. Allow them to get some information, make sure that they stay safe as they start to push out. Flash goes in. WTP Void makes the wrong choice, and RIT will extend their lead to 4 rounds. Haha! Welcome! Oh, we're doing a quick sound check with J Turbo, but should be live here relatively soon. In the meantime, though, St. John's University, they got to turn things around here fast. This is their map pick, and they are down 4 right now. So this is becoming a dire situation for them.
Yeah, it really is. I think I'm live now. I think we're all good. I baited Juggle for a second. Hello, everyone. I came in, subbing in for the captain. Of course, this series already off to a great start. I caught the end of it. Going all the way to overtime. Rochester nearly bring it back, and now they've got that mojo they needed after the loss. But what a way to cancel out this start. St. John's already getting a pick off the rip and shutting down the lockdown to boot.
Yeah, and unfortunately though for St. John's, they do use the Hunter's Fury, right? That's not going to be available here moving forward. So but still, it's a one-player advantage here that could be pretty big. And Kenny actually going wild here, narrowing it down to just Lionheart. He was going to have to be brave here, peek a corner eventually, because the spike is right there. They can see it, they know it's there, but they spend a little too much time with just wishful thinking.
Oh, what a performance out of Kenny, just holding down lane like a champ. That jet player for St. John's, one of their leads. Seen this guy for the last couple years, and it's great to see him continue to lead this St. John's team from the front and using plays like that to sort of get him out of the rut that I think you naturally sort of get into, being pushed so close on Lotus, and then Rochester bouncing back, and now finally gun round going over after that bonus.
And still though is still in the driver's seat. They've got the guns. They've still got a little bit of buffer as well with the economy. Sunny takes a couple of shots, not gonna find anybody. And ooh, heads up play from Aiden. Hearing that gunfire and Wid just mid, holding that angle until the opportunity presents itself. And now with 2 players down, we're gonna see a quick rotation over to A. Door's gonna get closed as well, and the plant should go off without a hitch.
Yeah, that's some really good coordination to peek off of each other's contact out of mid. Now Smalls does have the rifle. individually talented, so this is certainly doable for St. John's. They have the Rolling Thunder and the Lockdown, but of course there is the Hunter's Fury to counter for Rochester, and this post plant is just so strong. Look at how many angles St. John's has to clear, and even smoking off Aiden.
Yeah. And just knowing that as well, you've got Sova with the Hunter's Fury, right? They're in a little bit of a vulnerable position at the moment, but I don't think you want to necessarily depend on those until you have to. St. John's actually, through Void, cutting down the ranks of RIT to just 2. Now, not enough time to get the defuse, so just going to be looking for a couple of exit picks. Not going to happen this time. RIT gets the round. Question is, do they escape the explosion? And they do, but barely.
Explosion doesn't even go off, just caught in the nick of time. And I'm going to say that was pretty expensive, but as you brought up, this war chest that's been building for Rochester has just given them enough comfort that they're fine to full buy here. And St. John's getting reset off of that last round, deciding whether or not to buy up. They are going to commit. I don't think they're going to have quite as much utility as they'd like to have. And we also see the light shields on smalls, so certainly a little scrappier. If this doesn't go the way of St. John's, it's going to be scary. And already looks like we might get some initial contact. Savagery gonna get caught out for a second by the fault line, and peek on the stun. Kenny gets the punish. It's really, really intense damage for Rochester. Savagery brought low as well, and now Aiden just barely able to escape.
Yeah, those finishing touches were perfect there. I mean, taking them down that low, they should definitely be the primary target that you're wanting to seek out, and just make sure that you continue to snowball this advantage that you've started to build. St. John's, to their credit as well, I mean, they're getting this done without having to expend any ultimates so far, right? And the two big ones that I'm looking at are going to be the Lockdown and the Rolling Thunder, right? And if things get dire, they still have those to lean back on.
Exactly, and having that space to work with is very important, and ultis as well, bringing that next dimension, but just this stall doing so much work. Then Sunny's ready to knock them all down. It's just going to be an attempted save here from Trigon. Can't even do that. One goes down, near flawless out of St. John's, and that's exactly the answer they needed.
Yeah, and a very economical round too, as well, right? You save basically every gun, you don't use any of your ultimates, and you start to chip away at that war chest that RAT has built up.
Yeah, it's about doing that damage, and we're already seeing it come into effect here, as we're gonna have to see a couple players buying for each other next. This is really that make or break round for Rochester's economy, and the next step for St. John's if they're going to be able to step up. Savagery just wants to run out the gate. Nearly gets caught by Sunny, but it's a back and forth as the op shot through the smoke.
Yeah, that Blade Storm cut down by Savagery. So St. John's again, I think getting not only a pick, but very impactful ones as well. You know, that was a big part of RIT's win condition here.
Absolutely was. Seems like we're getting the hit to come through as little stall. Smalls holding this angle, and Kenny getting a big hit. As all, what a job from Smalls. Just holds down the angle, stays true to that sentinel role. Chad Bino all alone on site in a 1v4. This is impossible.
Yeah, and the spike is off-site. I mean, you know, yeah, I mean, Captain Soak and I were speaking a little bit before, right? Like, if you get caught on site, it's like shooting fish in a barrel, right? If you kind of put all your eggs in that basket, and when your egg is only one player and that basket is B-site, this is going to be almost impossible. And yeah, the spike goes down, everybody knows where it's going to be planted. That's a quick round win.
Yeah, and good patience out of St. John's, not running in too early, not allowing there to be any potential for Chad Bino. Instead, waiting for that plant audio cue, using it to full effect. And now Rochester might be forced to buy here. I was a little confused seeing Savagery go for the Blade Storm last round, because I figured you want to hold on to that for this round right here, where you're going to have a couple rifles. You could have that Blade Storm on top to give you an extra edge if you want to buy up. Instead, they're playing for last round of the half. Total respect for that.
Exactly. One of the big things too is like St. John's, they're continuing to win these rounds while banking up their ultimate, right? And I mean, RIT is building a set of their own, but oh boy, I mean, the momentum being in RIT's favor is absolutely huge. Now, gunning down Sunny, It's certainly a great way to start and a great way to try and turn this around. And identifying Kenny as well, forcing them to back off, use a lot of their utility so that they're not going to have that in a post-plant situation is great, right? You get that for one outro.
Yeah, you get it for one, and the fact of the matter is they don't even need to get any more kills to just walk onto this site. Great utility play and out of mid as well. Rochester using this Thrifty to max effect, but Void striking right on back.
We are going to get the lockdown coming out. Let's see if they can take it out with the Hunter's Fury. Beautifully done. Now the Rolling Thunder comes in as kind of the backup to see if they can retake the site. And Kenny coming up huge with a pair of kills. The Blade Storm now it's just going to be up to Trigun, and the wallbang is there. Everything was going the way of RIT that round, but St. John's, they clutched it up, put on their game face, and got the job done.
Yeah, that was really good patience and teamwork out of St. John's, right? You saw them counter at the Killjoy Altar. The other way around, Rochester used that defensively, and St. John's were trying to use it proactively. And then, of course, that Rolling Thunder being used in the end, absolutely crucial to that retake. And now this last round, Rochester, they've been shut out for 3 in a row. And especially when you look at the back of that last round where you had a numbers advantage on site. Sure, you didn't have the gun advantage, but you were getting members low. We think about how Void was able to make so much work happen while at like 50 HP. Fact of the matter is, I think if they had just a slightly tighter post plant, there's a real world where they win that round. And so I think this is a really good timeout to bounce back from that sort of team environment where you were super close. I'm sure the comms were really hot and there were a lot of tensions running. And you got to calm down, reset, play the game you know how to play, give yourself a lead going into the next half, because they really do want to take this a split, especially after how brutal it was on Lotus to be shut down 0-2 in overtime after you bring it all the way back.
They're going to have one huge tool as well to hopefully carry them through this round if you are RIT, and that's the null command.
Yeah.
Right? You know, you can shut down so much utility, so many abilities. You can cripple Jet at the knees. So if RIT is going to come away with this round win, I think a big part of it is going to have to be that null command.
Completely agree, and we can already see that Chad Bino and Lionheart, they're trying to just scope out work B main. It's still a default setup generally, so they just want to take control of main, because I think the idea is you've been seeing that Killjoy setup happening on B site. You want to use that null command to be able to just walk right on in. I think it's a good approach. Actually, we see the lockdown committed, but no one's pushing up onto site yet. So this looks like an angle to try and get some space back A as well. Maybe a deep fake of sorts.
That's what it's reading to me as well, right? A big fake. Throwing that out there. Now a lot of noise is being made on A, but the spike is still on B. So I'm anticipating, yeah, this is going to be kind of a stealth approach onto B. But now that they've kind of backed off from A, we are seeing the push onto B. Defenders were starting to go back in that direction, but now with the null command out, you know exactly what's going on. Beautiful kill there through the smoke. That'll give them just no trouble to get the plant.
That is so intelligent out of Rochester, because they're saying, hey, we can fake going B, we can drop the ultimate, draw everyone back over to A site, and then actually take with our null command. Really, really heads up. It works here because you're working against coordinated players. You try and do in your ranked games, you just get flamed. As now on site, we're already starting to see the picks come together, and St. John's brought it back to even.
They have, and this is huge. In fact, it's still even. The trades are coming in, but the spike is ticking down closer and closer. RIT, though, will clutch it out in the end, giving themselves a lead going into the second half here, Turbo.
Super well done. Good post plant. They were able to trade down. It did get a little dicey at the end. I was a little scared, but eventually the setup just does its job. So for Rochester, great way to end the half. They're going to be feeling good about that one. But now for St. John's, it's your map pick. You know how to play Ascent. Everyone knows how to play Ascent. So I see no problem with them getting 7 or 8 this half to try and bring it back. 7-5 still a fine score line for Ascent. Of course, you want that 6-6 because it's a pretty dead even map, but I think for all of these squads, as capable as they are, they know that this is no comfort if you're Rochester, and it's no deterrent if you're St. John's.
It certainly isn't, and honestly, I feel like this is... What I've seen for both of these teams today is that they're both very strong on attack. That's where these teams have gotten the majority of their round wins. regardless of where we've been so far. So St. John's, I don't even necessarily know if this is them being down in the grand scheme of things, right? Because maybe you do weigh this a little bit heavier in their favor, just given past performance. I like this push up mid as well. We've seen this in the beginning in the pistol round previously before. And Dragon taking quite a bit of damage, but I also like that rotation around the smoke.
What a timing against Knight right there. You get so much damage onto Trigon. You leave a little gap just so you can try and catch the rotate, and you get mistimed by a literal second, as now we're seeing contact all across the map. Small's getting the first pick.
Yeah, and this is just snowballing quickly into St. John's favor. They will only end up with a one-player advantage, but that's going to be enough to kind of confidently give them A site. But the problem is the spike is lagging so far behind. Breach has it, so RIT is going to be able to get in position here defensively before the spike even goes down.
Yeah, and this is going to mean that there's not that much time play that you can really get away with if you're St. John's. But both players being up heaven, there's already a swarm grenade up here taken off the table, so that helps things out. But this stall from St. John's, they're wasting plenty of time, giving themselves back that buffer. Now you still have to peek out into so much utility. Flashes go down, Lionheart falls, and sure, you get one back, Trigon, but the early damage does its job, and Sunny will get a 3K for the round.
And that's going to set up St. John's beautifully here, right? It's almost a given that they're going to be able to take this round too. So even though RIT came into this half with a 2-round lead, that's been neutralized for all intents and purposes. Yes, maybe we see RIT clutch this up. That would be incredible, but all indications are that we're going to be even at 7 apiece here.
Yeah, all classics, low util, probably just going to be a stack attempt. Yeah, it looks like they're trying to stack up mid, take someone off guard. That could work for one player, but doubt it's going to be enough. And also, I think most players got spotted by that knife, so this is going to be interesting as we get just a quick rush onto A.
Yeah, actually, RIT did a great job, I think, of baiting everybody towards mid because of the sentry that KJ put up, right? That pulled everybody away from A site, and so even though it was just by the slimmest of margins, RIT gets there before St. John's is able to get kind of any defensible position. Lionheart does go down, but crucially as well for RIT, Omen takes a lot of damage here.
It's big, especially with Savagery on Shorty. Some shock darts raining in, but Kenny gonna start spraying down with Sunny. Void gonna take this angle with Smalls, and I don't think Void even got a kill that round. Didn't even matter. We got 7s up top, a flawless for St. John's, and this is a pretty crucial round for Rochester, because this is how you swing the momentum back in your favor.
Yeah, this definitely is a feels bad moment for RIT, but they, like you said, they're gonna have the gun advantage. This round should go their way, so they're gonna be looking at a 1-round lead here, presumably going into round 16. But easier said than done. They still got to get the job done, and right now they're all stacking up on A, as St. John's has taken a gamble to put a lot of defenders there as well, and it looks like it's primed to pay off.
They do spot the breach, but nobody else, so they don't know how heavy this approach is. And the fact is, there's nobody else looking around the map to try and work it up. But that owl drone sort of gives this one away, as Savagery just has to run back. Not much util to work with, just an updraft. So this is going to be very scary. Gonna need some serious gun skill to survive this one after this smoke goes down.
This is the second time too Savagery's kind of been caught out like this, where they've had to use pretty much all of their utility just to get out of dodge, right? Not to necessarily get kills. And that's really what you want your Jet to do. I mean, of course, surviving better than dying, but St. John's has to feel good about bleeding that much util.
Yeah, but the fact is there hasn't been a ton, and now this is going to be just a split setup. So Aiden going to be first point, loses the duel to Smalls. That's going to be the trigger for everyone out of main, or at least it should be soon, and all the duels going to St. John's.
Yeah, and this was RIT's to lose, right? Coming into this, they had the gun advantage. Did a great job, I think, getting a positional advantage leading up to this push coming out from St. John's, but consistently St. John's has been the team that has clutched up, I think, in crucial moments.
Yeah, that is definitely one part of this team that you always have to be scared about, is their clutch factor, right? Their ability to perform under pressure. A lot of these players have been together for quite a while and have a lot of practice together. I still remember, I think it was one of my first EGF casts where it was a St. John's Valorant game and Void was leading this team. So that's a statement for how long and how successful these players have been over time. And now the round is over, but they want to get these guns out of their hands and will succeed in doing so. And that is going to be brutal for Rochester, who just have to full save.
That was huge. And St. John's, you know, they went the extra mile there. They could have been content just with the round win, but they said, no, we want to win, but we also want to kick them while they're down. And that's gotta hurt if you're IIT.
And beyond that as well, for St. John's, is that the only way you lose this next round is if those two rifles just pop off, right? As Savagery gets caught by the one-way going for the ult orb. A little too greedy on that one, and the grade gets punished. But yeah, it's like the only way you can lose is if you let a rifle through. So they know they have money, and they don't lose anything anyway. And the Hunter's Fury already used to take out Chad Bina.
Yeah, this is St. John's now, kind of on cruise control, right? And I think we're seeing a little bit of panic coming out from RIT as well. So they need to get the mental game back in check here. Spike is going to go down. Only a 2-player advantage here for St. John's. So it's certainly something you can come back from RIT, but I have to do more than that to make it happen, though.
Yeah, as Sunny does get picked off, so Lionheart will be happy to get one back. Big paranoia should just lead to the end of it here. And Knight, again, keeping that econ strong for St. John's. They're in a great spot. Even if they were to lose 2 in a row, I think I could still buy on top of that with how many guns they've been able to save. Yeah, everyone above that 6K mark. So plenty of cash to play with. And Rochester taking, I think, a very well-deserved and much-needed timeout here.
This is the biggest streak of round wins we've seen so far on this map as well. So I agree. This is the time that you take the timeout, because there have been 4 unanswered rounds so far. RIT has not won a round this half.
Yeah.
So, you know, both of these teams said before they like attack. They have looked strongest on attack, and that's certainly being borne out here.
Absolutely. And already looking at just sort of the success that we've seen from St. John's, it's felt like they've used a ton of utility around A main, gained control, turned it into either an A split or just ran it down, and it's worked. That consistent A control, making sure they're ahead on each of these potential fights, it's helped them get a lot of rounds. And so for Rochester, I think you're going into this thinking, how do we combat that? How do we slow them down? But also, what happens when they go somewhere else? And that's what we're already seeing on the map, where St. John's are leaning towards this B side, at least sending it 3, if not more, over. So it's going to have to be a moment. And we're already seeing the adjustment that's coming through for St. John's is we're going to put the KJ on A. She hasn't been doing anything on B. And right when that move happens, St. John's have a read on the game. They send everyone B.
Ooh. Savagery coming up in a big way, though. Early advantage here to RIT. Altron going to get a little bit of info. They know roughly where they're going to be. Trigun tries to run away, not going to be able to do that. Gun down at the last moment. 3v3 now. Savagery tries to get another pick, but still not going to come up with anything this time. So that will go down.
Oh, that hurts for Rochester. You could see the timeout, the changes they wanted to make, how they wanted to adjust their game plan, not give up A main control and tree, and then it just all falls apart. Re-engage comes through. Chad Bino's already down. Crossfire's too strong from Kenny and Knight. Now Rochester left without answers, staring down potentially 11 rounds. So it's going to have to be quite the climb for them. And St. John's are sitting pretty. They got tons of money to work with. Everything they've done has worked so far. So now they're just defaulting back to the A site. Glad to see that Rochester is still sticking to their adjustments, but it is dire. It's starting to look like dire straits for them.
Something has to change, and it has to change now, right? Yeah. This is now 5 unanswered rounds, probably looking at 6, right? You know, RIT certainly hoping they're going to be able to clutch this up, but it's going to be tough if they do. They're going to have to play this very intelligently, and they're going to have to just do something different It can't just be same old here.
And they can already see that the KJ has moved. We see both of the nano swarms dropped. Of course, they're just going to avoid that. Plant nice and in the open for main. Send someone hell. Get the crossfire set up. Still 5 members up. Not for much longer. Is Knight going to find one back? Shuts down Savagery in the Blade Storm, and that one hurts. Lionheart, don't use it here.
Fortunately, not going to listen to the advice. Lockdown should be taken out momentarily. Don't even need to do that as they just descend and kill and plant.
The play call from Rochester is not bad there, right? Like I say, don't use the Killjoy there because I knew that the script was for them. We're going to collapse the site. We're going to have members playing for exits when they have to leave, and then we're going to run in, and that's how we'll get our advantage back. We don't have a gun advantage, but we'll have a positioning advantage. But the second that you lose Savage backside, you just have to cut your losses and try and do as much damage as possible, because that lockdown is a pretty big ultimate that could come into play these next couple rounds, but now it's not. 3 do get picked up by the knife, so that is some early information, and hopefully it'll help inform Rochester's approach with the Rolling Thunder using an empty sight.
Oh, beautiful shot from Savagery. The operator coming in big. Gonna be evened up though. Satan does go down.
Oh, this is
I
nice.
got that from the shadows. I like this from Knight. Yeah, Chad Pina was aware of it. They knew there were shenanigans in play, but still unable to do anything about it. So RIT again fighting from behind, and to St. John's credits, I mean, they have activated here. This is just spectacular, but big plays coming out from both Lionheart and Savagery. RIT the advantage, but they still got to move quickly here. The spike is not a whole lot of time left, and that stun is brutal. Have to get kills here in rapid succession, but Savagery forced into action maybe quicker than they wanted to. The round will go to St. John's again, even though the kills are there for RIT.
Really felt it there for Rochester. Pulled the trigger just a little too late. I think also it was a really tough position to have Savagery still on that operator when you try and retake the site. I don't think that there were any rifles that could have gotten picked up otherwise, so you do what you can with what you have, but this the operator investments haven't been working out for Rochester, and I think it's just because St. John's have been giving up all of mid. They have not been caring about that central part of the map. They've been playing mains, they've been playing sites, and I think Rochester finally realizing that with a lot of pressure towards this mid area that they might be able to take control of. Once again, they haven't been able to retake A all site, and who says they can start now? But Aiden getting rid of Knight, that'll remove a lot of options. Savagery might just get answered back.
This is going to be a 4v4. Lockdown taken out as well. So one less tool in the toolbox here for St. John's. Smalls falling as well to Aiden. So RIT, not in the worst position they've been in, but again, this has been, what, now 7 unanswered rounds from St. John's. They are on game point, match point. RIT has to be perfect from here on out in order to stay alive in this series. Get another pick. St. John's down to 1. Oh, but that is a big stun onto Aiden, evening the playing field once again.
Huge fault line from Void there. And the trouble is for Rochester here is that Trigon is holding A alone, and they've had to split up for who's going to cover mid, right? Lionheart just has to try and take some sort of position so that the turret can also watch B, but the commitment is on this A site. The plant will come down. It's 2v2 health advantage for Rochester, but still very scary with how St. John's plays the post.
Oh, wow. Hunter's Fury coming in a huge way. That's going to get him down 1v1, but a Trigon comes away with a round win. The first of many that are going to have to come here in order for them to stay alive in this series.
Yeah. St. John's got 7 in a row. Rochester are going to need 4 more in a row just to force overtime. And we saw on Lotus that St. John's felt a little bit better when their backs were against the wall. And also Rochester, with that win, their money's just still in such a brutal position. You're going to have to buy for teammates. That's all you can really do at this point. But they're just going to be force buying from here on out. St. John's, their war chest still has probably 1 more buy left in it. So Rochester's gonna have to push this to 10 before they're even running into a save. That's such a big proposition to ask, as slower pacing, it seems, right now out of St. John's. Want to wait this one out, get a little more info before they decide.
Ooh, it's going to be another fault line. Causing a little bit of problems for RIT, so that's very important positioning gained here for St. John's. Taking it slow and steady here. I don't think that was the intended destination of the recon bolt. Let them know where they are. Big picks coming in from St. John's. One of them will be answered. It does leave them with a one-player advantage, though.
Pretty much just dry peeking sight. Win both of the fights with a 2v2. And in that moment, you feel like it's all starting to fall apart for Rochester as they can get a little more info. But Sunny, he's on this flank at a tree.
And look, they've got the Rolling Thunder as well. Breach is playing it very, very safe. RT does get one pick. They have even things up here. But as soon as they start to push onto site, which they're going to do here momentarily, that Rolling Thunder is going to come out, and then the rest of the team's just going to descend onto them. So this is tough. Yeah, here it comes. As soon as that defuse comes in, Rolling Thunder is in. It's all 3 players. Smalls, it's going to be like shooting fish in a barrel. They're going for the spike. They almost got the defuse. That is going to do it. St. John's with a phenomenal second half on Ascent. Takes the series 2-0.
That was really, really impressive out of St. John's in that second half. Just complete control, only dropping a single round for Rochester. I hopped in, I subbed in for the captain a little earlier, seeing exactly what they were doing. It looked like they were attacking really, really well, but as you mentioned, these are 2 very attack-focused teams, and it seems for Rochester, their defense just wasn't quite able to adjust, and even when they did, St. John's had the read.
Yeah, kudos to St. John's. Congratulations on a very well-deserved win here. RT put up a great effort as well. We've had 2 very, very close matchups. They have been both 2-0s, but they have not been easy 2-0s. And we've got 2 more games coming your way tonight, so stick around. It will be myself and Jay Turbo for the rest of the evening. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon with our 3rd series of the evening.
My name is Justin Rolon.
My name is Justin Garcia Quinones.
My name is Chenji.
My name is Brian Patantis.
My name is Raymond Asenkow.
My name is Jasmine.
My name is Maya DeLong.
I'm Mark Etienne. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to St. John's.
The world needs solutions.
Like now.
We need more voices.
More voices.
More voices.
Not less.
Don't build barriers.
We tear them down!
I learned from great books, but I write my own story. And look to the future.
The world needs me.
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 We're different here. We don't just get up for another day. We rise. We don't just work. We endeavor. We're women and men, for and with others. We have hope, we believe, and we celebrate. Why are we different?
So we can be the difference.
We are halfway through the action here tonight on EGFC for Valorant. Gonna be joining you once again, Warren Jugglegat Hammond. This time on, excuse me, my left, your right will be J Turbo.
Oh yeah, feeling good. I'm excited for this matchup. Idaho versus Marquette. They're two teams who are both sort of sitting closer to the bottom of the standings, so this is really a pride matchup. See who you can beat in the league, as I believe maps have already been selected. So we'll be able to take a peek at what this matchup has for us, as we're opening up on Fracture, then going to Ascent, and ending on Lotus. So not used to seeing this map line up in a collegiate match.
I know, but like, what's weird is we have seen Lotus and Ascent in our first two matches, right? Yeah. We did not go to Ascent in the first match, but it was selected. So yeah, the map choices have been varied today in a really cool way, honestly. And yeah, starting things off on Fracture, that was not on my bingo card today.
No, not at all. I don't think I've seen all but one like series have Fracture in it, and it was a deciding map, and we didn't even get there. And I'm really enjoying squads that need to mix it up with their map rotation, especially squads that are struggling during the season, trying out different maps that they might not be as practiced on, but also your opponents are not going to be as practiced on. So we'll see if this is a curveball for one of these squads. Is seeing the mass Yoru hover. Always love to see it. Marquette, rough history on this map. Idaho, we haven't seen them on it this season. So this will definitely be an interesting way to start off this matchup.
They've been pretty, unfortunately for Marquette, the losses they have sustained have been pretty one-sided. But yeah, when you're hovering over the multi-Yoru, this cause for worry.
I'm going to wait on that one, but I am going to say in defense of Marquette, the teams they faced on Fracture, you look at St. John's, you look at William and Mary,
yeah,
you look at teams in the league, right? St. John's have been hovering like between top 5, top 6, so they're right.
Yeah,
in
they're
the
all
mix.
in the top 10.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you're running up against really solid teams. As we don't even see the Yoru locked in Idaho, we're baiting us the whole way down. Disappointed. And I really like this composition that they've put together. It's definitely going to look weird, but Fracture is a weird map, and you can get a little creative on it. No Raze, it's a very traditional duelist, going with the Neon instead. I've seen some of this experimentation, so I like that. Brimstone, Astra, both pretty much the two real controllers that you want on this map. Sure, you can play Viper in certain setups. You can play Omen, but I've seen a lot of favor towards this Brimstone and this Astra. And the Cypher, excited to see more Cypher on the game.
As am I, and Fade as well. It's actually been a little bit before since I've gotten to see Fade, and we're going to have one on both sides. So love that. Of course, Breach, kind of the mainstay on Fracture, so no surprises there. And honestly, given how strong Breach is on this map, between the two sides, right, whoever honestly plays them a little bit better, Lightseer or Babytron, honestly, that can be a pretty big determining factor in how this map goes.
Yeah, I think that whichever Breach is a little bit more coordinated, that's going to be the real difference maker, because Breach is just one of those agents, when you put him into your composition, that he can clear so much space so quickly and set up your aggressive players. You're looking at Spherical for Marquette. You're looking at Cheese for Idaho, where they want to get in there and you can just leave only one angle they have to shoot because you aftershock one side, you fault line the other, and you flash to get them inside. As we're going to see the Haunt drop down, will spot, I think, at least one player out, and there's so many members here.
Yeah, Marquette taking no time at all to get on the site, and not even that, to rotate off of it and start to put pressure as the rotations come in from Idaho. It's going to be an even trade, though, as Idaho does actually eke out a little bit of an advantage here. Cloudy not taking a couple shots. Saucy going down low. Crucially for Marquette University as well, both players have taken damage.
Yeah, that's going to be the rough one. Nice headshot from Cloudy. Just needs one more. Gets the body shots and a 4K to kick things off for the Fade. So we'll see that Nightfall coming into effect a little earlier than usual. So already excited for those kinds of propositions. But on the other side, Spherical getting 2, so Showstopper getting built up. But overall, great start for Idaho. And for Marquette, Spherical has been around this team for a while, so is Croatify, both very individually talented. Now it's just getting the rest of your players sort of up to speed in a way, and seen growth through them at times throughout the season, managed to have some solid halves, and now I just want to see them continue to grow, especially against a team like Idaho, where you're on pretty even footing. His early flash is already coming out, and Saucy getting stunned up. Might just get ran down. Somehow escapes. She's still on the hunt.
Yeah, but for how long is the question? They're going to be attacked from 2 different sides by 3 different people. So not a whole lot you can do in that situation. Idaho with a very commanding presence now on point. And to be expected, they won the pistol round. Likely going to go their way.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh. That's always feels good when you can get the nade kill, and then also being aware of that ult orb. So like the proactivity on the ult economies from Spherical, now it's just a matter of, can you get one more? That'd be nice. But overall, still, I think as successful as you can really expect for Marquette. She's going to come around the corner. Spectre's going to win that duel every single day. And Idaho going to also be, I think, very happy with that result, considering they got to keep all of their Spectres and carry this momentum over. Of course, rifles are up and only 1 ult orb away for Spherical.
There.
And that can be pretty impactful as well. So Spherical is able to get either get an ult orb or get an early kill. And given how aggressively University of Idaho has been playing, Spherical could take that to their advantage, right? You're running around a corner or a few corners, 3 or 4 people. All of a sudden, you hear that Showstopper come out. You're gonna have a lot of targets to take a shot at.
And the Haunt not going down is really impactful. It just gives Saucy the heads up, but wasn't ready for the players from behind. And what a run-in from Razor and Lights!
Yeah. Charging headfirst into danger, finding value as well. Babytron does take that a little bit of the advantage that University of Idaho has. Prowler. Didn't quite find anybody, I don't think. I think it actually expired before it hit. Yeah. Marquette, University of Idaho still with a great positional advantage here. Here comes Spherical with, yeah, the Showstopper. They are able to get a pick. They're going to try and move over to point as quick as they can. University of Idaho now in a tougher position, but both players up in heaven. So Babytron going to start to rotate around that way, but she is too quick on the draw. Things got a little dicey there for Idaho, but in the end, they clutched it out, and crucially, on the bonus round for Marquette.
Yeah, really big bonuses. Still going to praise Spherical for a moment, because even though that didn't look super impressive, dying up in heaven, the way that they played that round, getting the initial pick with the Showstopper, then spotting one out long, giving the information over to Akik, and then going for the tower play. Very well done. Almost turned it around, but I think there's some miscommunication. Babytron not looking the same way as Akik, so they weren't able to take the duels together. Instead, this is Fracture Lots tight corners. So Marquette, they're opting for a little force, some shotguns and a stingers.
Probably not a bad idea either, because they're certainly not far away from taking a round here, right? University of Idaho has not played this perfectly. There's been a couple of picks coming in, so maybe you're also hoping that Idaho gets a little overconfident here.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a potential outcome. Is Idaho's still playing this pretty well, very patiently, clearing corner after corner, recognizing this reality, respecting their opponents. As the aftershock nearly taking down Akik, and he almost had the timing. It's too little, too late, and now that gun advantage just coming into play.
Gratify tries to get something done. That long sideline just going to be Saucy. Sprinting from B, but everybody else is sprinting to mid from A, so he just run head first into a wall of gunfire.
Yeah, already spotted out by the neural theft. Not going to have much there, and am going to note in defense of Marquette that this is Idaho's map, right? So it could just be that Marquette don't have practice on this one. They weren't expecting it to get picked, so also like to see Idaho stepping up and being proactive again with their map choice to put their opponents on something uncomfortable.
Exactly, right? You know, you want to give yourself every advantage you can in this game, because this is a game that you know, even if you are coming into it right knowing maybe you are going to be the more skilled team, maybe you're going to be the favored one, there's so many opportunities, so many times to turn around, and you have to stay on point for so long. It can become mentally taxing, mentally exhausting. So yeah, this kind of advantage is big. Love to see the Sky Smokes coming in as well from Brim. Goes down Idaho just a little bit. Now it's going to be 2-2. Again, Marquette University not down and out by any stretch of the imagination. They are taking them toe-to-toe, and in fact, one player remaining. Unfortunate timing there. Idaho it takes round number 5.
Yeah, that was one that Marquette really did need to win to try and turn this one around. Just with how strong Idaho have looked, how coordinated they've been, how really precise. They haven't had necessarily direct executes, but the ways that they clear space together has been very, very clean. And it almost looked like Spherical could have turned it around, but again, just both duelists hopping on the rope at the same time. One of them's going to win, and that time it was Cheese.
Cheese right now, you know, hopefully I'm not going to be caster cursing them, but they haven't died yet, right? 5 rounds in, no deaths. And I think that is cause for concern here for Marquette. This Nia needs to be, I think, target number 1, especially considering they have their ultimate ready to go.
Yes, got the lasers. There's the Nightfall that I was watching for from the first round, and Babytron getting one back with the Sheriff, so it's 4v4, and the Nightfall gone low. Spherical doing damage, but taking more in return.
Last player standing.
Nikek in a tough position as well. Marquette's best opportunity here, just Cheese here in heaven. Gonna be able to gun down one, takes a little bit of damage. Gonna go in for the defuse, and oh, that is a beautiful cyber cage as well. I mean, that's gonna, yeah, nothing to be done here.
Tried to spray through the smoke, almost got it, couldn't quite get the lucky headshot, but Marquette answering back on the Thrifty, gonna pick up a couple Phantoms. Of course, doesn't really matter relative to Idaho's bank. They needed some players to die anyway, so they could buy and not just all be stuck at 9K. A terrible problem to have, right? But Marquette, the fact they were able to do that on a save, puts them in an okay position. Still 3 players fully bought down, so they're going to need to start streaking a little bit, but they've got some pretty impactful ultimates to try and do that. Rolling Thunder is up, the Astro Wall is up, and Nightfall is 1 away, and the Showstopper as well, almost coming up for a second time, so lots of things to consider if you are Idaho, but they also have plenty of ultimates of their own.
Starting things out with the Rolling Thunder is a great way to initiate. That's got to be a big kill on the Saucy. Razor coming in with the orbital strike. And a lot of work done. Idaho quick to regain the tempo, regain pace, regain control of this game.
That site take was instant. It had both of the Bearded Bro ultimates, the Rolling Thunder, and the Orbital Strike. Did the job. Babytron trying to answer back, or at least do some damage. Just almost isolates the fight with lights. And oh, this is a little tight. Does still have some utility, but of course not much time to work with. Cheese gonna pop on over, gonna get peeked out, goes down, but still have to worry. There's not enough time to work with. The flashpoint is dropped. Fault line is used. Lights manages to dodge it, and there is really nothing else to be done. Despite your opponent being stunned up, it will be Idaho put number 6 on the board.
That means the worst Idaho can do here in the first half is going even, right? 6-6. So this is a great place for Idaho to be. Regardless of how the rest of this half goes, they're not going to be on the back foot when we swap sides.
No, absolutely not. I'm gonna go back to the point that I was getting into before Babytron starting to pop off interrupted me. But the fact is, we saw just really good team coordination out of Idaho. They dropped the Rolling Thunder, the Orbital Strike, clean play to clear out tower, then immediately push up onto site on the stun timing, making sure they were getting every inch of their utility used. That's, I think, the story so far this game is that Idaho have just been using their utility really well, where I've seen a few moments that Marquette, they're taking dry peeks they probably don't have to, or trying to push into positions might not really need to. It's already a good read. 4 members here from Marquette.
Oh, big plays coming out from Lights, giving Idaho once again a 1-player advantage. And I want to kind of piggyback off what you were saying as well about some of these utility, the utility that University of Idaho is using, because in addition to that, they're using their ultimates, right? Marquette University, they're still sitting on 5, right? They need to be a little bit more proactive with their ultimate use, with their ability usage, because at this point they're just being walked over.
But Idaho not planting during that entire sequence doesn't make a ton of sense to me. Doesn't seem like they'll be too heavily punished for it, considering it's justifiable with a Spectre. But couple moments of question coming out for both teams, so this is by no means over. Of course, this momentum from Idaho is really tough to look at and be positive for Marquette, but this is also Fracture. Super attack-sided. It can be very, very difficult to play out, but Saucy and Croatify, they've just been getting picked off at the start of these rounds, and then we haven't been seeing these Prowlers for retakes. We haven't seen much star usage for attempting to regain space for Marquette, just because Saucy and Croatify get out of the picture so early.
You know what I mean? I think we could say, like Marquette, they're not using these proactively, but a lot of that I think also goes down to the fact that Idaho is not giving them the chance to. Yeah. Right? Idaho is playing at such a breakneck pace that Marquette University just doesn't have time to react and kind of play as a unit. So I think we need to see a little bit more agency coming out from Marquette University during some of these rounds here, so that we do see these ultimates getting used, these ultimates being utilized.
And I like this position change from them on the B site, playing much more defensively, realizing how Idaho likes to approach these sites is, oh no, this is going to be a timing onto...
Ooh. Razor.
Wow.
Yeah, that was Akex. Should have been right there. Just a little quicker on the trigger. It will be University of Idaho. Like it's gonna come in. Here's the Rolling Thunder now to back everybody away. Cheese does have the laser finger. So as soon as they're unleashed, this could get bad. Spherical trying to get something done with the showstopper. Gets a little bit as Cheese is taken out, but now it's just gonna be down to Saucy to try and retake.
It's gonna have to be quite the performance out of the Astra player here.
Oh, wow.
Gets caught by the neural theft. Aftershock as well. They know exactly where they are.
Oh, and with
take the peek out with the camera. It's all too easy for Disguised. Unfortunate spot at the end there. I'm gonna say I really liked one play from Isle of Babytron right after he dropped the Rolling Thunder. He uses the fault line to assume if Cheese had been able to get out and then hop back in with the laser pointer. So fact of the matter is that he was able to be a little proactive and shut that down. Did like that play. So there's these moments for Marquette, right? They just haven't been able to put them together to really get any rounds on the board besides that one thrift.
But it is good to see them use some of their ultimates, right? It definitely benefited them, right? They're going to be able to build them back up. They need to start rotating them.
That's unfortunate, Haunt. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Came back to haunt you. Cloudy throwing a couple of shots towards heaven, but I love this tripwire as well. This is going to be tough. Gratify all the advantage here. A couple of quick shots from a judge, jury, and executioner.
Absolutely, just holding down the position. Gonna have to run out away from the aftershock, and I think that'll also destroy. Actually, doesn't quite clip the tripwire, so that is pretty big deal here. Gonna say from this position, Croatify doesn't really use this tripwire all too well. I think it's, but it does allow them to sort of reset behind the corner and still take that fight. So certainly will still work out for them. But just this holding pattern from Idaho, the first time they've really slowed down the pace of the game this half, and we'll have to see if Marquette are able to respond.
I like it. I'm curious as to what the reasoning is behind it.
30 seconds
You know, it
left.
could be just to throw your opponent off, which I think is a very valid reason. Idaho does have control now over the point. With a pick on the sausage, the plant will come through. Marquette University now down 1. Still a little bit of action happening over on B side, but they're going to be moving away pretty quickly. Orbital strike coming in from Brim. Not going to find anything this time, though.
And Gratify getting caught trying to pick up a gun, get the upgrade, goes down to half health. Tees around this corner, loses the duel to Spherical, so this is doable now. Push up from Akek. Does get one on the Stinger, can't find the Sheriff shot, somehow is still alive. Does get shut down. Now it's just one member left standing, just goes for the stick. Pros don't fake, and Spherical gonna steal away a round.
Let's go. Love to see it. Yeah. A little bit of an oversight there from University of Idaho. It's not a position to deny the defuse. So a great situational awareness, honestly, from Spherical as well.
Yeah, and now we're going to see a timeout for Marquette. I think that definitely could have called one a little sooner, but still happy to see them take it, get those level heads back into call. I'm sure that was a big moment for all of them with Spherical sneaking it away. So this could also just be sort of a, we're good, we popped off, good job, Spherical. Now let's think about what's coming next, right? How do we try and get 2 rounds back to make this a playable half? Because go down 8-4 on Fracture, I think you're fine with that. You're not happy about it. You'd rather be 7-5, 6-6, but I think you're fine with it just with how many options you have on attack, right? And how difficult this map can be to hold.
One thing I'd really like to see coming out from Marquette this round in particular is the Cosmic Divide, right? It can be used proactively, and we really haven't seen that be the case. And given how aggressive University of Idaho likes to play, I think that could really work in their favor if they just set up in advantageous positions behind that Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, I completely agree that you can just sort of stall the game out if Idaho are trying to play quickly and pump the brakes on a team that wants to ramp back up, because they lost that last round from playing it a little too slow, from, I think, respecting Croatify's early pick a little too much. Or not respecting.
It was Croatify, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was Croatify. I don't know what I'm saying. Cloudy's player for Idaho. But yeah, they were respecting that early pick, I think, a little too much. And now, going quick, back to business.
Ooh, Trapwire going to be triggered. UIT is gunned down immediately afterwards. A great heads-up play from Akek. Happy to see this happen. Croatify once again in heaven, but this time Disguise just a little quicker on the trigger. And up a Tripwire now in heaven. Plant is going to come in. It's a 4v4 here.
Yeah, and got the timing. No spray down quite there for Babytron. Southie's going to grab a kill for themselves. Is, of course, as we said, that Great Divide available, but in this close quarters, they just want to play the numbers game. Is Akek going to stick this to half? Stun comes down, means there's no response. What? And a quick retake from Lights, and Razor getting revenge for last round.
Yeah, that might have been a little overzealous on the defuse there, but I can understand, right? You're Marquette, you desperately want these round wins, but you have to play the patient game here in Valorant.
Yeah, the fault line doing such a good job to prevent there from being an answer back. So again, just that heads up utility usage from Idaho, squeezing out as much as they can in these moments. As for Marquette, they realize their only way to win this is with a stack and a numbers advantage, but they have picked the wrong side.
Unfortunate for them indeed. We're going to see a quick rotation through mid, so this is kind of fascinating. I wonder what the call was, the rationale. They're going to circle back actually to B, but everybody else actually rotating through CT instead to kind of back up and shore up the defenses on A. University of Idaho, curiously, also hasn't really decided on a point yet, though.
Face your fear.
I mean, they've had no information. There was no one to spot out that extra push, so they drop this Nightfall. It does literally nothing because no one is there. Of course, all these angles are caught off because you still have to play retake because you weren't on the site. And Akek can be the first casualty, but timing against Babytron turns into a couple of kills for Marquette.
Ultimate used by Fade once again. Marquette University only down 1, peeks the corner. University of Idaho cruising. They 3 rounds separate them from victory here on Fracture.
Yeah, so close to victory. They win the pistol. It feels like you can wrap up the game, but still that chance for Marquette if they can grab a pistol here. How attacking side of this map is, as we mentioned, but they do seem a little uncomfortable at times. Again, this is just such a weird map relative to others. A lot of your transferable skills won't carry over to like a traditional mid focus, or being able to default a 1-2-2 or a 1-3-1 or something. Those options just aren't available to you with this kind of map. So have to see if Marquette have something up their sleeve.
And they had better have something up their sleeve, because if they lose this pistol round, all indications are they're going to be on match point, right? You cannot afford to lose this round if you are Marquette University. So consequently, they are taking their time. They are playing this very patient. Especially considering Safarical taking a lot of damage, they are now down. So University of Idaho starting to put the finishing touches on this first game.
Yeah, they wanted to try and just contest Satellite. I think Safarical thinks can win this duel, draw some pressure over, then we can rotate either up main or up B. Doesn't work out that way as planned, so it does seem this is just going to be a standard B split with 4 remaining members.
Gratify holding this angle. They send a Prowler out, but in a little bit of a vulnerable position, and UIGs takes advantage of that quickly. Now pushing on the site pretty aggressively as well. There's going to be one trade, but Marquette University still down by 2. Oh, Saucy does get the jump on Razor, so that was big, especially considering how little health both of these members have right now. They have to. They can't afford to take any more damage, really, at all.
Yeah, but the thing is, Marquette, they found the bait and switch, but Light catches the crossover. It's just Babytron, 10 HP. This would be nothing short of, I'm not going to say a miracle, because Babytron has shown that they can tap heads when needed, but this is going to take some serious skills.
Monumental, I think, would be an apt way to describe a round win here. I'm not so sure about leaving no sight lines on point. They do hear everyone push, though, so this could give them the jump on a couple of people, right? You do see the defuse coming in. Just going to get to half. Ooh, just a little bit too slow. And University of Idaho is in prime position now to just bring this home.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I actually kind of liked that post plant from Babytron, but I think you have to start moving the second you see Lights cross over. Because we saw Idaho, they went out to clear main, because that's what it's planted for, right? You're not expecting someone to be playing Sands if it's planted right in front of main. So
yep,
I think it was a good idea. Didn't quite work out. Now we're going to see Marquette. They're going to force up. Don't want to play for the tie and having to get 10 in a row. Want to try and get the ball rolling here and now with the force up. It's going to be Stingers versus Spectres. So far, the Spectre barely wins.
The trade will come in. Marquette, hopefully not down and out yet. But a lot of good positioning here being gained now by Marquette University as well. And considering they just got another pick, things are looking a little bit better. In fact, turning things around in a big way. But Cheese has something to say about that. And Marquette University does not like it. It's just going to be down to Cheese here. And in fact, unable to get the job done. So Marquette University gets another lease on life.
Yeah, and changing up the pace there, swapping up what Idaho were expecting works out beautifully for Marquette. Take control of the tempo. I'm still going to say the main loser from that opening duel was both players' aims and like reputations in that moment. But overall, both players doing well. Trades coming through for the teams. And Marquette, as you said, lease on life. They've got a significant gun advantage here. Should put themselves up to 4. And then that's going to be the real question.
Prowler. Not going to find anything this time, but that's still good information that lets Marquette know that University of Idaho definitely not where they thought they would be. It's like the likely push coming to A side here. Croatify As soon as smokes go down, I'm going to be looking down the barrel of 2 players from Idaho, but they do have backup as well. Nice shots coming in from Croatify now, looking for the wall bang here, unable to find it. It's flash right before they're getting ready to launch the haunt to get a little bit extra information. These 2 players on B really pinned down, and honestly, great patience shown from Marquette. ACAT coming in with a 3-piece, going to be gunned down eventually by Cheese, but a lot of damage already done here, and Marquette University does have the plant, does have the spike down, so big ask here for Cheese, especially considering they've got 4 HP.
Yeah, Disguise gets one as well, but is super low. That's gonna get stunned, run across, somehow survives. Not sure how that's possible, but it's just gonna take 1 shot here. His Disguised already goes down. Where's the spray down? Gotta be close. Croatify gets it.
Yeah, there was hardly any time left there. I mean, even if you get a couple of picks, trying to clear every single corner while you know one of the players is going to be hiding and waiting for the defuse to come in, that was nigh on impossible.
Exactly. So, do you like how we've seen Marquette these last 2 rounds? Of course, not traditional gun rounds. It's going to be our first of the half. Saucy on a bit of a disadvantage with only the Spectre. Sure, Croatify has the Bulldog, but it's still a rifle, so you're still looking at pretty even rifle round. Members who you want those Vandals in their hands, Babylon, Spherical, and ACAC all having it, so definitely another chance for Marquette as they're just grouped up as 5 once again. They're sticking together and working so far.
Rally goes out. They know that people are on the way to B side. Claudia actually playing this very aggressively. I feel like this could end up biting them in the end, but they throw out enough util, enough bullets that Marquette actually just decides to get out of dodge and move elsewhere.
Man, with ACAC getting so low, does just draw the transition. But so much, I mean, honestly, not even that much util used in response, but enough that there's this read. There must have been a transition as Spherical is going to get spotted. Disguise gets the pick.
Shot coming in there. That's going to be a second for them. Looking for a third. They find it. Almost there for the 4th, but Saucy does eventually gun them down. Just going to be ACAC left standing. And with 12 HP, this is all Idaho. They are very likely moving on to match point here.
Yep. All signs would point to it. There's always the chance. ACAC's going to need some really brilliant moments. Saw some great tracking in the last round, or 2 rounds back with the Spectre.
Yeah.
Now looks away just the wrong time. As Cheese comes around the corner. It's match point for Idaho. And Marquette would need 8 in a row. It has to start here, but there's not a ton of money to go around.
No, unfortunately there is not. Gonna be able to get a couple of rifles here. You have a few ultimates ready to go as well. Right, and crucially, I'm mostly looking at that Rolling Thunder, right? And you know, you can use it to get on site, yes, but if you can manage to find a kill, give yourself a little bit of an advantage and save it for post plant, I think that's ideal.
I think so too. It's so disruptive, but you also have the Astra Wall here. Wouldn't hate seeing that to just cut off most of that right side of B sites. You only have to care about tower and main site. Instead, they're going for the underground Rolling Thunder. And it's a good look. Cloudy's going to be totally caught off guard. Just waiting for that trigger.
And there it comes. Cloudy gets a peek of ACAC. They're going to try and hide behind this wall in the meantime. Cheese is there as well, having gotten hit by it. Are going to be able to get that first one. And now, the neural theft. They've uploaded the location of everybody.
They don't have the spike under their control, and that's the biggest deal, is we are going to see the wall dropped. And yeah, this will buy a little time, but of course, Cheese can always peek back out, try and make something happen. But you really want this wall to stall, and instead it's just used to secure plant as Cheese running in.
Oh, yeah, set themselves up with a little runway, but it was straight into opposition gunfire. 2v2 here. We're going to get the orbital strike coming in as well. Just one player, Spherical, gonna have to be the hero here for Marquette University. They just got a little bit of HP to speak of. Wow. They do clutch it out. University of Idaho perhaps playing that a little too greedy.
Yeah, I think the second that this guy goes down, you have to hop off the spike, play for the duel. You know they're super, super low. This time, doesn't quite get that decision made in time. Works out for Spherical, but that was a very, very tight round. It took 2 ultimates. It still wasn't clean. So Marquette are going to need a lot more moments to bring this back. It's a little scrappy for Idaho, so if they do decide to save here, that should be another up on the board for Marquette. So continuing to trickle on up, and that's the name of the game. 1 round at a time.
Yeah, and Idaho, I think, is fine to do that, right? They know they've got so much time to win 1 round, right? You can afford to save here and give yourself the best chance, moving forward on one of the next rounds. Comes Spherical, see if they can get something done with a showstopper. Able to find anybody, though, on point. The sky is going to go down from above. Marquette University, indications are they should be able to take this round, but again, still going to have to be 6 unanswered after that just to bring them the chance to see overtime.
Yeah, and should have this round pretty locked down. They've got the post plant. Probably going to throw out a little more util, but ACAC getting 2. That's the hopes gone. You just have to go down for the money purposes.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, though, I'm not sure about Marquette using the Nightfall as well that last round in addition to the Showstopper. I can definitely see Showstopper. You confirm a kill, you clear the site, no big deal. That Nightfall is something that can really bring you back in an even round or a tight position. As we're going to see Idaho take the timeout here. They've got a gun round coming together. They just want to win it, so good timeout. Go over your strats. Make sure everyone's on the same page.
Especially considering that you've got 2 enormously impactful ultimates coming up, right? In the Rolling Thunder, in the Nightfall. These could both... You could use one to take site, and you can use one to defend, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a great 1-2 punch that, honestly, University of Idaho is looking at. Of course, they don't have it yet, but it is imminent.
Yeah, 1 kill for Cloudy, or you set up that an orb take. Could be around the back of B site, could be towards satellite. Either one, I think you just want to get that ultimate online, and we're already seeing 2 Idaho members starting to lean towards satellite, so I think that's probably their idea for this round. Give yourself the best chance possible, and even if you don't get that 1-2 punch, if you can have Nightfall 1 round, Rolling Thunder the next, odds are you'll get there. So now it's just a matter of not letting this start to spiral out of control, because that's always the worry if you're Idaho, that you start giving away a little too much and it starts to bite you back. They won the last true gun round, so we'll have to see if they can do it again.
Playing it very patiently. I don't blame Idaho. They recognize this is a golden opportunity for them because, again, Marquette University, they're nowhere even close to getting any of these ultimates up. And while ultimates aren't necessarily the most impactful thing in Valorant, they certainly help a bit. That cannot be denied.
And Marquette, they countered out Idaho trying to get any sat control. Now just 3 members pinned. Do spot out. There's 1 member sitting back, so that's going to trigger a lot of this util to get dropped. Early contact taken. No one going down until Spherical gets the headshot through the smoke. That's a big start.
It very much is. And now University of Idaho are going to have to work a little bit overtime to try and bring this back in their favor.
Jesus, just
that's
so
a
fast.
big stun. Yeah.
Oh, they're running. Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
I love this.
They hear the neon. They see the extra util drop. There's no more smokes either to try and delay any position. So this is just a quick run back around. There will be the heads up from Disguide's setup, but you still have to wait for everyone. Don't care how quick Cheese is on the neon. If you get peeked out here and you go down, that could be the round. Oh man, and Cheese getting that win onto Southsea.
Yeah.
Still, the trades are going the way of Marquette. ACAT coming up huge.
Wow.
So much momentum getting picked up. I was going to question whether or not Southsea should have just dropped the Astro Wall to confirm the round, but doesn't even matter. Team picks it up.
That they do, and now Marquette is starting to build up this war chest, right, in a really big way. They've bought themselves insurance, right? At least for a little while. And the University of Idaho, honestly, I think they just have to play this patient again, right? They just have to maybe, anticipate taking an L this round just so they can come back in for the next and be that much more likely to confirm this first game.
Yeah, and I said that Fracture's attacker side and Marquette are certainly proving it as they set poised to get us to round number 8. Oh, and she's got the timing on the big wraparound, gets the pick, and that early rifle could be the difference here.
It certainly could, right? Things have certainly swung a bit more in their favor. We are going to see the Nightfall come in. Razor in a difficult position. Also, the fact that the gravity well is coming out as well. It's hit for a lot of damage. Able to get healed back up. But only barely. Right now, peeking Babytron able to take them out. It's a 4v4. But a damage, though, on the breach for Marquette. We're seeing this big rotation come out again, but this time, Idaho is aware of it.
Yeah, and they're going to be on site first, and that's going to be the biggest difference here. Neural Theft is up, so you just need one body, but the sky is cutting them off already as AKEK trying to take this duel between the Cyphers.
There is that Neural Theft, so they know exactly where they are. It gets a play again from Marquette University. Time to bring this to within a 4, but Razor gonna turn things around just a little bit. It's now gonna be up to them to see if they can clutch this entire round, but not gonna be the case. A little bit extra money as well on top of it for Marquette with the plant.
Yeah, and these are the moments where having that streaking, right, where we can see all of that red 4 in a row now for Marquette. They just have to double it to force overtime, right? But the fact is they've streaked so many rounds forward that they can afford to lose a couple members. And I think that's the biggest deal when you're trying to fight back in a position like this, is that you have enough clean rounds that you can buy yourself scrappy rounds in the future when you're getting closer on score and these rounds are going to get harder and teams are just going to try and get every single inch. Now it looks like it's going to be a standard B split, just our bearded bros to hold it down.
And I think here we're starting to see that overinvestment in the old several rounds ago from Marquette University is starting to bite them, right? Because University of Idaho, they've got the gun advantage, they've got the ult advantage as well, right? This is, I think honestly, this is the University of Idaho's best opportunity to put this game away. And a lot of it, I think, does come down to the fact that, yeah, Marquette University overspent several rounds ago.
They do still have the Rolling Thunder, so that is something to watch. But good read from Idaho to see that this is probably a B hit, and they've already brought 2 members over.
It's going to be a Haunt coming out as well. There's the Nightfall. AKEK going to put up a Cyber Cage as well. I like what's being done defensively here. It's going to be a quick trade, but Marquette University on the receiving end of it. Light coming up in a big way. Here comes the Orbital Strike too, pushing them back. And make it that much harder to push onto site. Still need to get the plant. Don't Spike just now being picked up. Marquette University cuts the lead in this round down to 1.
Oh, and I can't believe that Light is somehow alive. 1 HP? Right? Are you kidding me? Such a big difference maker. Gets an extra kill with that 1 HP, right? This is a completely different round if Light doesn't stay alive. Is now Croatify trying to put up one last stand, but time is against them. Cloudy trying to hide and wins the duel instead. It took him a little while, but Idaho close out map number 1.
Props to Marquette University to bringing it within 5, though. I mean, they were pretty much down and out in this game, but they dug deep and they found success. So I think this bodes well as we push forward into our next map. But University of Idaho, if they can recreate some of the success that we saw early on here, I think they're going to be cruising to a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, I think so too. They looked really strong. Of course, Fracture was their map pick, so could have been some of those extra bits, but overall, really good look out of them. Marquette, they're trying to strike back, but Idaho, they want that 2-0 sweep to be the top of the bottom. We'll be right back.
The world needs solutions.
Like now.
We need more voices.
More voices.
More voices.
Not less.
We don't build barriers.
We tear them down!
I learned from great books, but I write my own story.
And look to the future.
The world needs me.
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 We're different here. We don't just get up for another day. We rise. We don't just work. We endeavor. We're women and men, for and with others. We have hope, we believe, and we celebrate. Why are we different?
So we can be the difference.
Welcome back. As we just saw, University of Idaho, they had a commanding start on Fracture, starting off 10-2. Marquette battled back hard, picking up 6 rounds in the second half, but it was not enough to best the Fighting Idaho. So now we're going to Marquette's pick, Ascent, tried and true map here in Collegiate Valorant. What more can you expect from a matchup? Normally it's our decider. This time we get a little extra spice with the Lotus coming through, but we're already loading into the map as we see, but neither of these teams having yet found a win on Ascent. So both squads trying to change that 0 to at least a 1 in the W column, with both squads falling to Northern Arizona and Idaho falling to DePaul and Hawaii as well. That most recent game against Hawaii, it did just feel like they weren't quite as crisp on some of their retakes, on their executes. So we'll see if some of that has been adjusted coming up now against Marquette. As we're seeing the agents get locked in already. Akek going on to that Killjoy, sticking to the Sentinel role. Southie staying with the Astra as well. So overall, the roles sticking together, and the teams keeping their players comfortable. Disguise as well, staying on that Sentinel. Lights keeping up with the Breach. Really enjoy seeing Breach here on Ascent. I'm excited to see Cheese picking up the Phoenix. Don't see that one too often. So certainly be some explosive potential out of that pick from Idaho. Overall, pretty similar across both teams. Double initiator Killjoy Jet set, or not Killjoy Jet, Killjoy Sova setup, I meant to say. As of course, that difference being the duelists and the controllers. Omen for Astra, and the Phoenix gonna definitely be one to watch for Cheese. But we saw the Neon last game and saw how that came to great effect. I think Neon and Phoenix, two of those duelists, a lot of players don't necessarily think about when you're approaching all of these maps, but if you've got someone who's comfortable on them, they can be very, very dangerous. Now Marquette looking to start this one off strong, want some momentum after that rough loss, and they're able to build up quite a bit on their run back. So certainly keeping it together, keeping it going, and now just have to transition that coming into the start of this one. So Juggle, looking at sort of what we've seen so far coming on to Ascent, you think Marquette have a good shot of cracking it open right at the get-go?
Well, I think if they're going to crack this open, it is going to have to be from the get-go, right? Because they need to, I think, build off a lot of that momentum that they built at the end of that last match. And as well, given that this is University of Idaho's pick, they need to come out here and make a statement by getting a few early picks. Cloudy goes down pretty low. They are going to close the door on that for the moment. Akek actually with 11 HP to spare. It's going to be a trade of a 4v4. This B-site's opening up a little bit here. Already got one defensive player back on B-side. It's going to be another trade. But this time Marquette coming up a little bit ahead. Lights making that even more so. Now it's just going to be Cloudy on point, and unfortunately for them, Marquette has decided to rotate en masse.
Yeah, they already spotted Cloudy doing 79 damage to them at the round start, so gonna just play this one safe, run it over to A. And we said we want Marquette to build off that momentum, certainly doing it to kick things off. Already decent post plant, but thing to watch is everyone low, so a couple isolated duels, and Cloudy could turn this around.
They're moving pretty quickly as well, making a lot of noise. So I understand you don't have a whole lot of time, but giving away your positioning, well, that just led to Saucy being able to pick them off pretty easily. So Marquette doing what they need to do, coming out here with an early lead, making a statement, and honestly winning that round with only 2 picks on 2 people going down on their side.
Very well. Line. Akek just with a great performance to hold things down. Saucy really stepping up, was pretty quiet on Fracture, but getting 3 kills to start this one off. Really, really good look for them. Gonna help build that confidence that's so necessary. I think this second round buy-up as well for Marquette, if they can keep everyone alive, will continue to string that together. As it's just a default so far. Want to play these longer angles with that gun advantage, not do anything too crazy. There's already a stack for Idaho. We might see a peek out of the smoke.
Idaho playing this defense very aggressively here, but it makes sense, right? You kind of want to try and overwhelm with numbers if you don't have that gun advantage. I like that Marquette checking all the corners. And also just holding here, right? Just waiting. Spherical spots the tip of the gun from Cheese. So that is a lot of great information. They're going to pull, peek around the corner. Smug might have gone out just a little bit early. They do eventually get the kill, giving them a 2-player advantage. They can get 3. Everybody being gunned down pretty quick, pretty efficiently here by Marquette. And this looks like a brand new team.
It really does. Feels like they've absolutely woken up, stepped up to the plate, and as you said, woken up, right? They were coordinated. They were watching all of those angles. They were aware of the potential for a crossfire. I'm going to say it was really close. I like that idea where you have the owl drone go up, you bait the Phoenix to try and turn the corner, and then Jet guns him down. But I think Spherical just caught a little off guard with the timing Cheese chose to use. So now this is a moment for Idaho to bounce back. They've got the rifles. They're probably going to take some aggressive control out of mid this round. We'll see if that's enough to start netting them some tempo.
As Vera pushing up immediately. Tree is going to be the approach that they take here to A site, led by Spherical. She's letting them know that they are there. Spherical swings to clear a couple of corners. She speaks, pays for it. Spherical, nice updraft to stay out of harm's way. Beautifully done. And ducking and dodging. And now Marquette University, despite being down on guns, right? They're taking it to University of Idaho here, J-Turbo.
They certainly are. I'm still in shock that Spherical survived. Light's just unable to land any shots. Might get caught on an off angle here. Spherical with the headshot. Marquette, they're playing so clean. They're upgrading all of their SMGs. And now Disguised is just caught all alone. Wins one back. Does get traded. So at the very least, there will be one going down. Now it's just this very, very lonely Omen. Stuck top A. And just going to try and save this gun.
A lonely Omen. I mean, I feel like it's almost redundant, right? He's so edgy. He's so goth. He's so I don't know. And it makes sense. It makes sense. It's in character.
Exactly. It's in the lore.
Yeah. They're just gonna try and hang out and spawn because there's nothing else much to be done here, and they recognize it.
Play for exits.
And yeah. At this point, like honestly, any gun you can save is good.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like we saw, I want to say in the RIT St. John's game where there was potential for RIT to carry over a couple guns. St. John's went hunting.
Yes.
And it's a matter of just
on a scent.
Exactly, on a scent, because you know that those are the ways your opponents can bring these rounds back, where they don't have enough money to buy, where they do just have to try and do something with the hero rifle. So I think it's going to be an interesting question of whether or not Idaho buy around this hero rifle, because Razor wants to pick up armor and utility. So I think a half buy around it would be really lethal and could definitely catch Marquette off guard.
It's a risky play, a risky endeavor for sure, but at this point, again, you need to stem the bleeding, right? That was one of the issues for Marquette on Fracture. Now University of Idaho feeling that same pressure here, so I respect the decision. We're going to see if it plays off as Marquette opting for a pretty heavy push onto A, just leaving KJ to kind of lurk towards B.
Yeah, and if you are Idaho here, you have to just pick a location and stick with it. In this case, they went for mid, trying to get control of the map as early as possible. Unfortunately, leaves Razor all alone, and it'll be a quick and easy take for Marquette. They are respecting the recon dart, so that does buy just a little bit of time back. And now, looks like there's a timing here for Idaho.
Ooh, beautiful from AKEK again. And crucially, that first player to go down, right, was the Omen who had the sole rifle. So talk about like perfect pick to get right off the bat. Nice tries for the hero play, unable to pull it off. So Marquette's in at a very nice 4-0.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Idaho didn't choose to put Razor up mid or hand that rifle off.
Yeah.
Just because if you're playing a hero rifle, you want it to be that they try and take the lead. They do damage. You have your secondary or half bought up guns, finish the job if you get traded, and then you still have that rifle up, right? That's the idea where you're being as efficient as possible with this one gun. But leaving it all alone means there's no potential for trades. There's no potential for a teammate to immediately pick it on up and continue that strength, because that's your one real win condition for the round, that rifle, because you don't have ultimates, you don't have a ton of utility to play with because you're on a half buy, you don't have good guns. Got to play through that Phantom.
Exactly. And unfortunately, decision-making process not there this time for University of Idaho. I do like this timeout. And they need it here, right? They're fighting from behind. They have to get a round win. Otherwise, again, this war chest it's practically maxed out as it is for Marquette.
Yeah, they're in a fantastic spot. They could even get an opt for Spherical if they really wanted to.
Yeah.
I doubt that they will. There's not really a need to so far. They haven't been contesting mid, and of course you're on attack, so it's really hard to change up that tempo and make the difference. So I'm fine with them not going for that, but for Idaho here, as you said, perfect timing. You just lost that last round where it did feel like they were just a little uncoordinated on what the plan was moving forward.
Yeah.
Definitely think there was a little more they could have done. So now you have your round. You need to be together. Cheese gets an early flash. Find some contact so they know there's some presence.
He use the outro to confirm that. Get a little more info. Several guns firing at it. They know there's a lot of people around that corner, so they said using this utility, it's definitely going to dissuade Marquette University from pushing onto B anymore, and we're seeing the rotate come through mid.
Yeah, and I like this. Using that smoke very well. They know no one could have pushed up that aggressively through mid. They always had someone scoping it out, but good read from Idaho. Already bringing Cheese over to tree to contest aggressive.
Smart plays. Love to see it. It's going to be a pretty brutal fight here. Just a second. Cheese just hanging on in the smoke.
Oh, he spotted.
Oh, yeah. That is a beautiful recon dart. Quick trade. And end up going the way, at least initially, of Marquette. Able to narrow down University of Idaho to just 2 players. Have evened it up. Nice shock dart as well. Marquette University, I mean, they are firing on all cylinders right now. Cloudy, they have to be the hero here. Looking for Gratify, does find them. You know exactly where AKEC is. Oh, beautiful headshot, and Cloudy gets the much needed win for Idaho, but their economy, it's still not going to be great after this round.
Yeah, the fact that 4 die on that round is going to be pretty messy. We're going to be in another sort of hero rifle situation. Of course, you have to buy down, and there will be a couple more that can come together, right? So, but it's not going to be clean. It's not going to be pretty. Right. These other 2 rifles, right? That Phantom, that Vandal, you're not getting full utility around it. So we're seeing Lights have to put together a Stinger or a Spectre. We're going to see Razor probably do the same, just try and be on the same page, or you just don't go for armor. You're playing in these really brutal decisions where it's like, am I going to be able to survive? Am I not? And they opt for survival, but less gun power. But Marquette, the war chest, it's built, and they come up early, and Cloudy gets the pick.
Oh, yeah. Spray and pray through the smoke pays off. This time around, now the Hunter's Fury coming out as well. A lot of information gained there. The picks, not necessarily, though, following.
And I just love that decision, right? And also having Cheese lead the way, be up front. This is one player that can actually heal up on your team. So even the damage dealt by Marquette gets completely nullified back. And it's Idaho that are able to set the tempo for this round. The one where they're behind. They don't have equal footing. So what do? You control the pace of play. They've done it well so far. Spherical does get spotted, but that is it. So just a little bit more information. And now with this Astra smoke, there's going to be, I think, that indicator. This is going to be an A finish, and that's where the KJ set up.
Yeah, so much util that they're going to have to clear on the way in. These guys make a little bit of noise in heaven. Saucy going for the plant. They get a lot of damage for it. Yeah, they are going to lose their life for it. Disguise now has a lockdown. I do like to see it. Idaho now with a great opportunity to put this away, able to get a couple of picks. Gratify now with a Hunter's Fury. Coming out from Marquette to see if they can even things up just a little bit. They do just that. They deal with the lockdown, so now there's more of a chance for them to push on the point. Nice trade there, Marquette University. Gratify have to get a lot of work done. They're going to have to peak this quarter soon because they are not faking.
Yeah, and did realize it's at 3 seconds. You have to check. But unfortunately for them, does not come through. Good round put together by Idaho. Expensive again, but Marquette, you can't buy forever. This should be, realistically, their last one. Okay, they might actually have one more. Holy cow,
I think they'll have one
a
more.
lot of money. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because, I mean, the
Yeah,
other
they
thing
still have
is,
one more.
like, I think they've been able to pick up some guns here and there as well.
Yeah.
So, this is, yeah. Not necessarily dire straits for them by any stretch of the imagination.
No, and there's still 3 stingers for Idaho, and they've been aggressive the last 2 rounds, and it's helped them out quite a bit, but how often is that going to work? It seems like Marquette a little unsure what to do. Not making any decisions right off the bat, giving up a lot of mid control. Of course, no one from Idaho is contesting it, especially with that Astra smoke being used, so no punish yet for Marquette. Slowly leaning towards this A site. Still plenty of Killjoy util you have to play through, but no one playing Heaven, and that's going to be, I think, a pretty big piece of information. And the fact that Razor didn't spot the cross from Spherical also is going to be pretty dangerous.
Cloudy, though, picking up Heaven, well, giving it up, actually, almost immediately. Lockdown here, where they attack. And like it, especially considering that now they've got Omen and Silva pinned in Heaven. They find out where they are able to get the spray through. That was a great play, right? Kind of leaving that opportunity for them to stay on site. Beautiful straight through the smoke as well. Marquette University is doing phenomenal on this round.
Absolutely. They already feel like they've won the round. Sure, there's a Rolling Thunder available, but Lights, you don't want to use it here.
No.
That'd be more even footing, and all this work that Idaho have been doing really ripped away unless Disguised has an insane performance, but not even able to find any headshots with that Spectre. 6 bullets, not much you can do. Try to take the close fight. Lights does get one back, but trades finally come through. Marquette leave 3 alive, and Idaho a reset.
Don't think it, eh?
And Idaho is such... You know, they still have such a big task ahead of them that round, right? Still unable to quite get it done. And now they find themselves back in such a difficult position with this economy that Marquette has.
It's been total economic control for Marquette this entire game. Once you get that opening 4 rounds with how cleanly they were able to keep their gun rounds and the fact that they upgraded on their bonus, meant that they were just saving and investing constantly. They had an ROI in 3.5 rounds. Like...
Yeah,
it's insane how quickly they were able to pick it up, and Cheese gets the answer back, so at the very least it's taking 1 away on this full eco, but overall, not looking too hot. She's already chunked down by quite a bit. Gonna get spotted by the knife, I believe, and just gonna be util central.
Yeah. Even the fire, right? Trying to get their health with that, they were able to see that around the corner and know, you know, that's absolutely where they're standing, trying to regain some of that health. Marquette University, again, just in firm control here. Nice try to get something done with it. Razor's been spotted. I mean, at this point, there's so little you can do. I think you just maybe look for an exit pick or 2 here.
Yeah, and that's what the setup is showing. Gonna see the Omen just wrap right around to Market. Lights still playing this spawn location. Should be able to catch anyone on the cross if they want to play for it. But I think Marquette will easily be able to fight their way out. Yeah, it's just going to be 2 players together. Razor and Lights going to do what they can. Get spotted on the corner. Don't realize there's one still here, though. So the shorty gets one back. Knife pulled out. Not going to get the job done on Desaucy. That would have been fun. That would have been fun.
That would have been great. Yeah.
But Marquette, 6 rounds up already.
Yeah. Again, worst they can do here is an even half. And given that we are on Ascent, and this is such a 50-50 map, that's great. That is great for Marquette. This is the kind of bounce back they needed after that, after Fracture.
Most certainly. Do have to say, though, Idaho, they really succeeded on attack against Marquette on Fracture. And the fact is that Marquette are getting to start, and they had a really good attacking half on Fracture as well.
Yeah.
You have to wonder if the roles were reversed. Do we see a different game 1 based on who starts on what side? Not sure. We do know that Marquette, when given the opportunity to gain a lead, are holding on to it, and AKEC winning that duel against Cheese. Great way to start the round, but Razor with the quick response back.
So the picking up the Hunter Sphere is pretty impactful as well for Marquette University, because now, again, they've got that post-plant utility. So that's something else now that University of Idaho is going to have to worry about. They're going to have to consider here.
Gotta say, though, I think this is the best chance to use that Rolling Thunder, and as I say it gets dropped. Players and I on the same page, but good counter util dropped on all of these openings, meaning that your players on site up. Doesn't matter for Cloudy and Razor.
Wow.
As they grab the player's main. Two sitting out.
It's gonna be Astra, Saucy. Unfortunately caught with nowhere to go except for back to spawn.
Idaho making some good adjustments. That timeout not immediately causing a reaction. Well, I guess it did cause an immediate reaction with 2 back, and now Idaho, they're having, I think, a little bit more heads-up play, realizing where they can go, how to counteract these strategies, because Marquette haven't shown a very deep playbook. We haven't seen a ton of mid pressure working up and around B side. It's been a lot of very straightforward executes and then just a retake for Idaho. So they're getting a little sharper. They're not giving away as many early kills, recognizing that they're happy to play retake with the breach in their composition. So already liking these changes we're seeing, and now Cheese trying to set the pace, gonna try and catch someone out here. Will spot out at least one member, do a touch of damage, but beyond that, just a human owl drone.
Exactly, that running back coming very in handy here. Like at least on life. Chase them back. Here comes another good flash. Able to take the spike down as well. That's big. Babytron gonna see if they can pick it up as quick as possible. Unfortunately for them, they were able to get that smoke outside of the spike, so back under their control.
Oh yeah, and Marquette gonna be very lucky that Idaho had that missed smoke, and now we'll actually be able to step up onto this B site, only defended by 1 player. Don't quite get the timing on all the KJ util, so there will still be a nanoswarm for this rush up. Contact.
Ooh.
Pushed out, wins the duel against Akek, and that's huge. It calls the rotate. Everyone's gonna start moving over. Babytron, though, keeping it close.
Now that smoke gonna make it difficult for them to push out. It's gonna cost them their life. Marquette University just down to 1 player. University of Idaho desperately needs to convert this into a round win. And I mean, look at this. They've got just beautiful control over the spike at this point. What can they do?
There's nothing to be done there if you're Croatify with the post plant. I think the only other way to play that round is just both players peeking off of the KO flash. Maybe then you're able to win the fight market. It's a 2v2 post plant scenario. That is a much different story than the one we just saw. So I think just a moment where one call was made, and hindsight is 2020, so you can't fault the players in game for not having that vision. We're gonna see, I think, really one of the last rounds. Actually, oh my gosh, Marquette, the fact that they were able to build up so much money to start, get 2 rounds back, their economy has just been so strong. It felt like I don't think they've had to save really a single round this game. That's just downright impressive.
It is. University of Idaho impressing me as well, the fact that this is now 4 unanswered rounds, if memory serves me correctly. Right? Maybe not 4 unanswered. They might have gotten 1 or 2 before. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but still, like, tempo-wise, these last 2 have felt much more convincing. They felt a lot more like Idaho were winning and Marquette, not that Marquette is losing them. Where I think there were a couple of spots that you could say it either way, right? Where Idaho could have won that round, Marquette could have won that round, because there were like 1 or 2 members staying.
Wow.
But South, how does that angle even work? Brings this round back from nowhere. It was in a terrible position, and now One Hero Performance picks it up as it's lights in a 2v1.
Spike planted.
This approach here, though, it could end up going very well for them. Sova with no idea they're coming. Babytron doing their due diligence, making sure that they're kind of covering that angle. They throw a shot towards CT just to see if they can get any kind of a response. Now, Light pushing on to point.
Wait, how's he get away with this?
Don't check the main angle, right? And that's what's going to end up, losing it for them. They just don't check towards Cafe.
Yeah, and in that spot, great patience from Marquette on the post plant, just keeping that player Marquette, holding as deep of an angle as possible. So yeah, there's a potential for someone to sneak down that right side of stairs, but they can never get on site cleanly without getting spotted. And of course, we saw Lights just get shot in the back at the end there, as Idaho going to try and get one more, put this to a 7-5 scoreline. Fi is a little bit scrappy, but still not too bad. This guy's just on a Bulldog, Cloudy on some light armor, so you're not going to be too sad about that. But all 5 members just here for Marquette, and Hunter's Fury used immediately to no avail.
Yeah, that was a gamble. Gamble from Idaho to see if they could just secure themselves this round right off the rip, right off the bat. But now Marquette has 3 ultimates that Idaho just does not have an answer for, right? They need to play this patiently. I think they need to play for the post plan here because this site is almost certainly going to be secured. Oh, is 3 players detained? How do 3 players manage to get detained here? That is a huge lockdown.
I don't know how either. I think they were playing at the fringes and were just like a toe too far forward, and sometimes that happens, right? You just miss the spacing by a tiny bit. As the wall's gonna get dropped, but both players are already past it. It's all up to Cheese now. Can't win the duels against Spherical, and it'll be 8 rounds up for Marquette, getting their score in the last game in the first half. That's a great way to bounce back.
It really is. University of Idaho, they're going to be on the attack now, and this is where we are expecting them to pop off. Yeah. 9 rounds away from victory, though, for them versus just 5 for Marquette. That is not an insignificant difference.
No, it isn't. But this composition from Idaho is very aggressive. It wants to attack because you have such aggressive utility, right? You have 3 flashes. You have this Breach that just loves executing straight onto sites. Phoenix, who just wants to run and gun. So I think it's unfortunate for them that they gambled on the wrong site where the Killjoy would be. So gonna have to run right into this setup off the rip.
Dueling recon darts. A little information for either side. Quite a bit of damage coming into Lights.
Yeah, huge shock dart.
Yeah. Drone doesn't really reveal a whole lot. Everybody able to just kind of kite and avoid it. Another shock dart goes out, but Cloudy moved in so quick, didn't matter. But Karatify says my trigger is going to come out quicker than yours. Arcade University only down 1 right now. This is huge for them, but this guy is certainly making University of Idaho's job a little easier. But crucially, Spike is down.
And with that Nanoswarm not finding anything is a little scarier. Sousy winning that duel. Lights is all that remains. Will get shot down, and Marquette winning the pistol is a huge way to start off this half because you don't give Idaho that little buffer space of those first 2 rounds.
Exactly. And now that just makes Idaho's job so much harder because Marquette likely going to be pushing to double digits here, right? And honestly, that 10-point line is very significant when we're talking about Valorant, right? If you've got any kind of an advantage when you get to that 10-point mark, you are the chance for you to come away with a victory in that game just skyrockets.
Because you're already almost guaranteed a tie. Because if you win 1 gun round and your opponents are on a half buy, boom, there you go. Is Spherical gonna take advantage of being bought up here, gets the opening pick, treats that Marshall like it's an up.
A lot of damage went into Breach as well, so Initiator not looking too great. Karatify making matters even worse for Idaho. Kent University trying to put the finishing touches here on Ascent. I mean, this is certainly the beginning of the end, right? As long as Marquette doesn't have any major missteps, and far from having missteps, they are just exceeding and excelling right now.
10 rounds, right? We said this is the break point. If Idaho lose 1 more, they're staring down having to do what they tasked Marquette with last game, winning 8 in a row.
Yeah.
And they don't want to put themselves to that. This gun round is going to have to be huge. The fact that Marquette didn't lose anyone means that once again, their economy is going to be in a fantastic spot. But still, you have to try and take advantage of this gun advantage while you have it. Have those rifles. Maybe play a little bit more for mid. It seems both of these teams just like to play for straight executes, winning those initial fights. And already with 4 focused here, just 1 off on tiles. That's the game plan for Idaho.
Honestly, I feel like Idaho might be a little bit sensitive about trying to go mid, right? Because they attempted it last time and it did not go well for them. And again, mid just so strong from a defensive standpoint as well, so it makes sense. It'll be a quick trade. Marquette University now down 1. Plant gonna come in, but geez, I mean, sitting at just a sliver of health.
Can still heal that up if he's given the space to do so. Might not have the time, and Croatify getting rid of Razor. That's another low member, and Spherical finding the timing. That is huge. 2 members already only left for Idaho, right? To bring us back into 2v2. Gun advantage still there. Headshot for Cloudy. Now it's all up to Akek. Seen some good moments. Gets a headshot, but you got a Spectre. Vandals always winning the one-tap duel.
10-5, University of Idaho. Long way to go, but this is the first step that they needed to take. So, can University still with a distinct gun advantage here? I've been picking up the operator for Spherical.
And I like this for Marquette because it's a heavy investment, sure, but if this op gets 1 or 2 picks, that's probably the game in your hands, right?
Right.
Because you can just snowball yourself to 12 rounds. That amount of pressure, hard for anyone to handle. So far, Idaho, they're not playing much out of mid, not peeking tiles, so this op isn't really getting any value. Cheese could change that. Those bullets being fired reveals he's there. And a good opening pick for Marquette Jet.
That was great crosshair placement coming out there. Because they peeked around the corner and Cheese just put themselves right in the crosshairs of that operator. So you love that kind of that positioning, that crosshair placement before anyone even comes in. So big heads up play coming out from Spherical, looking to see if they can recreate that again as more pressure is being put on mid.
Yeah, and I think Cloudy spotted a shoulder or just figured that was the angle, so gets a little pre-fire. There's a jump peek as well from Spherical. Confirms there's a Sova lurking around. As I do like this use of the KO molly, but getting caught by the stun, very scary. Huge dark cover to help him escape. Saucy not going to win much more than the initial duel. But Spherical keeping the lead up.
Spherical has gone unanswered this round. The operator, such a good investment. I mean, you said, what, 1 to 2 kills? Well, we've got that already. So, Tron, thinking this last a little bit easier. Everybody just swarms hell and takes care of lights. Marquette University now just 2 rounds away from tying this series at 1 apiece.
And right here, you're faced with the decision. If you're Idaho, do you try to force up here and streak your way up? Or do you go for a save, put yourself set up to get 2 buys back to back, and try and get that 7 in a row? It seems they're opting for the former, going to buy up whatever they can. Don't want to have that threat of match point. Cloudy with this Marshall as well. Hope he doesn't try to challenge Spherical, who's already changing position. So I like that we're already seeing this dynamic play out of the Marquette Opper. Already considering those moves your opponents are going to make in response to you. See, just dodges that smoke completely. Gets hit with a second. Doesn't get any information. So already both teams starting to strat and counter strat in this force up from Idaho.
Phoenix does have run it back. So an opportunity to get a lot of information on site. Spherical, so good with the operator this round and just continuing to mow down members of University of Idaho. 1 player left standing and Spherical catches him again. And, you know, peek that corner once. Okay, sure. Peek it twice when you know there's an op. Yeah, maybe not advisable, but the 3rd time? Questionable. I will just leave it at that.
A little bit of insanity, but it does seem that Idaho's last buy did leave them with just enough in the bank to put together full rifles. So do you like the decision from them? You can try and streak this one up. As you said, Spherical's been unanswered so far, these last 2 rounds. Idaho, they're going to say, we got one more round. What better than go and B, send everyone main. Not quite the old school rush B, but it's going to start now. There's the run it back.
Wow, yeah, just everybody stacked up on B site. Even the defense expecting it to come in. So much util expended, so many shots fired. Only now are we starting to see the kills come in. And it is all Marquette all day long. Holy Thunder comes out. University of Idaho just has 1 player left standing. They are going to get the plant, but I mean, what do you do? What do you do? Not much you can. That's going to be Marquette evening the series at 1 apiece. What a comeback from this squad that, I mean, was just down and out on Fracture to make this an even more convincing win than we saw from their opposition.
Yeah, I am going to say for Idaho's defense is that Ascent, traditionally weak map for them. They did look really good on Fracture, and also just Marquette know that if Spherical and Crew Fire given opportunities to perform, they will. Spherical at the top of the scoreboard, doing so much work for Marquette this time around. The Golden Eagles finding their footing, starting to fly again in game number 2. Now we go to Lotus as a decider. That is the first time I have ever said that, and I am surprised the words have left my mouth.
You know what? You know what's odd is let's see here. Yeah, all 4 games that I have cast now this season for Valorant here at EGF, Lotus has been picked. I was not expecting this at all. I haven't gone there every time, right? But it's been picked, so this is something else. I'm enjoying it, though. But yeah, we are going to throw to a break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with the exciting conclusion to match number 3.
The world needs solutions.
Like now.
We need more voices.
More voices?
More voices.
Not less. We don't build barriers.
We tear them down!
I learn from great books, but I write my own story.
And look to the future.
The world needs me.
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 We're different here. We don't just get up for another day. We rise. We don't just work. We endeavor. We're women and men for and with others. We have hope, we believe, and we celebrate. Why are we different?
So we can be the difference.
Map number 3 spike sites. We are headed to Lotus, J Turbo, for the deciding map here. Between this very exciting match between University of Idaho and Marquette University. So early look now as to which of these agents are being considered from these squads.
Yeah. I'm not surprised to see Disguised already looking at that Cypher. I think Lotus is one of those maps that there's still a lot of experimentation to be done. So you see some teams looking at the Cypher, some teams looking at the Killjoy. Keeping the Sage around just for some of that slower potential with how linear the options tend to be. But it does seem like both teams taking a pretty similar approach. Of course, we are seeing that same difference, the Omen versus the Astra. This time around, we're seeing a bit of a role swap between Babytron and forgot their name, and they're like covered up by the logo.
And they're right behind the logo.
I didn't write. I didn't write it down. I'm being called out.
Spherical. It took me a minute.
Thank you.
It took me a minute too, but I got there.
So then it's Patron who subbed out. That's why. So Patron has been subbed out. I just realized. Oh my goodness. It's getting late. It's 10 o'clock for me on the East Coast, and I worked my day job today. So it's like the double whammy coming together, but we're here. We're going. Juggle, I know you've been here all day, holding down the fort.
This is interesting, too. I want to make a couple comments about these compositions, right? The first is Disguised on Cypher. I have seen Cypher. I've seen Cypher actually played very successfully so far on Lotus. I think this is actually an unexpectedly strong pick. On this map, not necessarily because I feel like Cypher wouldn't be good here, but more so that we just don't see a whole lot of Cypher, right? And so seeing them finding a lot of value here on Lotus, I think is pretty interesting. Now, on the other side, Babytron on the Astra, I think is a better pick than the Omen here, right? Sure, the Omen can get to and from sites very quickly, but that's only if you have your ultimate, whereas Babytron is going to have so much more impact every single round by being able to have just almost complete control over the map.
Yeah, and I am going to say, though, I have seen a lot of Omen picked up on this map just because of how useful it can be to have that teleport on defense at times. And, of course, on offense as well, you can get behind some pretty interesting walls, but Razor gets caught out this time by Spherical. Lights gets a trade back onto Patron, but still... that sheriff from range, deadly as ever. Babytron getting a little contact as well.
You know, with Breach going down pretty low, too, that spells trouble for University of Idaho. They're going to have to play it pretty safe. That's not necessarily what you want out of your Breach. You want them kind of leading the way in charge, looming large, but it'll be even trade so far. Not going for the plant. Able to do so without too much trouble. Gratify does pick up on that trapwire coming out and where it's from. So a beautiful heads up play recognition there. Cloudy gets one kill. Gratify is there in the end to finish things off for Marquette.
Yeah, good retake, and it's all off the bat of Spherical just punishing Razor for going for the aggressive teleport play. Just one headshot really shut down all the momentum Idaho was trying to build by going towards that A side. It's really the main point of contention on this map, just with how B and C, there's really just that door between them. Otherwise, they're a pretty straightforward hold. So the only way you can try and change up your approach is by taking A and breaking down that door. So like to see Marquette taking advantage of when they can stop their opponents. And now with the gun advantage, we'll try to do so again. Nice stack up, like this 1-2-2 setup.
It's a nice guiding light to start things out for Marquette. Getting University of Idaho to just back off a little bit, give them a little bit more map control. Here comes another one. Gonna throw it right in the midst of everybody. Just serendipitously hits almost every single person. Beautiful pair of kills coming out for Gratify as well. Sending the dog in to collect a little bit more info, see if they can get a stun out of it as well. So Fierical following up with another kill onto Disguise. Now there's 2 players remaining for Idaho. And oh, they are taking some damage as well. Cloudy doing just the best they can. Razor on the other side of them. They do get Akek into a crossfire. Maybe a little bit aggressive, and again, another nice guiding light. The stun coming out from Breach as well. Very impactful.
I think at this point, you just hold all the angles and realize that Idaho has to push into you. And honestly, if they hold on to that stinger, let them, right?
Yeah.
They're going to get less gold or less credits. Goodness, what is this? The other Riot game. They're going to have less creds. They won't have many options. Eventually, you just have a couple players waiting in the wings to take them down. That'll be extra creds, extra ult points as Croatify very close to the Seekers already.
Yeah. And let's see, how close are they? Yeah, they are just one away. So honestly, they get one kill here. You could use those Seekers almost immediately to take this round away from Idaho, right? Where they are coming into it with an advantage. So that's what I would like to see coming out from Croatify, is if they can either push forward, get an ult orb, or just find an early pick and then just launch those heat-seeking cabbages.
Yeah, and I really like getting early Seekers and just popping them, because in rounds like this, where you have that disadvantage, you need to find something back, and it can be that extra information you gain to make your rotate that much faster. But this guy is already getting an opening pick. Doesn't look too great. ACAC on a bonus, only a Sheriff, shut down by Lights. 2 already taken out of the picture right off the rip.
Spherical does have Marshall, though, so can't count them out. And I like this rotation around the smoke as well. You have no idea there's somebody literally right in front of them right now. But as soon as the smoke goes down, they are going to be in prime position to take them out. But now they hear the gun. They have an idea that they're behind them. And Razor has an opportunity, but still the pick comes in. Not going to be enough to get the job done. So University of Idaho gets their first round on the board.
And not really any damage dealt off of that bonus. So this next round is going to be pretty key. Was a pretty light second round buy, and you can see why. Picking up this round 3 op, gonna be playing out of A main, so definitely going to be, I think, that next impactful point. Because what did we see on Ascent when Spherical had the op? Was able to get 2 kills a round, went just about unanswered, and gave Marquette that extra edge they needed to close out the game. For Idaho, this could be a slap in the face if they're not expecting it.
Yeah, the combination, honestly, of the op and the Seekers is huge. You know, yes, Cypher has an ultimate on their side, but you can't do anything with it, right? Until you get one pick off the board. So, you know, just the immediate value coming out from the Seekers, I think, is pretty substantial. Croatify getting another pick, even if things up, is huge. But now there is the neural theft. So everybody's position has been given away, and that is very, very impactful for Spherical as well.
And all 3 Seekers.
Yeah.
They all went main, so Marquette at the very least know there's 3 members still playing that position. Don't think they realize there's someone else around B side. Or maybe they will now after contact around B, but still no committal quite yet. Just a little dance around tree. So I do like this patience from Idaho. They recognize they have time. They don't have to feel forced into this A play, especially knowing that Spherical's likely there with an op. It'll be a hard site to hold. Now disguised.
30 seconds
Spotting each other like ships in the night. But now that you're at about 30 seconds, it's a little scarier on the time front.
A little bit of an advantage eked out now for Marquette University. And again, Idaho taking just too much time to get things going. But this just kind of split Hail Mary 4C is going to pay off very, very well for them.
Got a completely empty site. Gravity well just a little too late. Now Cheese is going to have to be huge here. Nearly catches out Croatify with the heal, but Spherical holding the angle. Very, very well done. Lights doesn't quite spot a Kakin. It's just Cloudy all alone. Goes down to Croatify. There's not much you can do. They're just playing Ring Around the Rosie with the door at this point. Lights almost gets 2. Doesn't matter in the grand scheme as Marquette get the round. Idaho reset, and the op stays alive.
And that's huge, right? And what I think what's, you know, one of the things that we're not necessarily seeing show up in the kill feed is the fact that University of Idaho is giving a tremendous amount of respect to Spherical. They knew Spherical was on that A site, and because of that, they just did not want to push, right? They knew the op was out there. They know Spherical is going to be pushing or holding down these sidelines, so that was the right decision. Unfortunately for Idaho, though, so much time was wasted that they just couldn't really get anything going on C site.
Exactly. Didn't have time for the post plant. Didn't really have much utility to work with. As there are a couple rifles bought up here, so it seems Idaho want to surprise Marquette on this round with a little bit more gun power than their opponents were expecting, and this is just a solo hold.
So that solo player. See here. Oh, big nightfall coming in. It's gonna give Marquette the impetus, the confidence to push out onto site. This plan going. Rather, University of Idaho. Couple of trades coming in. Ooh, Patron finding a nice kill as well on the lights right after they use some of that util razor. Able to trade. It's 2v2, make it a 1-2-1. Not just one player remaining from each side. Unfortunately, one of those is spherical, looking for a head. The knives come out. And they pick up an op. That is a massive round win for Idaho.
Yeah, and this is one of the few maps that I think you can really justify an attacking op just with how much you have to contest a site in this A main area. How difficult it is to hold if someone just has that sight line down on lock. So huge round coming together for Idaho. And it's really unfortunate that it was really off the back of Patron just getting caught with a missed timing, not having Spherical nearby and having the flash point out. It's one of those spots that it's unfortunate. You go back to the drawing board, make sure it doesn't happen again. Marquette getting aggressive here, and I like this. How do you shut down the op? You get close to it.
Right, exactly. You make the distance a non-factor. Spherical don't seem to care. They got a Marshall. They'll still get the job done. Another pick for them. I think Marquette University on the receiving end. Down one player. It takes a little bit of damage, forced to back away now. Oh, I like this coming from Omen as well, right?
So 5-head.
Completely abandoned it. Yeah, go straight to A. But curiously, not going for the plant initially either. I think a little bit of mind games, but oh, that never mind. That was their teammate. That's just fine.
Yeah, some serious mind games. Patron gonna get caught out here. Doesn't expect Cloudy on the off angle. And you just saw both Marquette members running B, running C. You hear those lights out. You're expecting it to be a cross map, but instead, the double fake out is gonna be the same site. Tech's making a lot of noise, so Razor will hear that. And we're all even. As Idaho made a risk last round, and it doubles in value as now they're ahead. Or they're even, should I say. They've equalized.
Equalized, and they've also forced Spherical to really invest a lot of the money that they built over the last couple of rounds, right? Forcing them to buy this operator. And so, you know, that's I think that's something that you don't see coming up in the stats. You don't see in the kill feed, right? But it's still something you have to consider is just how much value University of Idaho has gotten off of these last two rounds.
Exactly, and now the two ops maybe trying to duel each other for a moment. Not gonna happen. Attack here all alone. That guiding light should give some info, and ooh, that was icy.
That was a beautiful headshot. And Disguise says, I got one of my own, taking out Babytron. Even things up here. Spike still making its way over towards C-site, which is so defensible in a post-plant situation, right? We, Captain Soga and I talked about this exhaustively during our second game here today, and I just don't think that can be overstated, right? The fact that this is such a stronghold if you can make it happen. So I see why, as well, Marquette University, leaving the KJ there is exactly what you want to do.
Completely agree. Leaving that anchor. Spherical here as well. Spots disguised. The fact that a Kek's good for one, realistically two, that's why they have the man advantage so far. Really, really big, and now Cheese doesn't even really feel comfortable planting. Karatify is going to just creep out of the smoke, catch him on a timing. It's all left up to lights. There's not too much else you can do. Sure, the flashpoint goes down, gets caught with his knife out, and that's Marquette back in the lead.
Idaho may have enjoyed a brief respite from being down in the count, but they find themselves back there. And Marquette has just done up in such a tremendous way over these last two games, right? This is, again, this is not the team we saw map one at all.
No. No, it is not. And you could write that up to Fracture. You could write that up to Idaho being a little more prepared for the map, or just the fact of the side choice that Marquette went for maybe just wasn't the right one in hindsight with how attack-sided Fracture is. Maybe they just wanted to end on something they were a little more comfortable with, but that's neither here nor there. You're here in map number 3. This is what matters, and it's this next buy round that's going to be very, very critical as 3 players bought down to practically nothing for Idaho.
There's going to be a lot of fireworks too. 4 ultimates on for one side, 3 on the other. Operators in hands. This is going to be a very action-packed round here. Both of these teams have so much on the line. The stakes are very high this round, just given how much there is on the board. Geez, unable to find anything. The showstopper going down pretty low. Let's Loose. Doesn't find anything now. Peeking around that corner. Patron holding on very steadily, being very, very patient. The Prowler goes right by them. Huge patience, but spherical. The op just unstoppable. And now Patron getting a pick because of that patience. And the repositioning was tremendous. That was a 5-hit play from Patron.
Oh my goodness. So well done. The dogs go past twice. You have to clear your corners, Cloudy. Come on, as Cheese gonna get sent right into the blender. It's a 4K for Patron. Absolutely impeccable performance, just baiting out his position after player after player. And that gives Marquette number 5. And one thing I love about this game so far from Marquette is we have seen standout moments from every single player. Marquette's 2 kills were off of an insane sight hold that allowed Marquette to get back into the lead. Seen Croatify pull rounds out by themselves. Patron, that last performance, right?
Oh, that was beautiful. The mind games. The mind games were just amazing. I mean, Cloudy recognizing that, finally recognizing where Patron was. Only to have to Patron juke them and go to a completely different position. The place that they had cleared twice. I mean, I love those mind games that you get in Valorant.
Exactly. It's so fun to watch, and it also is just a reflection of player skill, because it shows that this is not just gun skill, it's not just understanding the map as a team, but it is working in those moments. As right now, Babytron gets 3.
It's a good thing they did, because University of Idaho has struck back in a big way. Croatify finishes it off with a 2-piece, though. And again, Marquette University has secured themselves at least a tied first half.
And we saw this is how Ascent started off for them, and now they're in a similar spot where they've confirmed themselves the half. They're looking at potentially 8 up, and Idaho just have not seemed to have an answer because they try to contest out A. They get shut down by Spherical. They try to move out to C, and they're just going to run into ACAC. They've kept this setup here constantly because it really hasn't mattered. Just isolating off one section of the map has been so huge for Marquette. And already, early bird sent down mid. Doesn't spot anything. Footsteps here already on mound. They know this is coming.
They do, and they're prepared for it. They've got 2 players primed and ready. Babytron going to take a little bit of damage, though. Forced to back off. She's going to chase him with some paint shells. ACAC catches Razor in the smokes, but Jesus there for the follow-up for the trade. Neural theft now. This is a big moment for Idaho. Getting this information, this much information, you have to hope that they're going to come away with a round win here, or at least do some significant damage to Marquette University. But they do get the plan. So once again, the impetus now on Idaho. Oh, and Babytron is in a bad situation right there. Hit by so much. Rolling Thunder coming in, though, as a counter. Marquette University stunning so many people. Patron unable to do anything now, but they're right behind. Babytron able to provide some support there. 2v2. Just going to be down to Cloudy now. Can they get the job done? They do a double take, but Patron is too quick. Nothing to be done. And now Marquette secures the first half ahead.
And I'm not even 100% sure how Marquette just were able to come out guns blazing, right? Because they dropped their Rolling Thunder for retake, and I really liked that decision as it dispersed their opponents. But then Idaho, very, very well done to get some utility then. A fault line and a flashpoint done on both of the engage points Marquette was looking for. So they managed to stall out the impact of that Rolling Thunder, then drop one of their own, and it's an even round. You're expecting this to just work out for them, but Spherical comes up huge. Patron just does a lot of work. And now you're looking at these last 2 rounds. Marquette, they've got 4 ultimates that they can cycle, use 2 this round, 2 the next, however you want to play it. There's so much available to them to try and get a commanding lead for this half. And Croatify already doing well for 1 kill. Babytron knows where cheese is, and trades are coming back though. So now we're into 3v3.
The difference here, though, is we got ultimates for everybody on Marquette. So, push comes to shove, they can use this to their advantage. This is the only one who has anything to speak of, and good play giving them the spike, right? This is absolutely the kind of situation where you want to use Omen, want to use that utility, want to use that ultimate.
Seekers are going down, are going to give away this spot, as does seem Idaho are probably going to try and just run this one back to A site or something, use that teleport. As you see the lockdown committed as well, but Cloudy picking up Croatify. It's a good start, but considering this lockdown covers C and B, that leaves only A to remain. Just throw Pythagoras in reverse, and that's how Idaho have played this round out.
A great heads-up play, right? This is just what you were looking for. Now Spherical, one lone player with an operator. Nice cyber cage as well coming out from Cypher. That's going to force a rotation, force Spherical to honestly just be content with trying to save this round. Maybe get an exit pick here or there, but there's no way you're pushing back onto site and taking this round.
And this wasn't even a full buy from Idaho. It was it was buying for next effectively, where they had, I think, 2 or 3 rifles and then a couple SMGs to round it all out. Really good job to take these close, aggressive fights, keep the game close and even, and now they put themselves in striking distance of the half, going 7-5, put themselves back up to even. That's always a concern if you are the team with that lead going in the next half, is that momentum just gets stripped away if you lose the pistol. But Marquette, they've got plenty of money, plenty of resources, still have 2 of those ultimates. So this is definitely a very winnable round for them. Idaho still have a great site taking ultimate in that Nightfall. We want to see this probably dropped towards B site, where you can just flush it out, and we're seeing a lot of presence towards C. So maybe Marquette actually have a read that Idaho could lean towards this left side of the map.
And I think it makes sense as well from University of Idaho, right, to kind of anticipate this C site. Marquette, I don't know, sensing perhaps danger, sensing, Sixth Sense, letting them know that a lot of people are on C, but this rotation through mid is interesting, right? They could go B, they could go C, they could go A. Like, honestly, they can do anything they want here. Big Nightfall coming out. The University of Idaho now at the Cosmic Divide here as well. Planta is going to go down on the B site. Off one hallway, one entrance point here. It's going to be an even trade, but now Marquette University still down it. Oh, that's a big pick. That's a huge pick. Marquette University. He's looking a little rougher on them. Now the showstopper to chase them down just to secure this round win. Babytron needs to go for the hero play. What do you have to lose? It's the end of the round, or it's the end of the half.
Exactly. There's no worth saving for next game. For next half is Babytron, 30 HP, gonna get caught by cheese. And to me, this round goes that way because Croatify's guiding light, we saw it run right into the face of Idaho, and it didn't pop, never popped it. And the fact is, that meant there was no information. It allowed Idaho to just sneak up to site, and then Croatify panics, doesn't wind up killing Razor, goes down themselves, and the round falls apart afterwards. So one little misplayed start of the round, just ruining it for Marquette. Now they did notch themselves that win, but the last few rounds have been looking pretty good for Idaho, even when they're losing, still getting a little bit better. So now that they are going to be on that defensive side, can they use what they were able to put together in those last couple rounds to catch up here?
Be a push out to A to start things out. Getting lights sent to clear the way a little bit. Giving them a little confidence they can push up here with some measure of safety. Gonna activate the rotunda, the door. We will, in fact, do that. So Razor now worried that there's
no.
people coming through, but there's going to be a lot of them. Shots come in. They ring true. It's going to be a trade. Nice pushing around. Gets a mark on the patron, but they're going to be quicker on the trigger. 1 minute left to go here. Everybody coalescing now onto the A side plant coming in. He's going to see if they can do a little damage. Well, they do that. They try to get out of the way. Beautiful. Beautiful play by Cheese. Gonna go for at least, I think, the half defuse here, right? They are going to be taken out. Marquette University. And just one player.
Oh, I was holding my breath.
The job done. Cloudy there, the hero for Idaho.
Yeah, that round. What a performance. I'm going to say, realistically, from Cheese, just to open the door for Idaho. Right at the end, did feel like Babytron could have brought it back in that 1v3. It was very, very close. A beautiful flick to keep things scary for Idaho, but Cheese just turning the numbers advantage right back on its head. Nade for one, headshot for the other. That's exactly what they needed. This is, I think, Marquette's fear that they'd find themselves at an even scoreline following the pistol. Of course, you still have a little buffer, assuming that you can win that first gun round off the bonus, but haven't been super sold on their setups. They've been leaving, I think that pistol they had 2 over on A, just playing in tree. So I guess for pistol that can work out. Right here, stacking the C site. Seems they've got a good read on Idaho, who want to take those shorter angles with their SMGs.
Shots exchanged, Spherical. Looking for an angle, looking for someone to kind of eke out an advantage here in this duel. Nobody going down just yet, despite a lot of shots being fired, which honestly is a good sign for Marquette, right? University of Idaho unable to get an early advantage here means that a lot of information being given away, but Babytron does eventually fall. I seeing if they can make it too. Spherical at half health as well is not bode well for Marquette. Only 2 players with full health at this point on their side.
Yeah, and that's a really tough position to be in, as this smoke just cuts them off from the rest of the map. See Spherical already having to pop the dash right here. A-Kick's gonna show for a little presence as the rest of the team runs over to A. It seems Idaho have already sniffed this one out. The early rotate coming through for Disguised. And Lights grabbing a Keck. Easy pickings. Yeah, here's Disguised with the team. Won't get shut down by Spherical. It's all up to Patron. Need quite the performance. They almost lined up, gets one back, but Razor snags number 3. But Marquette doing some damage, 2 going down. Gonna make it an awkward bonus for Idaho.
And that's just what they are hoping for. They've had the lead and continue to maintain it, but honestly, I think something that has been a theme throughout all of our games tonight has just been attacker side dominance. And I think we're starting to see that play itself out here as well for Idaho.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they are on defense here, right? So we'll have to see if that attacking dominance really does strike from Marquette.
Right.
Because we saw that it was like that last half. I think that after the initial couple rounds where Marquette just were a little more confident on the map, Idaho was playing a better game. Their attacks looked really solid. I mean, that there were a few spots that sure they had to be bailed out, but overall, once they started to adjust, the scoreline went from, I want to say, 5-0 or 5-1 to 7-5. That's quite the transition you have to make, and that's quite the adjustment that has to happen on your attacking side. So, fact is, we've seen that they can adjust on attack. Can they adjust on defenses? Right now, Idaho playing very far back, not contesting this space at all, but they can strike out in a moment's notice. I think the second this tripwire goes down, we're going to see a lot of gunfire.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a quick push onto site now. Nice paranoia as well. Razor is staying hidden for the moment. Not going to last too terribly long, though, as Marquette able to strike back. Ratify going for the plant. Cut down to just 1 player. It's going to be Lights against the world. How much they can do. Marquette University awarded with a team ace.
Oh, that's nice. Got to see the whole team working together. And it was a team effort. We saw Keck getting the solo kill. Saw Spherical opening the way forward. Of course, Ratify getting that last kill. But I really like that from Marquette. This is going to be the real challenge, though. You're facing rifles all across the board from Idaho. They do have that Omen ultimate, so if there ever is a time that Marquette are maybe trying to pull off some rotates or something sneaky, they can always suss that one out. At this point, if you're Idaho, you give this one over to Marquette. You're staring down double digits. We had this conversation last game where if you reach double digits, it feels like the game is already starting to slip out of your hands and out of your control. Of course, just makes it that much harder. Just very passive play so far of Marquette. They're not pushing up onto A. They're just trying to work up Mound quite a bit, realizing that Lights is probably alone. It's a decent read, but they're not doing much with it.
I like as well how patient University of Idaho is playing their defense too. Really respecting the fact that the attack has been so strong for just about everybody tonight. Ooh, nice. The view till there from Lights, not going to pay off in the end. They do get gunned down, chopped down, removed from the equation. Idaho needs to come back here, but they are only down one player and one round. So this is not a terrible situation for them by any stretch of the imagination.
No, it's still doable. Of course, we are going to see the divide come down. This will certainly make it a lot harder to play out with having to peek into that spike angle, but 2 already up. So that's a big numbers advantage for Idaho. Now to 2v4. Members are low. This is still scary to try and push into. They're going one at a time, not working together. And Marquette just, I'm going to say, dropping the ball on Idaho.
Yeah. Yeah, that was, by rights, that was Marquette's to take. And that, honestly, that's one of the biggest momentum swings, I think, that you can have in Valorant, right? Is winning the round, winning that round after the gun round for your opponent. Because, you know, maybe that was Marquette playing with a little overconfidence, right? And University of Idaho punishing him for that.
Yeah, I can definitely see that being the case. I'm not sure what happened there. They had the post plant set up. They had multiple members, but they all just peaked individually. There wasn't any team motion. They weren't working off and trying to play for trades. And it's in moments like that where your bits of coordination and that extra piece of team play really does make the difference, because it doesn't matter how good your gun skill is if you're facing down 4 rifles by yourself. It's a firing squad. You're going to get executed. It's Mao moving into A site, dropping the Rolling Thunder. Doesn't catch anybody, but it clears the site for now.
And honestly, that's value, right? That is definitely value. He's going to be able to take out Spherical. That is a big pick coming in. Idaho cruising to another round victory here as Marquette University looks just confused as to how they want to handle this at the moment.
Yeah, and they're the ones who opted for this kind of A side. And fact is, they're not getting any resistance from Idaho, and they're just not sure what to do with that. They aren't being very proactive with their information game. Of course, this map isn't necessarily really known for playing many information-focused initiators, so that makes sense. But matter of fact is, this peek out from Croatify, though, might be enough. Isolates a 1v1 for Patron.
Wow. And with with Razor at only 30 HP, right? This is great. They're gonna peek the corner. They fake the plant. Beautifully done by Marquette to reclaim the lead.
I am still shocked that Croatify found that angle, right? I thought that he'd been spotted out, but apparently not. It was just a couple timings that they were not quite prepared for. Like I said, that Rolling Thunder, it cleared out the site for a second, and it let Croatify get behind enemy lines. And as everyone walked through the front door, he'd snuck in through the patio and drops down the kills that are needed. It's Marquette just snatching that one back, snatching this momentum back. I think Guiding Light already spotting out one by A, so this could be a pretty quick hit, especially considering there's a lockdown up as well.
And the Seekers, honestly, you could use those in tandem to really, it's a just great advantage, right?
Yeah, you
use
flush
the
out your
Seekers, figure out
opponents,
where
right?
people are. Yeah. And then use that lockdown to either deny or pin them down.
Sorry,
Big pick. Go ahead.
I just got freaked out by Croatify getting that. He swings his entire screen off of the timing, and I'm like, oh, the Spectre's gonna win this every single time. Like, dang, that sucks, bro. Instead, Croatify just like, nope, I'm winning the ego duel. I'm #just better. And now, instead of being a 4v4, it's now 4v3 with Cloudy getting one back. Light's in a position to do some damage. Somehow gets Spherical, gets struck.
Wow. There's still one player advantage, though, for Marquette. Spike down 2. They're looking a little tough. I like this from Disguised. Oh, but they are... I mean, what do you do? That was unfortunate, to say the least.
Yeah. That neural theft, it spots out that there's 2 on site, so you immediately call the Nightfall. That's the right play. You can turn this back around, and the Aftershock... just right on your body. The one hand, he saw the hat fly out, realized that Cypher's playing Frisbee with the ground, and just shot past it. So really, really rough time there for Disguise. I feel for you, bro. And now Marquette, they're in double digits. Idaho have to save here, and they're going to have to be trying to play back for 5 in a row. Of course, much more doable than some of the score lines we've seen this series, so I'm not counting them out by any stretch of the imagination. There's also still that showstopper up for Cheese, so that could somehow squeak together around if it gets some insane value. Marquette just working the map really slowly, realizing Idaho can't be that proactive, and want to make sure they have as much assurance as possible in the round.
I'm going to pick up the spike and make their way over to C. That seems to be... what they believe is going to give them the best opportunity of putting this away. Big Rolling Thunder out from Marquette. How much Cloudy can do there, Spherical. It's that easy pick, that easy kill. It's going to be... Oh, here comes the Ultimate's coming out now in droves. The Showstopper doesn't get anything this time around. Now we've got Big Pick coming in from Disguise, trying to even the playing field. He's looking better at the moment for Marquette, though, because they do have 2 players detained. That's going to be 1 down. Can they find the other? Might be a moot point at this point, because they could potentially just play the time here.
Exactly. Issue has resolved itself. Separately, Croatify securing it, and ACAC for that final kill on the Cheese. It's 11 up now for Marquette, and only thing for Idaho, they did make it a little expensive, right? 2 ultimates plus a couple bodies. That's a pretty big deal, but they also did try to buy up what they could that last round. So now they are once again faced with that question. Do we force up here, try to throw our opponents off guard, and really play for the win, or do we play for overtime? And the fact is, when you're faced with that question, you're never in a great spot. They are opting for both, buying down as much as they dare to try and give themselves a fighting chance this round. And oof, Spherical nearly getting Cloudy off the rip.
Yeah, that could have spelled disaster for them. Ratify 2 gonna be able to get these Seekers on the line. Yeah, I had a feeling they were just gonna play for one of those ult orbs, and now pushing out, everybody descending onto site. Gonna be a quick trade. Here's Idaho gonna end up a little bit better, though, a little bit in better positioning. That's gonna be a nice pick there from Babytron. Guys trying to stay alive. It's gonna be them versus the world. They do get a pick on the Babytron, who whiffs with the spray, but this is a huge rotation. I mean, I question the choice of B side here.
I think with their agents, it's a little easier to hold, and the Cypher camera has also tended to be C, so maybe they were including that in their calculations. Just with the utility they had, the timing, spacing is already, the alert utility's gone, but the crossfire set up to peek out.
Yeah, and they've already got the Nano Swarm on Spike as well, so that's just going to make it that much more difficult. I do like the Cyber Cage here, but again, you've got so little time left. What are you going to do here? You can't play for round win. It had to be a little bit quicker. Marquette University just made it so difficult for them to get anything there that now they have put them on match point. This is for all the marbles here, J Turbo.
Yes, it is.
What a comeback it has been for Marquette.
Yeah, Marquette off of a 10-2 half to start things off, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And running it all the way back here to map number 3 in the lead, threatening match point. Quite the mental fortitude and just teamwork and resilience out of this squad. They crushed it on their map pick of Ascent. And they had the confidence going here into Lotus. But we did see, again, Marquette in that game. They managed to get 4 in a row. And they're trying to climb that hill, and now Cloudy trying to give Idaho a chance to do the same.
And what better chance than taking out Spherical?
Yeah.
Right? Getting that early pick is absolutely huge. Babytron going down as well. Massive. Ratify is going to be able to pick up the spike, so I suppose that is a silver lining for Marquette. But it's going to have to be a big comeback here. And when Ratify is down, now they have spike control. This round you have to count as a watch here for Marquette.
Yeah, I think so. Although the Neural Theft does get used by Idaho, so they are going to see AKEK out here. Glad to see them picking up the ult orbs as well. That lockdown will come into play this game. If you need this lockdown, it will come into play in those final couple rounds. And actually, the spike getting dropped here. This is suddenly somehow doable for AKEK. That flash gonna set them aside. Still a scary spot. Realizes caught in a pincer. 20 seconds to go now. Honestly, if I'm AKEK here, you gotta just try and play for it.
Ooh.
Lights does get it. Very, very close.
Yeah.
So it's a good round for Idaho. Go up another. You need 3 more, starting to build a little bank for themselves, but still a couple players not in the best spot, so they need teammates to buy down. And honestly, you're at this stage, you just have to spend as much money as you can every round because it's your last.
Exactly. Exactly. And AKEK picking up that ult orb too on the last round is super impactful, right? Because they're coming in on attack, they're going to have the spike. They can either go for the ult orb here or give it away to somebody else to see if they can get another online, or just simply plant and get the ult, pop it then. This lockdown could be absolutely devastating for University of Idaho.
Yeah, lockdown plus Great Divide. That is a lot of time, but we also know what happened the last time this combo was used by Marquette. They started to trickle into Idaho's retake, but this time there's already 3 members strong, so we'll have to see exactly what happens. Dog is sent out. Guiding Light going to be used for a little bit more information. The Paranoia used as well to slow things down. Lots of util used, but Idaho forced to retreat from the lockdown.
Yeah, barely going to get out in time as well. The player's going to be detained, but Marquette got what they wanted, right? They got the most important thing, which is the side control, which is the plant, because now, again, like you mentioned, the Cosmic Divide can come out. And C is so defensible as it is, making it even more so with a Cosmic Divide is just huge. Huge opportunity. And in fact, 3 picks almost immediately. It's going to be 1 traded out. Crucially, they still have the Cosmic Divide. It's going to be 3 versus 2 now. Lights is on point. They have control over the site at least. He's there as well, able to get a pick. It's going to be 2v1. Lights has to be the hero here, but Mound comes into play one more time. Marquette University with a claw back victory here tonight, taking University of Idaho 2-1.
And based on the game that we just had, how competitive it was, how it felt between both teams, you wouldn't expect that these are 2 of the lowest teams in the standings fighting for pride against each other. But what a hard-fought battle it was. Incredibly entertaining to see 2 teams scrap it out, especially ones that have struggled throughout the season, now showing some of that development, that advancement, and Marquette coming together with that fortitude to take the series.
Well, we have just one more series standing in front of us tonight here, J Turbo. So we're going to try and keep this rolling. We are going to send it to a break, get these next couple of teams in the lobby and ready to go. So don't go anywhere. We will be back soon with our final game of the evening. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the stream. Unfortunate news for you, we have a forfeit here tonight, so the game is going to go to William and Mary, University of Hawaii. Did not make the call time, so unfortunately, no final game here tonight. But I have to say, J-Tuber, it was a pleasure getting to cast with you. Thank you for stepping in as well. About halfway through game number 2, that was clutch. That was fantastic. And I got a surprise before we go, but before we do that, I want to give a quick shout out, quick thank to Juke, our producer in Discord. So thank you so much, you Captain Ahsoka, for casting with me earlier today. To you as well, J Turbo, to everybody turning in. And actually, hold on one second. We're going to we have to confer with production here for just a second. Tell you what, hold on. We're gonna throw it back to a break real quick, just so we can sort things out, because just got a little information. So bear with us for just a second. We may be back. We may have a match. I am not entirely sure. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a second.
If the bow breaks, what can we keep?
JK lol baited. We do have a game. We are headed to split first here. University of Hawaii clutches it up, shows up at the last minute. So we are going to get to see this final matchup tonight between William and Mary and University of Hawaii. And as I said before, starting things out on split.
Yeah, they showed up at 14 minutes 59 seconds on the forfeit timer. And William and Mary, being the gracious top seeds that they are, want to play this match out, recognizing that you don't just want to take forfeits, you want to play every single match. And I think this is actually just going to be really interesting, just walking into this one, because we've got two teams on the most opposite sides of the country you can have, unless you had like a team in Miami up against a team in like Juneau or Anchorage, right? We're looking
you're not wrong, actually. Yeah.
We're looking at Virginia against the Big Island. So we're going to have ping up for both teams, try and get something in the middle. But going to split, this is one of Hawaii's big time maps. They've practiced it quite a lot. Going to look at Krumba and Gino to create a lot of space. They like going for this double controller setup, no sentinels for Hawaii. And I think that's going to be the big difference here. Whereas for William and Mary, they've sort of flipped it on its head. They're going double sentinel with the Sage and the Cypher. So two totally different play styles coming out of these teams.
That is very fascinating. And another thing that I find fascinating is actually this breach pick on Split, because I feel like that's not something I've typically seen. I may be wrong. I may not have my pulse on the community as much as I think I do. But that one at least is kind of sticking out to me right here for Krumba. So
yeah,
I'll be keeping my eye on that, seeing how that plays out. But of course, you know, Split got a big rework. It's been a while, but it did have a big rework.
Yeah, it is. And the breach is really interesting, like as you said, because it's sort of this question for a lot of teams if they are running the Sky. Are we going for the breach for extra just sort of rundown potential, or do we want a KO for more information? So this time, Hawaii, they're going with the breach. I like that. But another point to note for William and Mary, they do not have an initiator on their team. They have no proactive ways to gain information outside of this cipher. So it's realistically probably going to be you let the cipher anchor, you try and take some aggressive control mid because you're going Sage, Raze, and Jet. That is a really, I'm not going to say it's a super well-oiled mid-taking machine, but it is scary with the amount of explosiveness that can come out of this kind of combo, right? You can get a slow orb into a Raze nade. You can get just a quick dash out from both duelists. So there's definitely going to be some pacing to watch out for from William and Mary, but I am worried not having an initiator will impact them, as it does seem we're getting a couple tech issues as we load into the game. So just gives us a little time to talk about the compositions as that extension is now resolved. Back in teams, everyone's lit up. I think Krumba is trying to reconnect the game, and we did find a server that actually works out for both teams, both sitting around 70 ping. So
that's actually
very
not bad
than what we're used to seeing, though, because most teams they tend to be 30.
Yeah. It looks like Krumba might still not be here. We don't see a ping for them at the moment, so hopefully they get connected here soon. One thing I want to draw attention to as well for William and Mary is Banana Duck, right? Banana Duck on the Omen, I feel like that was almost a must pick for the controller, right? Because, like you said, they're not running an initiator. So honestly, a lot of that initiation is going to be on Banana Duck, right? Not only they're going to have to put their smokes in very, very good positions, but the paranoia, I think, is going to be a kind of a clutch tool, right? It's going to have to be something that comes into play every time. So a lot, at least from my perspective, is riding on the shoulders of Banana Duck.
Yeah, I completely agree. And especially with how aggressive this William and Mary comp is on paper, it is just going to be that question of can this Omen do enough to balance that out, as we are in a technical pause as Krumba gets everything loaded. So we're going to cut to a very, very quick break. Then we'll be right back with all the action as we kick off this William and Mary versus Hawaii set. Thought we were gone? We're back, baby! We're back! Got baited twice this stream. Get wrecked, chat. Definitely not us getting wrecked. It's already 11. It's also that late for William and Mary, as they want to be aggro off the beat, and it's on to Peak who gets the first kill.
Yeah, and there we go. Right off the bat, Omen with the paranoia. That's exactly what we want to see from Banana Duck coming out here. Unfortunately, doesn't award them with a kill, but this smoke does just that. And Square hits a couple shots square in the head.
I have not seen this William and Mary roster in so long. I have not had the pleasure of them being on my casting schedule. But Square, what a joy it is to watch this player when they pop off. Beautiful precision. Now it's all up to Praetorium. Got some guiding lights. Sure, you could use them for a little information, maybe try and get one back. But William and Mary answering off of Feints. Initial just a run and gun.
Yeah, and I mean, taking such an aggressive push on defense, I think it was fantastic.
Yeah, and it also gave the information. There's everyone here. Everyone's in here. It's Smash, right? Like, everyone's here. So you throw the nade and you blow them all up. Very, very well done out of Square to just get that chip damage. And then, of course, the flick at the end. Gonna sing this guy's praise, but he's someone to watch, right? Like, we're seeing those early kills, and you can just say, oh, it's Pistol. He got one lucky shot through smoke, got a nade. So what? That's just being a Raze player. But no, this guy, he's the real deal. Gonna want to watch out for him. And I want to point something out. Feint was going for the shorty. I'm going to see if he 6-stack. Does go for the shorty. Not buying up. That tells me we're looking at a round 3 or round 4 op for William and Mary.
Yeah, that's a pretty good indicator that that's what we are going to see here, especially given that it's the Jet, right? It's almost guaranteed that that's what's going to come out. I like this aggressive positioning as well. That's just going to expire, so they might have to expend one more. Ooh, that goes down. They're going to have to put a smoke in the way. Too far away for them to really get much value with that shorty. So I guess mission accomplished. You did buy it. It does set you up for an op next round, but that is predicated on William and Mary winning this round, and they're down 1.
Yeah, a little human camera in that moment, honestly. A little confused why, if you are preloading that dash the second that it just gets down to the end, you cut your losses, take another off angle, and hope for the best with that shorty. Is now Bebo. Got some space. Chose not to buy up here, so is a little risky, but with Square up top, it's easy picking so far. Although now numbers disadvantaged. Guns will hopefully come in clutch here as the flashes come down. And it's all up to Banana Duck now. We know this player can clutch up, just needs one more. Is looking the wrong way, gets spotted out. Aftershock goes down.
Wow.
But the kill comes up first. Banana Duck making the most out of a tight situation.
Banana and Duck. 2 words that don't exactly instill fear into anyone, but when put together, given the mantle of Omen, will strike fear into the hearts of anyone. Showing up as the top fragger already, and you know what? I said it. Banana Duck needed to show up big, and that is what they're doing.
Yeah, and I am going to say here, though, that I am a little concerned, right? William and Mary, they set up the op buy for Feint, but now it's not as well supported as you might want, so I guess you can say this is the real win condition going into this round. It has to be this op coming together, and it's in the right spot, but Feint's looking the wrong way! Oh, this is so scary that the fact that Dog comes down saves Feint's life there. If there's a dry peek, he's dead.
As well as the Sage Wall, honestly. Big heads-up play coming out there from the William and Mary Sage as well. And University of Hawaii is playing very well tonight, right? They have made William and Mary really work for the 2 rounds that they've taken so far. Nice aggressive push here into Heaven. Satchel going to go as well, seeing if they can push back William and Mary even more. Now they firmly got it under control as well as with the Aster Smoke up there too. Gonna be a trade. Now Unique able to take out Kroomba. University of Hawaii still down 1.
The fact that Unique was able to get that and play this tighter angle with Banana Duck, absolutely huge. As Square as well has the judge on the raise, good for 1. All you can really ask for with the scrappy buyout of William and Mary is that you're getting proactive trades and you're taking the lead, and you've still got the op alive. So all the boxes ticked for William and Mary as they are set up to put themselves up 3-0.
Batorium is going to have the Seekers for next round. And I like this play, right? They're just taking it easy, recognizing, they're not going to be able to come away with this round win. So might as well save one of your rifles here.
Yeah, and especially, as you mentioned, the Seekers being up for Praetorium. This is one of those spots where realistically a hero buy can work because of just that bonus information you get from the Seekers on a quick round. It helps support probably the Stingers that are going to get bought up, maybe a couple Sheriffs, helps give you some angles to already start looking at. And I am intrigued to see what kind of direction Hawaii goes for here, because it has to be a half buy. You're never going to win a round forcing, you're never going to win a game really forcing against William and Mary, because you'll just never be in a spot to really contest. So here, you have an ulti advantage. I think you use it here to try and even the odds.
Yeah, because even if you don't come away with a round win here, hopefully with the Seekers, you can at least do some damage, right? Try and take a chunk out of this big economy that William and Mary has started to build. Sage Wall goes up and comes down very quickly. Slow going to go out as well, but that gives away the positioning here of Sage. Of course, we are going to see the Astra smoke them out as well. Paint Shell is going to push them back a little bit too.
Yeah, and I'm a little unsure about going for that slower, right? Because it just boxes you in, and then now onto peak, able to make the long flank up ramp with cover from the Viper wall, and suddenly there's a member advantage, but Square's here. has the judge. Every Raze's dream to be multi-pushed when they have a judge in hand, but everything's going to smoke them out. Won't be able to do anything. Instead, it's the Raze nade picking it up as William & Mary are down for a moment.
Mando picks one up with the op. You hope that's going to be the case with a big push like that. Quick rotation through mid. Gonna be alerted to that fact, though, is William & Mary because of the Cypher. So they're gonna need to put this plant out just as fast as they can because you know the rotations are coming in quickly.
Exactly. But I do like this call from Hawaii. They have the number advantage. They likely have the gun advantage with some of the upgrades they should have been able to make. So that op, the scariest thing, you just play away from it, is now Ebo takes the opening fight, turns away from Praetorium. That's so unfortunate. You get two there. Round flips on its head. But now it's just, I think, Banana Duck and Feint going to play for exits here.
Yeah, certainly two players that I think are capable of retaking this site and coming away with a win here for University, or for William & Mary, rather. But given the fact that you've got the operator, I just don't know if the risk is necessarily worth it here. You know you're going to be coming into this next round looking a little bit better as well, especially after that pick.
Yeah, big extra kill for Feint. Because now you're looking at a situation that instead of Hawaii having 3 people with a bit of a bank to work with, it's just 2, so they can probably try and scrap together a buy, assuming they lose this next round. But for William & Mary, they have been on just such rocky footing with how expensive these rounds have been that now there's no clear decision with what to do here. Do you buy down and then just say, if we lose this, we're going to take a save, even the game out, and play it from there? It seems that's what they're opting for.
I like that breach util being thrown out initially as well. Nice guiding light to force back Feint. Astra Star as well. Astra Smoke coming in clutch. Boombot, not going to pick up on Feint, so that's actually a big plus for them. They may be able to still utilize mid, but instead, going to see them fall back as Scare goes down.
The fact that Square goes down and the Showstopper finds literally nothing is going to be a pretty big deal for William & Mary, because I think that was one of the big pieces they wanted to play with, was that ultimate creating some space to make up for their gun disadvantage. Instead, Onto Peak tries to do the same, finds nothing as well. Unique surrounded, falls in a matter of seconds, and now it's just going into the meat grinder of Hawaii as once again, Banana Duck and Feint have to run away.
Oh, but Banana Duck does get a pick here at the last moment. I'm wondering if William & Mary may be playing it a little bit too safe here. No risk, no reward.
Yeah.
This time around.
I guess just considering how rocky their economy has been, the fact they really have to save next round, that, or I mean, maybe with the loss bonus, there's a world in which they can put together another buy, but it feels like with all of these consistent rocky half buys around this op, there just hasn't been enough space that William & Mary can really play for. These rounds have just ended in cohesive, coordinated executes from Hawaii, where there just isn't the gunplay to match, where you can't hold the same angles if you're playing with a Spectre, or if you're trying to scrap away with a Judge. The util is just flushing out the William & Mary members before they can make any impact.
And, you know, they're not... I think this is where we're starting to see some of the weakness of the William & Mary composition, right? Not having that initiator means you can't really go blow for blow when you're exchanging util like that, right? You're just going to be forced back and back over again. And as well, Banana Duck has been kind of quiet the last couple of rounds, and I think that's you know, just even more so showing kind of the disadvantage that William & Mary has here compositionally, and also putting that much pressure on Banana Duck makes it a little bit boom or bust.
And for Feint on this Jet, there's no one to help give him proactive information of where should he try and rotate to. There's no KO knife to try and scope anything out. There's no recon darts, no owl drones, right? So much just information-based utility gone for them, and now Square gets caught out of mail by Onto Peak, and seeing William & Mary just losing so much space mid because they can't contest for information.
Exactly. We're seeing them pushed back consistently over and over and over again. And the picks are coming in singly as well, right? William & Mary isn't double peaking, right? They're not putting themselves in a position to be able to trade out.
Their composition is so reliant on a numbers advantage and just steamrolling. I think that's what we really saw in round number 3, when that op was first shown onto the map, where University of Hawaii weren't quite ready for it, and now they might be pushing right into it, but Feint still playing this off angle with no dash, and that's the really dangerous part, is if you get swung by 2, what do? There's no easy out.
30 seconds left.
Here it comes.
And why do you hold this angle as well? You want to be holding the other angle so that you've got a nice out to the high ground, to heaven right there, and Praetorium punishes them for that slight misplay in terms of positioning.
Yeah, and I could see the idea, because, right, Kroomba smokes for that main angle, so you're trying to play away from it. But if you have committed your dash, you just have to pick a safe angle and realize that you are not pre-nerfed Jet. You are not on release Jet.
Exactly. Presumably, William & Mary able to pick up the operator again here, but still, you want to win this fight, I think, and you want to win it with your rifles. That's not going to happen, though. So this operator could very easily fall into the hands of University of Hawaii, and now they have tied this up at 3 apiece.
Really, really big for them, and I mean, this is what I honestly expected when I saw back-to-back-to-back judge buys from Square. I get the idea, but after that first one fails and you're just getting flushed out of mailroom, there's not much else to be done with that kind of strategy. You just have to, I think, at that point, cut your losses, realize if this is something we're going to bust out again, it has to be somewhere else on the map. And now want to save William & Mary, have to stack a sight, have the Blade Storm. This is a chance for Feint.
Oh, it's going to be 2 trades, though. That's not necessarily what you wanted to see happen, right? You invest something big like the Blade Storm, you're anticipating coming out above. They get the slow up and the wall to allow the rest of William & Mary to reposition over here to A site. That's going to get paused to University of Hawaii, and intelligently, they're going to back off. They're going to put the wall up, making the William & Mary perhaps think that they're going to be hitting the A site. They're making a lot of noise. This could be a double fake, though, as well. A lot of options, really, at University of Hawaii's disposal.
I think so, but if you're William & Mary, you just have to stick to one site, because you have to be grouped. You can't send one person out to anchor. You still have Cypher Utility B, so I think that William & Mary are comfortable just sitting on this A site. There's no one spotted made out of mail from the camera. There's nothing up on the trips, right? So they can confirm that this should be that double fake, as you mentioned. So Hawaii, they're working up. They have their smoke back, so at least give them a little space. Flash goes out, but Banana Duck, baby, gets 2 back-to-back, and Bebo makes the thrifty happen. I don't get William & Mary, even footing, have the guns. Nah, let's just put some sheriffs and stingers in their, or specters in their hands and let them play, right? And I don't know, maybe it's just because in that kind of situation, their composition's unleashed to do what it wants to do and not really care about your opposition. But now, even footing, you got to win this William & Mary if you want to have a shot, right?
Absolutely, and you know, once again, you're staring down the Seekers from Praetorium, right? Which I think gave them a lot of success early on too. So definitely not an enviable position for William & Mary, even though they did take that most recent round. It is going to be a nice stun coming out from the breach as well for Hawaii, but gives away a lot of information. It's not going to pull anybody off of A site just yet. Maybe the Cypher's moving, since they do have the util down.
And I really like the way that William & Mary playing around this Cypher. They're just giving up mid and mail. They realize they don't have the kind of utility to trade off of. As we saw in those opening rounds, they just can't contest mid in the same way that Hawaii can. So they'll give it up. They'll play for those other spaces and instead try and take aggressive fights on angles they know they can win. But now Banana Duck isolated, not even good for one. Praetorium able to pick that up.
Gonna be a spray through the smoke. Gonna go the way of Gino this time. There will be 1 traded out, so Hawaii down to 1. But now with this Viper's Pit on point as well, things are looking very, very good for University of Hawaii to be able to even the scoreline once again.
Fact of the matter is all the chunk damage as well just erased by the heal from Praetorium, so now there's so little to be done if you are William & Mary. Spray down gets Praetorium, so that's a good start.
Yeah, and this is not a bad strategy either, right? Just spray and pray into the smokes. I mean, you know where most of the people are going to be, of course. Taking you a while to do that, so now there's very little time left. Everything's going to have to be by the book on the mark here. Gino does clutch it out, so University of Hawaii going toe-to-toe with William & Mary. This is a fantastic showing from our friends on the island.
Good. Yes, really big for them. And this is their map pick, I will say, at least. We don't have exact confirmation, but I've seen Hawaii pick this every single time in the last 3 weeks. So they have looked very good on it. It was what led them to some success against Northern Arizona last week. Their one win, very dominating, a 13-5 showing. Ooh. So definitely looking like a great start for them. And of course, Northern Arizona crushed them back on Ascent. It was a 13-3.
Wow.
So have to wonder as the series goes on, are Hawaii comfortable on other maps? Right now, they're held even by William and Mary, but it is, again, a semi-defensive sided map, even after the changes. Even after the changes that help it for the attacking side. So the fact that William and Mary have 4 and only 4, a little spooky looking forward, but unique, gonna slow things down, keeping this 4-4.
Mid, again, firmly controlled by Hawaii. Fire going down as well does not signal anything good here for William and Mary. They do have 3 ultimates. If Sage gets in a good position, we could see a res coming in, but they're not making any moves that would indicate they are looking to do that, at least at the moment.
And considering this round where you just have really this hero rifle for Unique, I think Banana Duck has a gun as well. It's not the best position to be in, as we're going to see the divide come down. Unique wants to fight this on site, not expecting anyone to be ready for him. Might be able to get initial contact here. Gino shuts him down.
Big play there coming out. Evo going to peek. Find somebody, but forced to back away. I guess make Divide doing some great work here for University of Hawaii. Honestly, they just need to play this patient, just play their angers. Make sure Banana Duck doesn't sneak up on anybody. Vitorium. I mean, this is beautiful coverage on this site right here. No one's getting in without University of Hawaii.
Yeah, and shout out once again to Juke for showing us those sight lines, just to see how locked out William and Mary really were attempting that retake. Where Hawaii had 4 members, they made sure no one could get peeked without someone else spotting them, and also that no one's back was exposed. So now, once again, gun round, William and Mary really have to win this to try and give yourself a stronger footing going to the attacking side. But you also have to wonder if their composition with how really aggressive it is will be that much more successful on attack. But I worry, again, that lack of information gain can make it so hard to execute onto a site.
And I think that's really being showed time and time again, over and over here. University of Hawaii just... William and Mary is being forced to play reactively here, right? And that is what you're going to do on defense most of the time. But again, like you said, just this lack of information forces them to be even more reactive. So, tough situation. We're going to get the Rolling Thunder coming out. So University of Hawaii clearing sight on the peak as well with the Showstopper. Playing pretty aggressively, seeing if they could take a corner here. Somebody going to be pushing in that way. Now Heaven under control of William and Mary.
Behind.
Ooh, faint. That's a big pickup. That is a good start here for William and Mary to come back into this.
They're just corralled here in this corner.
Yeah, they are. Nice shot coming out from Banana Duck. Will be traded out, but that just means that there's still a 1-player advantage. To be borne out once again. This will just be on the peak left. They switch over to a pistol, get 1. William and Mary will get the defuse though and bring us back to a tie game.
And that was such a big flank out. Started all the way at B main between Square and Faint, and they just walked all the way around, caught Gino lacking, and from then on, William and Mary knew that it's just like a chess endgame. If you find yourself a pawn up, trade all the way down until you give yourself that extra advantage in the endgame. And eventually, William and Mary did, keeping 2 alive. But that does mean going to this next round, they're in a very difficult spot, because if you don't win this one, you're likely staring down a 5 to 7 half if you have to buy down here. Faint does have the Bladestorm, so that makes it a little bit better. Makes it a little bit easier to win this round out. Square as well, picking up that Judge. So are going to see the return of that from the start of this half. And Faint's going to have to be pretty big with the Bladestorm. Last one didn't come up with much, but do know that this player can certainly make moments if given the space. And so far, University of Hawaii playing very, very slow, just not even working the map quite yet, just trying to prevent any William and Mary aggression, and good stylistic adjustment from them. The fact that they were pushing out aggressively, and now Hawaii have to respect it.
Especially considering they've got 5 ultimates on the board too, right?
Yeah.
I feel like William and Mary is primed to take this round here. The next 2, as a matter of fact, but they're just the reactions, right? They're gonna have to be bigger. They're gonna have to be better. I do like this. I do like this positioning from Unique as well.
It's spooky. You're using that little off angle. There's no gap to try and get anything a little cheekier, but still pretty solid as Hawaii have decided on this being a B split. They're waiting for this wall to come down. That's probably going to be their main indicators. William Mary still set up on default. They're actually rotating square back around to the A site. So this leave actually huge for Hawaii as far as timing. Even though there's a lot of ultis for William and Mary, they require a pick to really be all that useful. I think Banana Duck's the only one that can really impact as here comes the utility, and it's just Bebow all alone on this B site.
Yeah, Trapwire has been hit, so they will get 1 pick, but they're going to have to respect the fact that the entire team is on that point. Now we got the Showstopper coming in for Scare, going to look to get a pretty big pick here. Torium is certainly a big way to start. They have been a hero for this team in the past. Now, William and Mary able to turn this around in the blink of an eye. Bebo going to take a wide swing, finds the pick. The rest does come in. William and Mary in a much needed round here to at least guarantee themselves a tied half.
Yeah, and that was a great retake from William and Mary, but I really think it's on Hawaii at that point, right? They just let this clock run down. They have no information on where William and Mary are. So the fact that there was this huge rotate off doesn't even matter because there's a pick that comes in from Bebo on William and Mary. There's just a ton of time that gets wasted off the gate. And then, as we said, bunch of ultimates. So you have your Omen rotating a lot faster than you'd expect behind. You have the Showstopper that helps clear out these difficult angles to attack. And then Hawaii are just stuck, and they're going to take a timeout. They're a very good timeout team, so this will likely even the half, considering they do have that Astral Divide available with only the Neural Theft still up for William and Mary. But already we're seeing these two teams just go toe-to-toe.
Crucially as well, Praetorium is going to get the Seekers too, right? Like, they don't even have to wait for a pick. They're on attack. They can get the Ult Orb, right? So University of Hawaii actually has a very, very good chance of ending this half even. And then putting themselves on defense, which should be the stronger position, right? Honestly, this feels like William and Mary underperforming in this half.
I think especially with the composition Hawaii has, right? You can stall so long with a double controller setup, and you can be a little bit more proactive with gaining information between this Raze and this Sky that they've picked up, because you can use those guiding lights since you still have the flash points for retakes. You also have the recharge on them, obviously, so there's that extra level of insurance on your aggressive utility that William and Mary just do not have, as we're seeing the immediate A hit.
Yeah. Scare gonna go for a pretty aggro play here. Gonna use the Boombot to get a little bit of information. Unfortunately, Satchel doesn't hit the way that they wanted to, so they're gonna try again. They peek out a couple of people going behind that wall. Are traded out, but at least some information gained. It's gonna be a 3v3 now. Torium does not have the Seekers. They let it go to someone else, so they instead are going to use the Spike Plant to get that ultimate. I'm anticipating this coming out immediately, and there it goes, especially considering they are down a player now. There's going to be one left for Torium. They're going to duel with Banana Duck, not going to go their way, so William and Mary does clutch it out. They will get 2 rounds up on University of Hawaii on the side swap.
And that's really big, and if they can come out swinging on attack, get themselves up to 9 really quickly, I think just that pressure could be enough to get them over the edge here on Split.
Yeah.
But in that last round, I like the approach from Hawaii. You have that divide, but the fact that we saw On to Peak and Gino both hop into that little pocket that wasn't quite covered, where there could have been someone sitting, especially after you see the Boombot come out. You know that there's a raise up heaven, so why risk that in the first place? It allows this to go to a 3v3 later on, and then everyone tries to follow out the Seekers, but there's just not enough space to work with. The shots go William and Mary's way, and they find the round. So now we're seeing initial setup. Viper Wall dropped mid for defense, and it looks like we might get a brawl to start things off.
HL's thrown out. Make sure they can get a clear path into heaven on B side. It's going to be a beautiful satchel coming out from Square. They're getting a pair of picks as well. That's exactly what you want from your Rays. And now I think we are starting to see some of the strength of this composition on attack.
Yeah, the Omen, you brought it up in Agent Select, that it would have to come up huge, and Banana Duck timing that with the dash up from both Duelist. Very well done, showing why this William & Mary team is at the top of the standings, the undisputed #1 team in the league so far, as Bbow gets a little information, and this is so tough for Hawaii.
Yeah, Feint is going to be traded out. Definitely a something good for Hawaii. It's not going to bear any fruit, though. This time around, as William & Mary, it should be good for another round here, right? It should be good for a 9-5, especially considering, again, this is such an aggro composition, and they are on attack.
Exactly. Already buying up, not going for any op round 3 shenanigans like we saw on defense. I think that, honestly, that little bit of greed from William & Mary put them in a really awkward economic position, and that's what led to some of their woes. That's what led to that sort of string of 3 that we saw out of Hawaii. So now they're fully investing. They've got Vandals, Guardians, plenty to work with, as all 5 members from Hawaii are here made ready to fight.
Wow. Yeah, they're looking to pick a fight. Absolutely. And this is what you got to do, right? You got to do this when you lose the pistol round. You got to squat up, make sure that you use your numbers advantage, because that's really all you have going for you. We're going to make it difficult now, though. We've only got 4 players left. A lot of damage taken by Hawaii, but they are able to trade out. Ray's looking a little bit rough. Unique going to be able to clear out B site, though, so big rotation over here from William & Mary, and everybody from Hawaii still kind of caught up in mid.
Yeah, they were trying to hope that someone else would push in. I think Feint getting a little over-aggressive once you already see the Raze nade, wanting to follow up, but you've got a Guardian, not a Judge, so at that close-ranged combat, never going to win it out against Shorty and some classics that can just turn to pocket shotguns. So William & Mary already with side control, a lot of time off the clock, but this Guardian could do some damage. Never mind.
Ooh. Yeah, Banana Duck is going to see that that is not the case. Vector finds the kill as well. It's going to be Raze on the peak. Going to do just that, find somebody with that Shorty. Will not go their way this time. Not an unexpected result here, but certainly putting University of Hawaii in a very tough position.
And they carry all of the rifles through to the next round. I think that's the bigger point, is that you have a Guardian, a Bulldog, and a Vandal to pair alongside the Spectre. Feint. No Blade Storm, so won't be seeing any of that, but probably will just armor up and follow the team. Probably following Square, most likely, where you have them lead up, and then if Square goes down, you have someone else who can pick up the gun, gets the Shorty as well to just dive on in. So very excited to see how this round pans out, but again, aggression to start, and Unique gets the opening pick on to peak. A little too far forward is now Praetorium smoked out, and Feint with the Shorty.
And that was beautiful. Again, that was Banana Duck setting things up. Setting the pins up for Feint to knock him down, right? Getting that paranoia onto them. This is going to allow a very quick plant, very quick site takeover, and now William & Mary is just going to fan out and hold as many angles as they can. Ooh, big flash. Not going to hit anybody, Feint. Able to trade. It's going to be Astra now. Give her something here. Able to get a pick. Both slow orbs committed as well from Sage.
Yeah, you can't hold every angle.
Yeah.
I mean, Igor, you knew that Bebo was over there, but you still can't really fault him for hoping that there'd been some sort of transition. That's the only way you win the round, is by trying to play right out of heaven. So I'm never going to fault someone for just trying to win the round. William & Mary certainly showing up to win that one. Feint, super impressed. Again, as you highlighted, that coordination with Banana Duck, setting things up. And that's the real strength of this composition, is being able to follow a paranoia with how it's so different from other flashes with how it travels, and really William & Mary are taking advantage of that. And this is the first time I've really seen a team play around the paranoia like that, so it's really fun to watch, is Gino getting aggressive.
Ooh. Yeah, they left a little bit of a gap there. Gonna be taking advantage of a nice paranoia coming out as well. 2 quick picks for William & Mary. Oh, turning it into another quick one as well. But University of Hawaii striking back pretty hard. Even able to find Pain relieves a lot of pressure from their squad. Dorian has been so good. Nice guiding light. Doesn't hit who they thought it would. Does get square with the snake bite, though. That's a big heads-up play.
Now it's 2v1. There's a rifle up for Gino as well, but no utility. And that's the scariest part, being a Viper without much to work with. Fortunate that this wall is on a site, but it might just get caught in the wrong timing. Runs right into Bebo. And it's William and Mary not losing a single round in its attacking half so far. And Hawaii, I like the idea with the rush, do a lot of damage, but should still be plenty of money for William and Mary to work with. Yeah, Bebo swimming in it. Same with Feint. So no worry on those rebuys.
Not a worry in the world. Just 2 rounds needed to clutch out this first map here for William and Mary. They looked rough on defense, but the lack of information for them on attack, really not an issue.
No, it hasn't been, because they know what angles they have to clear and how they can clear them. And I think that's the biggest difference with some teams that might play a meta composition but aren't super practiced on it versus William and Mary, who are playing anything but a meta composition but are incredibly practiced on it, where they know what are the limitations of our composition, why do we succeed, where do we succeed, and just like that, updraft off of the paranoia. Very well done to just snag this space. Is Gino going to drop the Viper's Pit to cut off vents and mid? But honestly, I think William and Mary are okay with that, especially with Bebo getting a kill on the wings.
Sage's going to be dropping back to get the spike now. William and Mary likes their chances on A site. They push through mid very, very quickly, avoiding getting spotted as well by both the Rays and the Viper.
That's a big neural theft. Spots out that there was an attempt to sit inside that Viper's Pit. And also that Igor is all alone here, so tons of information, just has no clue. Now the A site is completely open. Fantastic information play. I mean, they don't have a ton of ways with the neural theft. Best information tool in the game. Oh, and Bebo knows in a 2v1. Doesn't even take the duel. What discipline out of these William and Mary players.
Very true. I like the spike plan as well, leaving it open to heaven. Right? Bebo is going to back off and take a different position here, but it's one that allows them sight on the spike.
Yeah, you just play the off angle, let your team do their job, Feint, pick up Gino, and these 2 members are cut off.
Yeah. And now Bebo, I mean, there's no way out from where they are. The only way they get out of this situation is with some kills. The peak gonna be Flash, gonna be blinded. Good for 1, but Banana Fuck Duck finds 2. So we are on match point here for William and Mary.
And yeah, now the timeout's coming up for Hawaii. I think it should have come after round number 3, especially with how this team really does look completely different when they're given a little time to talk with their coach and just cool down. But now your backs are against the wall. You need 7 in a row. And just looking at William and Mary's streak, they've gotten 8 in a row so far. This level of dominance has been insane, just streaking that momentum up. And really just ever since they got themselves out of that economic rut from trying to keep on buying back in rounds like 5 and 6, it's been all William and Mary.
Yeah, this has just been dominance on the attack. And they built this composition for attack as well, right? I mean, that's being borne out here in such a tremendous way. So University of Hawaii, they're going to have a couple of ultimates ready to go. Kroomba should be getting theirs relatively quickly. So assuming they survive this round, that'll be a tool in their toolbox for the next one. So I think they can afford rather to use something like the Cosmic Divide here.
I mean, I think you have to. You just need something. You need a round. Because you can't start getting 7 unless you get number 1. If you're playing that far ahead saying, oh, we might need this on the ult cycle, you can't worry about that because you might not even have a chance at that kind of cycling. So I think if you just play for the more aggressive Astral, clear out left side of B site, get a post plant going, that's the best way you win with this little money to work with, this few guns. And already, Krimba gets spotted, tells everyone what's going on. Now, just a breakout onto site for William and Mary. On to Pete, getting one back, though.
Ooh, yeah, and I did really like that rotation that came out from Krimba, right? They were able to actually get off of site and make sure that they were going to stay safe. Unique. They go for the plan. Onto Peak tries to prevent them from doing just that, but instead pays for it with their life. Unique is going to get the res off as well, so this is it. Petorium has to come up big here. They're going to get one, almost get two. They get a little bit of damage in. Plant is going to go in. Don't quite have enough for the Seekers yet, which could be a big difference maker, and Feint has bared their fangs with a Blade Storm. Hero play going to be needed here from Petorium.
Can't even push out. Crossfire's already set up. Yeah, you got a guiding light, but there's so many members to just watch this position. Go for a tap here, maybe. There's a chance if you get one, but Unique shuts it down immediately. William and Mary. What an attacking half. 8 rounds straight. I think that's 9 or 10 in a row overall, right?
Yeah.
It's so just brutal.
And there we go. Banana Duck needed to be the big player, and they absolutely were for William and Mary. That was the linchpin, honestly, of that entire composition. Without the Omen there, any other controller, I don't think you win that. So really, really interesting composition coming out. Worked in unexpected and very cool ways. So kudos to William and Mary. We're going to throw it to a quick break as we get ready for what could be our final map of the evening. Don't go anywhere. We will be back soon.
Dead.
Oh my god, flashbang! Oh my god, everyone's blind! It's all just get another flash!
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
The taste of water at 3 a.m. won't help me fall back to sleep again. Will someone tell me what I'm worth? Even if I say it unrehearsed, I act like I know what I want, but I'm scared of getting lost again. If I were better, I'd call you up and ask whatever you'd laugh aloud, but I can't seem to spit it out. I'm choking on a bad fallout. I act like I know what I want, but I'm waking up.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Myself, Warren Juggle God Hammond, and joined on the mic by Che Turbo. We are going to bring you through what could be our last map of the evening. It will be Pearl.
And this is not a map I've seen you Hawaii on. I've had the pleasure of being able to cast their last 3 weeks. And so far, no Pearl games. And also for anyone who's questioning, yes, up top, don't worry about it. It is getting adjusted as Hawaii. They are 1-1 on it. So they're both of those games against NAU. That'll definitely be for consider. Maybe I did see them on NA. I don't know. It's been a crazy couple weeks just watching all the teams fly by. But we're seeing William & Mary. The one time they picked it, it was against Rochester, who we saw earlier today. But a pretty good fight at times against St. John's. And they crushed them 13-1 on it. So the fact that they did that the one time they played it, a little concerning moving forward for Hawaii, who just got beat 13-5 on their map pick.
Yeah, this could be problematic. Interesting agent selections coming out again. We do see Harbor make an appearance, who is not somebody that I think you're expecting anytime. But we did see Harbor played earlier today on the Lotus and actually played to enormous effect. They were the top fragger that game, so I'm not going to doubt them, right? Unique certainly did a good job last round. And just given how expansive this map is, having a little extra control, a few more walls here and there could be a difference maker.
Yeah, now it's William & Mary who are going for the double controller setup, so that'll certainly be interesting to watch. I've really liked seeing more and more teams experimenting with Harbor, and I think here on Pearl, especially with this kind of setup, if you're foregoing the information a KO or a fade could give you in exchange for that extra control around these sight lines, I think it can really work out. Do also like that Banana Duck is sticking with something aggressive on the sky, but for Hawaii, this is really their bread and butter, keeping Igor on the Astra, Kroomba on their main initiator, and then Gino and Praetorium each taking slightly more supportive roles. This Cypher, I'm a little interested, but it's really the Sage that sticks out to me just because it doesn't have all that much positive information game. It doesn't have a ton of control, but with how linear these sites can become at times, there are really good ways. And of course, everyone's seen like the TikTok Sage walls on this map.
Right. Yeah, that's certainly something that can be leaned upon here by University of Hawaii. But I kind of agree with you. I don't know if Sage would necessarily be my first pick here. But you know what? William & Mary came out with an unorthodox composition last map and made it work beautifully.
Exactly. And we're going to need to see the same for Hawaii. There's a little bit more of the initial rumblings where you're getting this fade plus the Astra and a raise. And then normally you'd round it out with either a second initiator or maybe normally that's Sky, because again, that healing, that flashing potential is really strong. KO also a solid enough pairing, but already a little mistiming with the high tide, or the cascade. So am a little intrigued as far as a practice for William & Mary as they burst on the site.
Ooh, Scare gonna be able to push through. Don't know how they were able to get that kill, but it came in. So beautiful play coming in from them. University of Hawaii, though, looking a little bit better at the moment. One player left for William & Mary. That is going to be Banana Duck, and they are just getting attacked left, right, and center. So they just decide to spin the mouse, hope for the best. I go back to spawn to try again.
Yeah, and Hawaii already with a lot of presence towards that B site, and the quick rotates to match. Really like that decision making. It's really necessary to bounce back, and Hawaii not wanting to go down without a fight. Wing the pistol certainly a good way to do that, and now already one rifle on the board with some Spectres to boot. William & Mary certainly looking for that third round to try and turn this up, but Hawaii need to keep it clean in order to keep those prospects high.
Split push coming through mid. Not necessarily unexpected here from William & Mary, considering they're back to pistols here. They're going to be looking to overwhelm, and I like this approach as well because they won't have to be dealing with any long sight lines if they're able to do this. They're going to have to clear their corners every step of the way, and as soon as they're spotted, they're going to have to make sure that they're really on their guard and, again, holding these angles. Groomba's going to be the first to peek. Too many people coming around that corner there. They're able to get a couple picks. Dorian trades one out, but that's not going to be enough in the grand scheme of things. Feint does go down, so now it is a 3v3. Everybody descending onto A, and Igor coming up massive with 3 picks. Gonna potentially make it 4 here.
It was a little scary to start. Gino gonna finish the job. 3 stay alive, and that rifle should get carried over, so not too concerning for Hawaii, but you can see the panic in a couple of those moments, right? Where you see 5 players and you don't know what to do, and you try to spray down best as you can, but you don't get the headshots, and what happens. So now Hawaii are the ones with the gun disadvantage playing for next. So for William & Mary, now they're the ones who have to try and keep this one clean, give themselves a fighting shot at 2 in a row.
Gonna place their chips on B. All primed and ready to go here for William and Mary. The Viper, that's gonna allow them to push up onto point pretty aggressively. You know, somebody is behind that wall, so Nana Duck sending out a dog along the way. They have backed off. We're gonna be able to take Patorium out of the equation early. University of Hawaii will not have that stage wall, will not have some of that utility that could be very useful here.
And this is the power of those double controllers, is just able to completely block out a sight from your opponents. They dodged all of these chamber trips, and even the dog spotting, I think, just a pixel of Gino enough to let William & Mary know what's going on. Now look at this setup.
Yeah, Gino goes for a healer play, trying to get to the point, unable to do it. Are we keeping a nice job keeping that spike unapproachable, and a square with the ace to put William & Mary on the board.
I said that I wanted to see it flawless. We got it. Keeping it clean, square. Picking up all 5 kills. Didn't even realize that we were getting towards an ace until that very end. It just felt like kill after kill, as you'd expect, and they all happened to be from square. So, huge moment for them. Big confidence builder. Now, guns on both sides. This is the big test.
It is. Once again, B looking to be the preferred initial push here for William and Mary. And of course, Square does have a showstopper ready to go. Gonna clear that first angle, make sure nobody's peeking. And I like this Viper ball coming up. Gino with a nice camera too. That's a nice little angle to have it. Push away for a moment because they hear someone sneaking up on them. Oh, and Gino with the lurk catches Square unaware. And is going to go off. University of Hawaii, though, is just mowing down William and Mary left and right. This was William and Mary's round to take, but at the moment, they are in a very difficult position, not even able to get a singular kill. A flawless back in University of Hawaii's hands.
Yeah, flawless for flawless. The debt is paid as Hawaii put themselves up to 3. Really surprised that Win Square was playing for that showstopper, that he didn't at least expect the potential for Gino to be close, as the previous round saw him lurking around Hall and maybe just assumed that with all the pressure, he'd have to be deep Hall. Fortunately, that gamble does not work out. And William & Mary, because they had that first flawless, will have enough for another gun round. So we are given the treat of 3 gun rounds back to back from these teams. Hawaii are going to have to be ready for it. And once again, we're seeing everyone stack up towards B. No pressure mid, no trying to work up art or towards this A site. they just want to keep taking these longer angles. And I think it's because they know the Cypher is the one that holds it. So maybe that's the idea, is try and punish this Cypher with how difficult it can be to hold B site.
Ooh. A little bit of a miss there from Gino, but they do confirm that, in fact, it will be another B-side hit. Nice snake bites coming out as well. Gino just pinned terribly in that long hallway. As they do expire, Square goes down again. We get that first kill on them one more time. High Tide going to pass through Gino as well. Unique backing off with the rest of the team. Decided that things are a little too difficult to push there. And now with the neural theft up too, it really puts William and Mary in a difficult position, right? Because they know, University of Hawaii knows that they're at least considering the rotate.
Yeah, and we already see players posted up mid here to try and answer that rotate. Actually, there's the expectation, I think, of the opposite, where it's just going to be, again, that hard rotate. And because Hawaii knew they were all grouped, and now tables have turned, and William and Mary get the trade back. This B site is clear, and the cascade used to cover their backs.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick rotation over. Nobody going to be able to get there in time. I kind of have to be planted immediately. Well, William and Mary, fortunate thing for them is they have got plenty of time to secure this site.
And they have so little util, though, so the Harbor ulti is going to get dropped here, create that stun zone that'll be very difficult to push through.
Yeah.
Already, Gino getting slowed down, stunned back to back. There's just nothing you can do, and like 20 seconds off the clock, that's a lot.
That is a lot, right? Harbor's ultimate can be, I think, unexpectedly devastating, right? Especially when used at the right time, when you're putting pressure on them from a time perspective. It's just Igor remaining, not going to be able to get the job done, so William and Mary starts to claw their way back.
And the trouble with those kinds of Astral Walls is you can get jiggled around them. So, unfortunate at the end for Igor. Had a great idea. I think it was definitely the call to use the Astral Divide. It's not quite working out. And because we're back and forth, we got another gun round.
Right? This is kind of wild, honestly. Been a very rich game so far, if you will.
I mean, it's just been the winning team has kept so many members alive. They've been allowed to just have that reinvest, and of course and it's just the back and forth, right? You didn't have to reinvest the previous round, so then you carry them over and yada yada yada. But now this is the real breaking point. Both teams pretty much bought down to about 1K or less. Neither of them on any sort of streaking credit bonus. So whoever wins this round is going to be in a really, really good spot economically.
If University of Hawaii comes away with it, which at the moment looking a little less likely, the round advantage plus the eco advantage, that could be very, very big. And B Spot Cam caught out initially. Here come two cyber cages as well. You get a lot of information as they push out on the side. I love these high tides as well coming out from Harbor. University of Hawaii definitely in a difficult position. Trying to get a wall bang coming out here. Feint goes down low. Square will eventually finish off Gino, who I think was the primary threat there coming out from University of Hawaii.
Yeah, really, really big deal. And the fact that William and Mary still have all 5 members up. We keep talking about economy. That's the way to build it back up. Igor already spotted by the Roomba. And it feels like there's no options.
No, they're going to go for the fake. Even though it's go down, but Banana Duck will trade them out so they keep this advantage and very quickly put the finishing touches on this round to even it at 3 and give William and Mary their first honest advantage here in this game.
Yeah, the first time either of these teams, it feels, have had a real advantage. Outside of course, second round buy-up, but that's not really, in the grand scheme of things, a true advantage. And now William and Mary have a chance to start to pressure and push on up. But the fact that we've gone so long with just gun round after gun round means that William and Mary, still a dicey spot. All of these rifles, incredibly valuable. So the fact is, those two sheriffs, those frenzies, they can do a lot. They can get their money's worth back very, very easily.
Probably going to be taken out immediately by Bebo. Still information gained from that. Side hit incoming from William and Mary. Square can take a shot to the dome. Doesn't do take them out all the way, but that will finish it up. William and Mary, despite this advantage, coming into this a little bit short-handed. They're going to push on the site very aggressively now. Once again, those high tides are up. Big pick from On to Peak. Absolutely massive. Ain't going to try and equalize here. That at least relieves some pressure. Gets a little bit more out. On to Peak now very, very low. Okay, hitting them pretty hard as well, but coming back up. Ooh. Torium going down as well. Krimba does get the trade. University of Hawaii, he's still with a one-player advantage, but 2 players at just 1 shot.
So dicey. They're so close. There's the plant committed. Crossfire set up. Gino gets the peek out and On to Peak. Commits onto Banana Duck. And the Thrifty comes through. Who needs guns? Gosh, what are these guys doing to me?
Yeah, you know, honestly, University of Hawaii, he's come up really clutch on a lot of these, on these Thrifty rounds. I think William and Mary's maybe playing a little overconfident when they've got that kind of an advantage, and it's ending up biting them in the end.
Yeah, I think so as well. That they did just play a little bit too haphazardly. Of course, there was a really big showstopper I'm going to recognize from On to Peak. I think that is the only real reason they were able to keep contesting that site. If that spike gets dropped earlier, there's just too much time that William and Mary can play because of that gun advantage. So really, really big deal. And now 1 failure A, we're going back to B as everyone's walking up. Cypher Cam should spot them soon. And there's the lockdown committed.
Gonna try and slow him down with a paint shell.
That's Feint.
You do that for a moment. Feint is down though. Yeah, that's even better than a slowdown. To be perfectly honest, Trapwire is going to catch them. The players get detained. I mean, Mary's scrambling now to try and make something of this. The plant will go in, but being protected by Harbor doesn't quite do it though, as Unique does go down, so the plant does not happen. Bebo tries to get something going, but the gunfire from Dino just a little too strong. University of Hawaii primed to now take a 5th round.
This is really big confidence-wise for Hawaii. The fact that they're winning on their opponent's map choice, right? Like, William and Mary did the same last game, and now there's ultimates already. Hawaii are a little bit ahead of their opponents as far as that cycling, right? The Nightfall is going to come up soon. If you can use the Neural Theft here, you're in a really good spot. And for William and Mary, with this being their map pick, I'm surprised that they don't have more plays in store for us. We haven't seen any pressure out of mid. We've barely seen them go A. And if you're picking this up, you've got to have at least a few set pieces for each site. Otherwise, just stick to what you know and what you've practiced.
The other interesting thing I think to mention as well is that we haven't really seen a default from them either. Right? They're throwing all their chips in one basket. They're making sure to squat up every single time. And, you know, I'm not necessarily saying that's a bad choice, but it's becoming predictable.
Exactly. And we're seeing it's that passive setup from the Cypher and then, of course, rotate back. But now that there's been no B presence, they know that William and Mary this game, they've been playing so together. And I think that, to your point, no defaulting. Fact is, they know they're starting to lean over. Now the execute comes down. So considering this is a save, I don't hate it. And Square getting the shot. What a way to start things off. Karumba getting Feint, but it's still William and Mary with the numbers lead and the spike down.
That's big. Yeah, they really needed to come back here, and so far they're doing just that. Like this high tide coming out from Harbor as well. Cutting off a sightline. Torium wants to get the res in. Now they've equalized things. We are going to get the Neural Theft coming in. Res does come in as well. So University of Hawaii has turned the tide, so to speak. Defuse coming in. Now the slow orbs as well. I don't know if anybody gets the point to pull them off the spike. Hawaii makes it 6.
And that was a save from William and Mary, so I will give them that. But it was so close. I feel like that could have been William and Mary's round if they played a little more aggressively for sight, letting Square play forward with being only 1 away from the showstopper. I think you feed 1 more kill into that player, and that is your round. And you maybe play for that slightly higher risk, but higher reward. Instead, they tried to hedge their bets, and it didn't quite work out. The spread didn't quite match their buy-in, and they didn't get the job done. So now you've got guns again. Debo, please buy. Okay, thank you. And you're just, I think, fighting for an even half here, but also have to think again, William and Mary, this is a pretty defensive composition going double controllers. So I think that there is also that to keep in mind.
Indeed. I love this camera from Gino.
Like, honest, that camera's busted. Like, how do you even see it?
Yeah, I mean, they've walked by it every single time. They've never spotted it. Ever. Right? They would be looking there if they knew about it. We are going to get the commit here for the Viper's pit. Oh, but the spray through is going to cake out Unique. University of Hawaii are looking to go up in this half. They are looking to do better than just hide. They are looking to take a lead now into the second half.
And William and Mary taking such a big risk in my mind going for Pearl here when we know that as a team, they are so impressive on all of your standard maps, right? Like on your Icebox, your Haven, Ascent. You could just go with the base lineup and think they'd be in a great spot. And the fact is Hawaii picked Split for them, and they showed some of that older practice this roster has, right? Like some of these players have been playing together for quite a while. Banana Duck, part of one of the first William & Mary rosters to ever play Valorant. So you're looking at this continued experience on these older maps as well, and trying to get it done here on Pearl. It seems that there's just a level of lack of preparation for what they can really do. They're so all in on this B execute, and yeah, it looks pretty good at times when you just have the complete smoke cover, and starting to see them play around this camera, but it feels like it's too little too late. Is maybe they're just trying to dissect the Cypher setup, and almost works out.
It almost does. I mean, they're looking for the camera. They know they're getting dinged by it, but they still don't know where it is. This is overpowered, Gino. I love it. I absolutely love it. Wall goes down. Gino gets a pick right off the rip from that. Gonna be a pair. William and Mary now. At least have it at a 2v2. Banana Duck dropping back. Gonna be able to heal up Raze. Big plus for them. Spike will get planted. University of Hawaii aware now of where this is going to come in. Everybody's stuck in this long hallway as well. So Hawaii has them pinned down. Right, but the thing is, they're gonna have to push, right? They're gonna fake. They're gonna start the defuse. Actually, they're just going for it. In fact, they're not gonna get there in time. They don't get it.
Fake.
Rose don't fake. University of Hawaii is playing out of their mind right now. This is tremendous from them. This is not a team that I think you can count out by any stretch of the imagination anymore. They have shown up in such a huge way here tonight on Pearl. This is exceptional.
There's a part of me that's also just wondering, right? Like, it's 12:30 for William and Mary. They've had a long day waiting for this match. Is there a fatigue element coming in for them? Whereas Hawaii are pretty fresh. It's still evening time for them. So
yeah, they probably just had dinner.
Exactly. Right? Like, you just had dinner, you're gonna have dinner after this, and you had a snack before, run by the dining hall using your unlimited swipes. Like, maybe that was the move for some of these guys.
Yeah, it could be a interesting situational things that could be playing into this a little bit for William and Mary. They have to come away with a round win here. Of course, maybe they are playing for the 9-3 curse. Maybe that is the strat.
True. Could be. Give yourself any extra superstition to work with. I'm sure that they would like the buffer more than anything. And this is the first default mid play that we've seen out of them. And watch this just work to great success out of Art and just leave us all scratching our heads as to why we didn't see this sooner.
Yeah. The Reckoning as well that Harbor has, I think, could be a pretty big play here. And of course, they're playing it very safe to make sure that they're going to be in a position to do it. William and Mary gunned down, though, to just 3. Harbor has pushed onto site right now. I think we're able to get a pick onto them, though. University of Hawaii still up 1 player. Torium now peeking. Fine square. This is going to be Fane, seeing if they can get it done, but the showstopper stops them dead in their tracks. And William and Mary down by 6.
Yeah, I was not expecting this at all.
This night has been full of surprises, honestly.
It has been, right? We have the buzzer beater reporting from Hawaii showing up at the last second, giving us another set. And then
Yeah.
we see, of course, William & Mary not dropping a single round on attack on split when that was Hawaii's choice. Now we find ourselves, it's late. It's been a long day. It's been a long day for you especially. And Hawaii are just performing on a map that they haven't won on yet against the #1 team in the league when they picked this map.
Yeah. This is a statement from Hawaii. I mean, regardless of how the rest of this series goes, just this map, just this first half of this map is a big statement from Hawaii. So I am really looking forward to how this team continues to develop because there is a lot of strength here. It may not be showing all the time, every single game, but it is here.
Yeah, it's a team where they understand the game at a very high level, and they have some great coaching to back them up.
Yes.
And they've stepped up in their gun skill from week to week. Think about how they demolished Idaho, and then they go up against NAU. They make it competitive, and then it was very, very close. And then they go up against Arlington. 2 pretty good showings against, and again, these are top 5 teams, right? That you're starting to compete against besides Idaho. And Faint stepping up to try and contest. Early picks going to William & Mary for this pistol, so that's really big for them. But this Hawaii team, so impressed seeing them grow from week to week. Now, time to be stuck by Unique. Now it's just Unique.
Oh my gosh. They get
Bring
caught
around the
as
Rosie.
well. What? University of Hawaii? What are you doing? This is double digits now. They got a 7-point lead. 3 rounds. That is all they need.
And William & Mary, they are buying down here. I'm not sure if I like this decision. I think I'd rather see them just save, play for 11, take those winning fights, maybe be a little chaotic in this round. I guess Banana Duck's going to be the only one that saves here for a hero rifle, assuming they lose. Oh man, I'm not sure how I feel about this.
Uphill battle, no matter how you slice it for William & Mary. University of Hawaii. Looking and prodding just a little bit. They seem to be, at least at the outset, more of a fan of this of these defaults, right? Just gathering some information, playing it slow, playing it smart. I think they recognize and realize that they've got a golden opportunity here to trip up and take down this Goliath in William & Mary. So they're going to play this as well as they can, and I'm here for it. Square might get caught out by the Boombot. Not quite in time. They will go down. It will be a trade.
1 for 1, but that was the only Spectre up for William & Mary. There's gonna have to be some great Sheriff shots, and Unique missing them means that this investment in putting your raise so far forward has just not paid off, and now the timing doesn't work out for Banana Duck, missing those shots. It's all falling apart here.
On a peek, able to find Banana Duck too. 1 player advantage here for Hawaii, plus this site control as well, right? The fact that that Raze wasn't punished when they pushed out onto site is huge. That really opened up the point for them right there. The plant will come in. On a peek, continuing to find kills, continuing to find value. It's just going to be Faint now. Left to try and make something happen, but they can't. 2 rounds away.
So now William & Mary, they gambled on playing for the win. Now they have to play for the tie. Instead of being able to, I think, play for the win on 11 in this round, and they're still forcing. Like, yeah, you're up against a bonus, so Bulldogs, Spectres, but even so, just these buying decisions from William & Mary, I'm just not 100% sure. Maybe they're just saying, GG, go next. We'll take it on map 3. Let's just get out of here. So let's try and play it a little bit more chaotic and take that kind of route. I don't hate it if that's your mentality, right? Like, let's clip on them or let's go next. But also that question of, is it getting too late for them as well?
Exactly, right? This could be them just in an even worse position, right? If this does, in fact, go to a map 3. And certainly, University of Hawaii is going to be riding a lot of momentum here. Even does find Igor, so Bit of an advantage here, maybe able to start to push things back. Oh, Krumba goes for the plant to be punished for as they didn't quite have the site control they thought they did.
That one rifle for Banana Duck coming through here. I'm just impressed by the individual play. Square around the backside. Team ace flawless from William and Mary. Shutting me up right off the bat. I was like, I don't know. I don't know. But instead they're like, we'll get there anyway. We'll get to an 11-4 score line with guns up somehow. And this way, Hawaii's economy is in a slightly worse spot. So I guess 5-head play from William and Mary to get to this position.
I have to wonder as well about the mentals here for William and Mary. I mean, we have talked about how late it is for them, right? That's the first thing. But the second is, how often do they find themselves in this position, right? A lot of times with these dominant, high-ranking teams, if they find themselves behind, they're not necessarily used to having to do that from a mental perspective, and that can be booming.
Yeah, but I will say these guys play a lot of ranks, so I'm sure they have it there as well.
That's fair.
At least as far as being able to step up. But specifically with your team, if you're not getting really tough scrims, it can be a question of, do you have that ability to stick together as a team? Not just can you hold your own individual mental, can you make sure that you're still hitting your shots? Can you make sure you're playing for your team? Can you make sure your executes are as sharp and you're not falling a second behind? I think that's a great point that you do bring up, is like, is that polish there for when things might break down? Is on to peak, runs out, and Feint on this Viper has to back off. I haven't been super impressed by it yet, but again, Viper is going to shine on this defensive half, so really wanting to see a lot from Feint.
Players down yet, a lot of gunfire being exchanged. On to peak does go down. Bebo finds that first pick. There's so many they're going to have to get, but the gravity well does catch a player. University of Hawaii still down, but evening up this scoreline now. Bebo pushing 2 point. They've got Krumba kind of trapped here at the moment, so this could be tough for them. They try to put out a little bit of util to get them down, but University of Hawaii finds a pick. Unique down to just 3 HP. Gonna be able to trade out for a gun here. They've got to pick somebody to fire at. They do. What? Unique! Oh my word. That was something else.
Igor, stop playing with your food. That's going to come back to bite you. Because we see the initial duel win against Krumba, right? But Igor should be there to pick it up. No, he goes for the knife, knowing that this is a 3 health player in Unique. And now William and Mary win the round. Hawaii find themselves having to regroup after losing that round. Like, oh, I can feel a beast being awoken in William and Mary here.
Yeah, I mean, how many rounds did we see them go unanswered on split?
8 or 9.
And how many do they need here?
8.
Exactly. This is within striking distance for William and Mary. You cannot take them lightly.
No, I don't think you can. Already.
Peak. Bit of information gained there. Evo gonna see if they can get a little value with the spray and pray. Gonna be born out this time. If William and Mary can get Harbor into a good position, I just feel like this reckoning can be a big part of the equation here to keep William and Mary in this game, right? I want to see them use this. I want to see them use it wisely, use it well.
I think they just use it here.
Yeah.
They stall the plant so successfully. If they were to just drop it in that moment, it would have bought time for this rotate. Maybe they want it for the retake. I don't hate that either, using it kind of like a Killjoy lockdown to retake the space. I don't hate that either, but now this is such a delayed rotate back out to mid, so it's going to be tough, especially with this potential crossfire.
And here comes the wrecking. Harbor has used it. A couple of quick picks here in favor of William and Mary. Everybody getting stunned on point here. Nothing much they can do. Igor going to try to see if they can get an exit pick. They, in fact, get 2. William and Mary continue to claw their way back. The magic number for them now sitting at 7.
Lucky number. Not facing UNLV, so they don't have to worry about that luck being taken away from them. And Hawaii now forced to half buy. Not everyone's sort of on the same economic spot. I think Igor can still buy a Bulldog here if you really wanted to. I'd say just try and keep your creds up. Keep your money up, not your funny up, as the greats always say. Gives you the potential for like some extra sheriffs later on if you want to buy stuff like that. But in all reality, William and Mary, they looked like a different team that last round. And I think it's because this defensive side forces them to play default. And I think if they had done a little bit more of that on attack, this would not be such a one-sided game.
I have to agree. And they've got their game face on now, right? It may be a little late. They're at least trying to make something happen here. We'll get one pick. It's on the peak, but they are traded out. And will go in. Banana Duck finds a clutch pick as well. And a little bit of an advantage on the peak doing just that. Unable to find the kill. Has to back up and find different position. Unique in the meantime. Finds one as well. Just going to be down to Igor once again. Not going to be enough to get it done. And the magic number now rests at 6.
Oh, man. Only one going down. Beautiful retake from William and Mary. Using everything at their disposal. Exactly how you want to write it up. Of course, that was a save from Hawaii, so there's not much to do after the initial execute. You use a lot of that utility you bought up. So now we're going to see a timeout here for Hawaii. They're a big timeout team that just lost 4 in a row after winning 8 in a row. So, yeah, they win 8, and then they tell William and Mary, go do the same. And they've started to do that. They're halfway there. So,
they have, yeah.
Halfway to 8, and they need a couple more to win. So, very scary spot, I think, if you're Hawaii, noting the momentum and also how William and Mary plays with their momentum.
Right. And now it's going to be the flip side for me. Now I'm starting to worry about the mentals for Hawaii, right? Because they've had such a dominant lead here, and it's slowly slipping away. It's 4 unanswered rounds, right? When you put yourself within 2. So you want to make sure if you're Hawaii, and again, I think this is great, right? You've talked about, so many teams so many times how they're such a timeout team, right? So getting the coach in their ears, giving them a little pep talk, I think this could do great things for them.
Yeah, I think so too. It's gonna have to happen. But I think a more telling stat is William and Mary have not lost on defense when they have guns in their hands. When they have rifles in hand, they have not lost a round.
I hadn't picked up on that. That's a very good point.
And so when you're looking at defense, all about playing around these sight lines, and now we're seeing William and Mary actually get aggressive on the B side, change up the tempo. I like this change of pace. They're using the cascade to let this raid step up, but you gotta win that duel.
Yeah. High risk, high reward. Not gonna be there this time. On the peak finds another one in Unique. University of Hawaii, they found their footing here, giving themselves a 2-player advantage. They just need to run this down now. With a neural theft, it's going to make it that much more difficult for William and Mary to eke out a win here, and they really cannot afford to lose any rounds.
I think Bebo should have just already lockdowned. Okay, here we go. Here's the wait. They're waiting for the commitment. I actually really, really like this. Forces them deep offside, but the thing is, still planted for them is on to peak, getting rid of Banana Duck. It's 2v5. Yes, there's the Viper's Pit. Yes, there's going to be this lockdown, but they're just going to play for it instead. It's so tight. They ain't picking up the start. And there's already stars down. The Gravity Well going to be the next step. Tap before the Viper's Pit, or maybe they're not even going to use it. Not sure.
I think you have to here if you're William and Mary. You're at such a deficit here, especially considering the spy cam just found you out. Oh, they go down. Prowler's going to find them, blind them, deafen them. They don't know what's happening. They don't know where anyone's coming from. They're just going to back off. Now they have to play for the tie. So that magic number for them just went up.
Such a good play on paper, and I get not throwing the nade so as not to alert them to your position. But still, if you go 1 for 1 there against Igor, completely different round. There's no gravity wells, there's no smokes for cover. That entire take looks different. Not even getting 1. I think that's the moment William and Mary are going to want back from this game the most, because it just cuts their momentum, and it lets Hawaii really bounce back off of their timeout.
Yeah.
Like, it's a good idea.
Left.
God,
right, it is.
Such a, especially because you take this time out because of how William and Mary have been defaulting, so they're probably going to be anti-default, trying to do some sort of counter strat. So taking this early space is going to be good either way, whether it's an A, B, or mid hit, right?
Exactly. And now, University of Hawaii, they're just going to push the issue here on B. B has worked for them so well in the past. Nightfall coming out as well. Going to be the Nano Swarms committed just to try and slow things down so that William and Mary has time to rotate here. Square shaking off this decay just as quick as they can. Like is planted. Time on the clock now. University of Hawaii just needs this final round in order to put this home, take us to a game number 3. And with Square going down, one of the biggest threats has been eliminated, has been taken away. Unique now just standing behind this high tide to push through it. Oh, nice pick right there. University of Hawaii still up by 1. Ain't though with a quick flick. William and Mary does down to 1 player. And Banana Duck clutch it out. There's barely any time left. That wall's going down. They get shot. University of Hawaii has dealt a big blow to William and Mary and will take us to map number 3.
Wow. There's nothing else to be said. Honestly, Hawaii, what a game. Just absolutely crushing it in the first half. And then William and Mary losing their momentum right as it was picking up for them. Great fight back from the Griffins, but eventually that green wave was way too big. As looks like we're straight to Icebox. No break for us.
Apparently.
They are running it, and I guess we're running along with them.
Yeah, no, we're in. We're doing this. We're gonna see how this ends up. Icebox, a great place to end as well, right? Bring it back to a classic. And for William and Mary, I think this really plays in their favor.
Oh, I completely agree. I think so too. We're gonna see Feint swap off of Feint and Square swap off on the duelist role. I like to see Banana Duck back on the Sova as well. Bebo sticking to that Sentinel. I think Unique here going for the Sage. Very, very solid. But overall, I just like how William and Mary are sort of enabling Feint in this lineup. Whereas last game, I felt like he was pretty muted, couldn't make that kind of impact we saw in game 1 alongside Square. There just really isn't any other map you can get away with that double duelist setup. And then for Hawaii, again, pretty much the same composition, enabling Onto Peak. And Onto Peak is going to be one to watch. He is a huge op focus for this Hawaii roster. I remember caught him on interview once, and he was like, I don't want to say I'm an op crutch, but it is my best gun. So that is definitely something to watch, as we do see mirrored comps, both of these teams sticking with the tried and true.
Yeah, William and Mary not messing around anymore. No wacky compositions. Shenanigans are done now. They are going to play this one by the book, or at least as far as agent selects are concerned. They're going to be on attack first as well, which is a strong look for them.
Yeah, it's exactly how they want to start this one off, so really like to see that approach. I think for Hawaii, starting here on defense is going to be a little slower for them. Again, these comps are mirrored, so it's the first time that we can't talk about, you know, the subjective advantages or disadvantages based on side start for either of these compositions, and I think that's going to be a really interesting element, because theoretically, both of these teams, if played to perfection, you'd wind up with like a pseudo draw, but I think it's really going to come down to these Jets. Who's going to have that bigger impact, Feint or Onto Peak? Because both teams have shown they like to funnel that op into that player's hands early.
Exactly, and I'm anticipating we're going to see, the double save coming out as well from Feint again, right? Looking for that round 3 operator. I'm anticipating that's going to be the play for them. A little bit of a default as well coming out here this time.
I hope for William and Mary that they just sort of said, let's play it a little slower. We did better when we were able to intake information, slow down the game, play at our own pace, make sure that we're the ones controlling this game, not our opponents. The few times they tried to get out of line on defense on Pearl, we saw it fall for them. And a couple times and then on offense, they just stuck to the same strat over and over and over again, trying to break the Cypher trip and trying to break that setup instead of just avoiding it.
Very, very patient. William and Mary's taking this. They're giving respect to Hawaii right now, because Hawaii's shown up in such a big way. And I like this. I like this look from William and Mary. Very measured, very calculated. Push onto sight, but look at that. Kroomba right behind him. Doesn't matter. That'll still come in. It will be a trade, though. Nanaduck giving William and Mary a little bit of an edge here. Unique looking for the plant.
Spike planted.
Now, University of Hawaii. Hey, gonna have to play it patient, but they can't play it too patient. We're going down this big. Banana Duck trades out. And what is that?
That's Banana Duck.
1, 2, 3.
Banana Duck. That is the highest elo player in the server just showing up, saying, "Nah, this is my time. I'm the new sheriff in town, even though I'm using a ghost."
What's your favorite ghost skin?
Oh, I don't know. I'm one of those guys who I like get one skin that I'm complacent with, that I'm happy with. I'll invest in like one, and I'm just good with it. I personally have the infantry because the infantry set was really cheap, and I'm a history guy. I have a history degree, so
I didn't know that. Nice.
So I really like the aesthetic.
Yeah.
And so I got the whole package for like $30, and I'm like, 5, 6 skins for that price. I'll take it. So I'm gonna say infantry for value. But overall, really like the Ruined King line. I think Auburn's also very good. So,
William Mary with a very quick plant here on B. Pretty standard setup. Missing the Sage Wall, though, which I think is kind of interesting. Isn't slowing them down, though. Kills going their way. Gino tries to turn it around a little bit. Only one player remaining. Gonna be Gino. At half health. If they can get a kill here, that'll be good for them. There's not a whole lot they can do, and 5 players looking at you.
And a flawless out for William Mary. They didn't get a chance to catch the buys to see whether or not there was that save coming through. And no, Feint not opting for that early op. It's on attack, so I can definitely see that rationale, and also just how it sort of bit them on split with a bunch of rounds of awkward econ if they didn't get a flawless in round number 2. So I do like this adjustment from them, and the fact is they have 3 rifles here. They were able to carry that Bulldog Phantom and second Bulldog over, and that's going to be really big to contest these sight lines with so many Vandals, so that one-tap potential is threatening from Hawaii.
Ooh, Feint taking a lot of damage from a lot of different angles. Big heads-up play coming out from Hawaii to really try and close down mid. I mean, Feint doesn't even really have a great disengage here either. They're just going to have to hope that the timing is not in Gino's favor if they try to get off of tunnel.
Actually, such a tough time. You're so boxed in with no dash. You're going to try and use your Cloudburst to go over orange, but there's no one to clear it for you. So William and Mary, they're just stuck in this holding pattern. And Hawaii know what's up as well, so neither team really able to do much as Feint takes the initiative and snatches it right onto Gino, looking for number 2. Nearly gets Vatorium as well, and the spray down is there. What a showing out of the Jet. Feint fully enabled here on Icebox.
That was huge because they were just outplayed, outpositioned at that point, but Igor coming up big to even things out. They're going to be gunned down at the last moment, though.
I was going to say, Igor almost really pulling that round back, getting 2 unanswered for at least a moment. Now on to peak, evening this up. The Jet's going to have to come alive in this round, as I think Feint spotted his head. Well, that's a lot of really important info.
That is. Gonna fake the defuse. They can pull a little bit of aggro, a little bit of information there. Kroomba spot it out. Go for another defuse fake, but they're gonna have to do it for real here pretty soon. Can't afford to just try and bait out the aggression and get the picks. It's gonna be Universe Hawaii with a 1-player advantage, but Banana Duck holding it down. Not enough time to defuse, so the round will go their way. Can they get the last kill? They do, in fact.
Don't think he escapes the upgrade.
No.
It's unfortunate. I mean, I think it's fine. William and Mary are happy to rebuy here. I mean, not happy, obviously. You want to save as many creds as you can, but all things considered, not too bad. They've got all good rifles, Vandals, of course. Juggle, what's your favorite Vandal skin?
That's a good question. I was prepared with my answer for the Ghost.
Well, let's start there. What's your ghost skin? What's your ghost skin?
It's gotta be. I talked about it actually earlier in the stream, but it's It's Astra's. I think that gun is just absolutely stunning. Very, very beautiful.
Really pretty.
Yeah. It's just so eye-catching, and it really fits with Astra's aesthetic as well.
Yeah, it's not super flashy. It doesn't need animations. It's really beautiful, you know?
Yeah, it's a miniature work of art, right? In a digital sense. That's a big Runner's Fury coming out, really putting a lot of pressure on. Even though it doesn't get the kills, I think the job that it did for William and Mary was exceptional. They are going to try and back off, though. This could be a rotate, could be a fake, but they're going to have to deal with Gino, who's on the flank.
But he was spotted out by the turret, so that should put an end to any peaks, especially considering there is that stinger. So I want to see William and Mary just work mid here. They've already got the Viper Orb popped. You knew that you had to draw multiple members over, so I think if you saw that little bit of contact on turret, better to take that orange space, maybe catch them out yellow, but that is a major read from one piece of information. Of course, we have the entire map, so we can say what's the objective best play, right? I do like the setup from Gino. It's a little risky, but it buys so much time for the rotate. Is on to peek as well to watch the cross.
Ooh. Even playing field here, Gino going to give a little bit of advantage to University of Hawaii. They're going to push pretty aggressively, but pay for it with their life. The square is there with the shots.
Did what it needed to, though. It bought time. Does get really countered out by this res. Needs someone to watch that shot from on to peek as everyone gets spotted by the recon. Doesn't matter too much, though. Kruma, the only one with a gun here, tries to step up, gets sprayed down by Banana Duck. It's all up to on to peek. No close range headshot. It's another round one for William and Mary, but these have been really expensive. I'm not sure if they're going to be in a great spot. They will be able to full buy back up, but it makes the fact that if they get reset here, it's a tough place to be with two members having to buy down. Actually, thinking the Blaze Storm, maybe it's not as bad as I thought. I'm being a little too doom and gloom.
Well, I do have my answer for you. My favorite Vandal is the Glitch Pop. Love it. Love that kind of cyberpunk aesthetic, right?
Yeah.
I just think it's beautiful. Radiant Crisis, though, I think is my favorite bundle overall. Classic, love it. I think it's great. University of Hawaii starting off with a big pick there. That operator proving its worth already.
Yeah, I said we had to watch out for on to peek's op, and already starting off very, very strong. And look at how dynamic on to peek plays. He's already moving over to kitchen. I don't think that anyone's going to be ready for it. This is... Oh, they're lucky to escape with their lives in that moment.
Yeah. A little bit of a misplay, a little bit of a missed time. Bebo does get the jump onto peak. We're seeing a push back onto the A side. Everybody rotating over there just as quickly as they can. Even the defense definitely aware of this push. Krumba in a tough spot, likely going to look to trade here. They get a little bit more, that'd be great, but unable to do that at least at the moment. Spike will go down. Bebo falls in. Huge flurry of picks coming in favor of Hawaii. Nana Duck, there's one player who can get it done. It is them. Not quite borne out this time, though. The Hawaii will put themselves on the board here on Icebox.
That got scary. I saw Banana Duck have the potential for 3 isolated 1v1s, and I panicked for Hawaii for a second. We'll say big deal. Not able to carry that operator over, so won't see that reinvestment, I don't think. It's just too many creds. There's not enough money for Hawaii, and keep bringing up the econ just because it feels like it's been one of the major points of this series has been how these teams answer off of each other's ability to buy so consistently and how they've been able to do so much work with these half buys leading into their follow-ups. Is now we're going to see another gun round. Both sides up. Blade Storm is available for William and Mary, so they will opt to use that. As this recon will just get shot down. Only spots one, so nothing too committal. Already seeing a bit of a lean over towards mid A site. I think with Fatorium spotting out Feint as well, the signal there's going to be a lot of members towards this A site.
Oh, he takes a lot of damage and expends all of their knives as well. That's a big deal. University of Hawaii, that puts them in a much better position considering now they're going to have 3 unanswered ultimates here to try and defend this A site push.
And beyond that, it means there's just not enough guns for William and Mary here. They're just gonna have Feint play forward bait for the team. Don't hate that decision. All you've got are a couple of cloudbursts, not a ton to work with. Feint's right here. Lots out Kroomba. That's honestly enough information as Square gets the exit somehow.
Yeah, that was all that was needed. Right, a little bit of information. Tiger chasing down a kill, does find Feint. Evening out the kill feed here. Gino making it a little bit more advantageous, but only for a moment as Square strikes back. Canada playing fairly far offside as well. They don't have the Hunter's Fury left, but they're still in a good position to be able to try and prevent this defuse coming in. They do have another shock dart ready, but Torium doesn't fake. Pros don't fake. They are going to get the defuse. So, Women Mary, gotta play a little bit faster. Get some caffeine, get some coffee.
Yeah, I think at this point, going to map number 3, that fatigue definitely could be starting to set in. It's Bebo here. Don't know if I like this decision to buy up. I know William and Mary have done well when they are at that disadvantage and play a little more aggressively, but I think just playing for next is a little better. You can have a hero buy out of Banana Duck because they've been getting so many frags. Don't hate that at all. Especially when you're staring down 5 ultimates. You just want to make this costly.
Exactly, right? And you want to get these picks early so that University of Hawaii doesn't have a chance to capitalize on that overwhelming advantage in the old bank. So I'm anticipating Hawaii to really push this quickly, right? They want to go into this with an advantage. They want to make sure they maintain it. Really considering on the peak does have the Blaze Storm ready to go. They're going to peek, find one head. That's Bebo down. Repositioning now. Feint tries to take a little bit of a better angle. Take advantage of the fact that they do know they are going to have to reposition on the peak. Coming up huge again. Maybe one ult is all they needed, but William and Mary is going to invest the Viper's Pit. And now it's just a spray and pray through it. Panda Duck does take out on the peak, so that is big. Spike does get planted. Hunter Fury goes out. Torium finding Unique as well. William and Mary just down to 2 players, so Square going to have to be big in this Viper's Pit.
There's also still the Hunter's Fury up. Can't count that out. Never mind, Banana Duck's off the table. It's all up to Square. Does have 1 snake bite, but that's so little to work with, especially for where the spike is.
Wow.
And how they all are. Great play to get 1. They did make it costly, so don't hate that inclusion of the Viper's Pit, right? You get 2 extra. You get 3 ultimates out, honestly, plus 2 guns. It's not bad for just 1 invested the opposite way, both gun and ultimate. So I think overall, William and Mary are going to be pretty happy with that. Of course, I think they could have made it a little more damaging. There's a real chance they could have won that round, especially with the Hunter's Fury in their back pocket. But now they'll have it and the lockdown. Plenty of guns to work with as well, so I think now is important for Hawaii. They should have another buy if they do get reset here, but won't be perfect.
Viper's Pit right off the bat. And trying to just shut down one site completely. Interesting positioning for it because it does leave a lot of room available. I don't know if that actually spread the way that they were anticipating it.
Yeah, I think that there used to be a setup where you could have gotten away with it catching both that top nest and the rest of site, but now actually just going to result in that pit being taken away. So just 1 ulti loss, traded out for the lockdown, and there is the counter lockdown here. Can get beaten out by the Hunter's Fury, so have to keep that in mind. 4 members playing super far back, just Feint here trying to contest.
You know, considering the lockdown, they do go ahead and commit it. Question is, do we get the Hunter's Fury coming out? It's going to be a trade. Feint is down. Big boon here for University of Hawaii. Oh, and here comes the Hunter's Fury. It's going to be too late to turn off the lockdown, but it doesn't seem to matter. 2 players remaining for each squad. EFU's coming in. Somebody has to get there quick. Oh, maybe if they had held it, they would have made it, but William and Mary salvaging this situation. Themselves a lead once again.
Yeah, seeing 4 run off site that deeply and then the lockdown come through, it did just seem like William and Mary were happy to play for lineups and post plant. They already had the nades down, so they could use that for the first layer. And also, if you are Hawaii, they're a very respectful team, so they waited for that lockdown to pop before stepping forward. And the fact that there was just so much time taken off the clock, it put Igor in an impossible situation. I think played it as best as you probably could. after losing the member that was forward, but now money is down for Hawaii. And Unique, able to get one to start. Traded with Scare as well, or working with Scare. And this is just all falling apart right away. Might just be a flawless out the gate. Igor can try and get a one-tap here. Does get Feint. So at least he got one. William & Mary giving themselves already a lead on, or at least a tied half, and I think the momentum's firmly back in their hand.
They need to pick that momentum up here for sure. University of Hawaii definitely not messing around either. I mean, they smelled the opportunity for victory here, and taking down a giant like William & Mary, huge.
It would be, and the fact that chance is still on the table, definitely good for Hawaii. They just need a couple more rounds. Icebox is a little attacker-sided, not as much as when it came out. It used to be like an 8-4, 9-3 map, but a couple adjustments plus teams just really figuring out how to get the most bang for your buck out of your agents, especially the Viper and the Sova, has turned this map right around. Already, we've been seeing Hawaii just try to stack this A site whenever they have guns, try and play for on to peak, and William & Mary taking advantage, at least for right now, but holding the smoke. Kroomba cuts it down.
I liked that a lot. Beautiful play there from Kroomba. Now, someone's going to have to pick up the slack here for William & Mary, because without that big entry fragger, that's rough.
Yeah, but they know Bebo's here.
Oh, that's true. They do.
Like, the fact is, we've been seeing them just watch Kitchen for so long. They're avoiding it. And yeah, the footsteps are heard, but it's still just an uneven fight. And Igor, even peeking it, looks away, somehow still wins the duel. Not sure how that worked out, and just makes this round all Hawaii.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be tough to come back from this if you're William & Mary. And you still have to try and go for the plant here. Your Sage Wall is down. There's a couple seconds left to go. The wall dissolves in front of you. Just no good situation here for them. Do a little bit of damage in the end, but University of Hawaii is staying within striking distance. They're not letting William & Mary run away with this like they did tonight when we started out on Split.
Yeah, they're keeping themselves dangerous. They're keeping themselves in it, and that's, I think, the most important part here is they've already netted themselves 4 rounds. That's enough to work with. On to Peak has an operator here. Sure, William & Mary has a buy, but not going to be able to contest A all that well, and I'm glad to see that they're setting up for a default and expecting Hawaii to lean towards one side, and they'll be able to punish it. So I do like we're finally seeing William & Mary make these adjustments, because Hawaii has been counter-stratting them pretty hard as far as stacking one side or the other, and now this might be their chance to break it.
I think William & Mary as well, they're favoring the B site push. At least at the moment, at least in the last couple of rounds, it seems. And I like this for them as well. I mean, you've got such great util with a Viper, with a Sage Wall, right? You can play this by the book, very standard, and it works well. You like the Nanoswarm coming out just to delay it for a moment. Also a unique plant position as well. Nice heads up play there from Feint to put the Cloudburst in to make sure that a Viper is able to get away unscathed.
Yeah, complete cover. Good team coordination, and I do like this adjustment because they know that their opponents have been accounting for that default plant, so they have another wall in store. It still keeps Snowman out of the equation, and now the re-entry onto Peak starting off strong.
Yeah, with the pick on the Feint, looking a little bit rough here, but go for an early defuse might not have been the best of plan of action, as William & Mary has now secured a lead in the kill feed once again. Not a whole lot of time left, so University of Hawaii gonna have to let this round go away. Banana Duck with an exit pick as well. That's what you can hope for is a 7-5 half.
Does it get saved? Does the op get saved?
I think,
okay, it does.
It does, yeah.
I was scared for a second, because that's how Hawaii wins this round. It's through on to Peak. Saving that op gives them just enough money to pull together most of a buy. One stinger. I think you're okay with that. You can have Kroomba just play up mid, and try and play tight to A. But does look like William & Mary have gotten more control, but still Hawaii, they did give themselves 4 back. It's very, very close. And I'm still sweating a little bit for William & Mary.
No, I think everybody is. You know, there's so much on the line here, right? William and Mary, they need to be able, you know, just your reputation can scare away opponents, right? And so they need to maintain that. I mean, Hawaii already has shown that they are vulnerable. They're not invincible, right, for anybody. And Hawaii just has the opportunity now to put this away, make a statement, and really give themselves a lot of momentum pushing into the rest of the season. But they're going to be down 1 player, 3 ultimates on the board as well for William and Mary, and some very impactful ones at that.
And I think that's what you have to watch if you're Hawaii. They do have the res here, so they can bring that Hunter's Fury back into the mix. But Viper's Pit, Bladestorm gives them so much potential for aggression, but the fact is that William and Mary are trying to stick to this site. They're running right into the op.
Yeah. And that's brutal. Banana peeking, though. On to peek. It needs to make sure they're giving adequate coverage. Spotted out. On to peek. That's exactly what you needed here from Hawaii.
And the thing is, William and Mary are committed to the site. They have to stick to it. Feint and Bebo going really big. The Hunter's Fury gets unique on the out, but
wow,
still so close. Oh, 2v4 Viper's Pit.
Yeah, Viper's Pit is committed. On to peek. Not going to have much luck with the operator here. So
as the Bladestorm.
Ooh, look at that. Huge. Viper's Pit is down. Hawaii got a couple away with this 5th round. Big for them moving into the second half.
This is huge. Because on to peak, just I can hear the comms. Just like absolutely screaming, popping off. He's like, I'm behind them. We got this. And then you get the last one and everyone's like, let's go, because they answered back when they needed to. They found an answer to William and Mary, showed that they're not an infallible team. And if we take away that opening 4, right? Hawaii have won 5 out of the last 8 rounds. It's really good. And if they can keep this momentum going forward onto the pistol, it's going to be really tough, I think, for William and Mary to answer this unless they have some really good defensive strats, like, just lined up.
And honestly, University of Hawaii has looked fantastic on the pistol rounds too, right? So I like their odds going into this as well. They're only down 2. They get a round win here, right? They top the score. I mean, this isn't a must win for University of Hawaii, but if they do take this, they're setting themselves up for so much success.
Yeah, and Util is getting popped. I like this diligence out of Hawaii. It does play into William Mary's hand, though. After hearing the drone, they start to bring everybody over, so there'll be 4 here for the retake. But they get spotted on the cross from stairs. That's really big damage from on to peak.
It is. We're laying in a lot as well. University of Hawaii only taking a little bit of chip damage, but with Sage going down very low, things are looking rough for them. Are able to get healed back up, but now Viper is in a similar position. The spike does go down. The plant is here. Yeah, I mean, that's terrifying. Big heads-up play from William and Mary. On the peak. Strikes back, though. Evens it up. William and Mary now just down 1 player they have to get. Bebo going for the defuse. Feint goes down. You're going to have to swing this very quickly. Not enough time to get off the spike for a second. Can they get the kill on the spike? No! The shots don't hit. William and Mary, I mean, that might be... this might be the moment. That might have been the moment that puts this game away for William and Mary, because now you have most likely a 4-round advantage. So University of Hawaii, honestly, I would not be upset with a force here.
It would, I think, really mix up the tempo, and it would really change the kind of game state that's coming forward, but I think it's just a little too risky. I think that Hawaii would rather do as much damage as they can here, get a little utility, and then in that gun round, really make a statement, because they've been consistent and they've been winning when they have that equal footing. At least they were in the last half. So if you can carry on that kind of confidence, I think it's good. Already they're going to just run into this meat grinder of Bebo, unless he misses the timing. Feint as well.
What?
Spraying down. There's nothing to do. So much work done. Banana Duck wants this last one. What? Gino getting one back. That's going to feel good. Tries to recover the Bulldog. Do something with it, but Feint is here. William Mary keeping it clean. What you want to see.
It is, and chasing down that kill, making sure that the Bulldog doesn't fall into Y's hands, and give them another opportunity to do a little more economic damage, really heads up play from William and Mary, right? Yeah. So love to see that kind of aggression, love to see that kind of follow through, and it's what you're going to expect from a top contending team like them.
Okay, but look at On to Peak. So aggressive with this operator. I like this out of Hawaii. I think this is a better kind of force up where you're still going to be getting that. And he's going glass cannon as well. As much util as possible. I think that's definitely the right call. I see the jet up here, but they can't know that the operator's there. The op wasn't out. Feint takes first contact, and this is going to be scary.
Yes, it is, because again, the operator hasn't been fired yet. They don't know that it's on the table. They don't know that it's on the board. And they got a little bit of information. On to Peak actually playing enormously aggressive with the operator as well. I'm not necessarily sure how I feel about this, though.
I think that they have to just try and get bodies forward, but this Viper wall from Square, it's just doing so much work. It lets Banana Duck get this first pick, and now Hawaii on the back foot.
Oh, that was a duel that needed to be won there by Praetorium to really bring them back in this. And by all rights, I feel like it should have gone their way. University of Hawaii, only down one, though.
It's true. They are only down one, so they can still rotate out here. I'm not sure I agree with them being so committed to the A site. Like, I guess your Viper wall's there, sure, but I'd rather just try and take a pick somewhere else. Or Gino with the lineups. Never mind. That's what they were playing for. Okay, and Igor taking down Square, flipped on its head.
Banana Duck gonna take this peek slow, finds one. I don't know where they are, but they don't have a whole lot of health, so these shots are gonna have to hit, and beautiful timing there coming out from them. 1v1, this comes down to the Killjoy.
Wait, there's a lockdown here. I feel like the second... Okay, still going for it.
Oh, wow.
It was... I think you have to start taking the space here. Yeah, but Bevo has to step up.
Yeah, but you have to go for the defuse, too. There's not a whole lot of time left here. William and Mary has to make a play for it. You're not going to be detained. Sure, yeah, you put up the turret, but how much work is that going to do? They just swing here and they get it. Oh, is there enough time?
There's enough time. He got it to half.
He will actually get the defuse. Wow. I mean...
Wow. That's a highlight.
Yeah, by such a slim margin there.
Oh, my goodness. Sticking to half. Absolute... Just nerves of steel from Bebo on that one. Takes the peek out. It's perfect range for the Spectre as well. You know, they're pretty close from the turret damage and that little audio cue. So insanely well played by Bebo. And I think you were right after seeing that pistol that it was just a little too much for William and Mary. And the fact that they won that last round is such an investment. Once again, on to Peak. Full saving here. Wants that op duel once again. And Feint is here to start it off. Does get spotted.
Ooh.
Drops at the chance. Can't get one back.
A lot of util has to be expended for them to try and get out safely. And in fact, just about everything from them. So University of Hawaii does have to feel good about that. Getting so much out of the way. Now they're going to be able to push back on them, but Banana Duck is there to save the day for William and Mary.
The fact the plant hasn't come down yet is so rough for Igor. Oh, and now you're just sprayed through. It's all over. Like, Kroomba gets one back, sure, but that initially actually looked really, really good for Hawaii. You get the Vipers, but down they have a numbers not a numbers advantage, but they're equal at the moment because a final rotate hasn't come through, and they're playing with Stingers in a Viper's pit. That's all you can ask for to make a Stinger worth it. So just so tough to see it lost when they can't get the spike and set up a post plant in that moment. I know that it was just a lot of chaos going on, but when you're committing that Viper's pit, I think you just have to play for that plant as fast as possible. It's the only way you win the round and the only way you really get much damage done.
Yeah, it's you know, to stay up is of course as long as you're in it, but there is definitely a time factor that you have to be cognizant of there, and so a little bit of a misplay definitely gave them the opportunity to come back in that round. And there's something else we have to mention too, is that William and Mary has not dropped a round on this side.
Yeah. So reminding me a lot of last map, right? Where we saw a similar story that they were just consistent. And, you know, when they had guns, they were winning. Like, the fact is, that's how it's starting to feel here on Icebox now that they're defending. And that is not a good start to the story for Hawaii. They take the time out here. It's definitely when you have to take it. You have maximum one more round you can lose. Not that you want to lose. You really want to just win this here and just run it all the way up. But you can play for overtime in a pinch. Now it just comes down to this last moment. Seems the ops on Kroomba early on, so on to Peak trying to get aggressive mid instead. And default is the option for Hawaii.
I like this aggressive positioning as well from Paint, but Dash has expired now, so that is a little concerning. We've seen them get caught out in a bad position before by being a little bit too greedy and not respecting the skill of University of Hawaii. Like you said, very slow move coming in. I do like it. Nice dash over here from on the Peak. Spotting out as well the sentry. Little peek as well of Killjoy. Taking a little damage too. This is it's a little bit slow from University of Hawaii. It feels a little bit hesitant. On the Peak with a beautiful shot onto Bebo though.
Yeah, that is really, really big. Getting that early mid control, it forces William and Mary just that much thinner, and now it means there's only one member on site. Can't even contest it off of this lockdown, but it does provide time for the rotate. And that's what you're waiting for if you are William and Mary here. You have the Blade Storm, there's ways to be explosive. Now it's just punishing on the out.
Nice side control gain. Ain't able to get a pick on the Peak still with this operator. It is such a massive threat. Like, is down. That's just up to them to defend, and I like the fact that On Peak is taking off, right? They're putting themselves in a much safer position in order to be able to follow up. Couple picks come in for William and Mary to even things up. Feint now with an operator of their own. Nanaduck finds one. Operator down. William and Mary have put themselves on match point.
And that was the must-win round for Hawaii. They did so well at the start of the series, and they still have a chance here, right? 7 in a row, but they're on a tough bye. William and Mary have all the bells and whistles they could want. Gonna see a William and Mary timeout here. Don't mind that. It's probably just, hey guys, keep your cools. Let's win this. No worries, then we can go to bed. We're thinking the same things here in the booth, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a little rougher for you being East Coast based, right? Like,
I'm feeling the pain of the players. I'm getting the same experience, right?
Yeah. I gotcha.
It's solidarity for the William and Mary guys, right? I got to make sure that they're not the only ones experiencing this pain. I'm out here. I'm with you guys. I understand.
That's funny. I gotta be honest though. I think this timeout actually plays more to University of Hawaii, right?
Yeah,
because again,
I can see
they're
that.
such a good team. They're such a good team when they have a chance to kind of put their heads, put their heads back on their shoulders, right? Calm their nerves, things like that. So I actually question William and Mary's choice here to give this timeout. I mean, honestly, could just be a bio break, right?
Maybe,
Who knows? But
maybe someone is literally just like, dudes, I need a minute.
Yeah.
Come on, it's
Here.
let's just make sure we're all feeling comfortable. Like, I get it. I also get that 100%.
Yeah. I did that one time in a tournament, and the casters were talking. They were like analyzing this timeout choice by our team, and yeah, watching it back later, I'm just laughing like, nah, I just had to take a bio break. But
Exactly.
Here we are, final round potentially for William and Mary. They want to close this out fast.
Oh, and if On to Peak takes this duel, it could be it. Could be it.
Wow.
And Feint fires away. I said at the start, it's a Jet duel, and so far it has been Feint at the front of the team, leading the way. I mean, we've seen so many huge moments from the rest of William and Mary, I'm going to say. Fact is, Feint has had some great impact frags, and I think that right there is the best one to start off this match point.
Minute left to go. University of Hawaii going to have to make a move here soon. Nothing looks good, though. You go B. Everybody is stacked there. You go A. You're walking right into the crosshairs of fate with an operator who at the moment is showing nerves of steel. Huge resolve, finds that second pick. Vitorium, don't do it again.
Oh.
Spike down A.
And we saw this before. I think it was the RIT game. They peeked into it on 3 times in a row. Fool me once. Shame on me. Me twice. Shame on you. And fool me thrice. Well, we just saw what happens when you run right into feint. As he's got 4. He's looking for the ace to finish the job. And what a way to close it out for William and Mary. As
phenomenal.
What a stream, what a series. These guys took it all the way. But Juggle, I think we're pretty tired. I think everyone at home is pretty tired too. So thank you to the players for doing so much work. Thank you guys for sticking around. Thank you, Juke, for observing, producing the whole shebang. And Juggle for holding down the broadcast for 10 hours, you monster. And everyone at home, have a great night.
Haluun, ettei oo mitään muuta. Ei jälkiä, ei muistoja, katkaistu historiaa. Haluun, ettei tarvi katsoa, ei karttoja.